are we doing? Goth is never late. They arrive precisely when they mean to. Yeah, something like that, right? Nice hair. Wow, something different. What do we think, you guys? Wouldn't it be nice if this were my real hair? I'm trying something out, okay? We'll see how it goes, though, with this hair. I look amazing. Thank you. Thank you. The power of a Shein wig, man. Snatched. I honestly, like, this wig was very cheap. And it doesn't just look good because it's on camera. It actually look like I would wear this out in public. I actually do think it looks like legit enough that it looks like a real hair. Not beating the white girl allegations. Go easy on me. Okay, let's get into this. I really want to finish this Michael Tracey shit. Erica Kirk cosplay. If somebody says that again, I will. I'm letting you off with a warning. If you say that again, I will ban. I will actually ban anybody that tries to compare me to Erica Kirk. Is this your way of telling us you're going to go full blonde trad wife? I think I would just go full blonde trad wife if I was gonna do that, right? Lace front, dude. No, I'll never do the lace front. I feel like it's too much work. All right, let's do this. So when we ended stream, we're finished. We're reacting to Michael Tracey. I would have, if it weren't like 4 in the morning, whenever I got off, we would have finished this, but there was like another 20 minutes and I was like, you know what? What's the rush? We can just continue this, this coat fest when I open the stream next time. This is another slew of soap opera garbage from the Majority Report from esteemed independent journalist Michael Tracey. So he never changed the title. He still hasn't taken this down. This is now at 3.2 thousand views. The Vanguard did a video on it though. I don't think they responded to a second of it, and I did watch the Vanguard video. But that's why I think he's getting some like new comments like 15 minutes in, and you've almost managed to let them get a sentence out. This is a fan. These reaction videos are great. Your commentary is both insightful and hilarious. I agree with the hilarious part, but probably not for the same reason that they think that. What is it? Seems like you spent a lot of time defending the Epstein class pedos. Like, these have to be from... Oh my god, Ogre Voice here. Your sleep schedule is a multi-choice quiz at this point, isn't it? Pretty much, yeah.
What oversight should I submit to? Should I invite like a council of, I don't know what, accountants or Epstein survivors to come scrutinize my books? I mean, what are you talking about? Who does oversight of you?
What does Michael Tracey do other than defend pedophiles? He defended Andrew Cuomo against his accusations, so that as well.
You.
There's one other thing that we know he does.
I gather that you generate revenue by putting out this slop content constantly, and you get enough revenue from YouTube that I guess it's sustainable. Although, I mean, I find it bizarre that that's actually a sustainable business model. But that's what I would assume is your model, right? But like, nobody does oversight of you that I know.
A guy who makes the majority of his income from Substack, which seems highly precarious in my opinion, is confused about how people manage to make a living out of YouTube revenue. Especially when you're a channel as big as the Majority Report. Like, don't get me wrong, like, subscribers don't equal money. You can have a ton of subscribers but not make any money. But, like, they have memberships. They have sponsorships on the show. They have views. They're a monetized channel. It's not unclear to see, like, why they're a successful channel.
I know of. Do we want to, like, have some government entity established to perform oversight on you and me and, like, everybody else? I mean, I would have no problem with that on principle, I guess, because like I have nothing. I wish I had something to hide. I wish I was raking in these bucks.
He's like, I have to defend the Epstein class for the love of the game for free, practically. Doing this for pennies on the hour. It's a thankless job.
I think he looks like he's not being paid by anybody at all.
Another gorgeous man, I'm sure, commenting on my appearance. Okay, I mean, why are you like what?
Yeah, Matt's a cutie. You mad about it?
Is this like Queer Eye for the Straight Guy or Project Runway or these people are
oh my god,
they're like so insular in what they think is
what is this, like Queer Eye or something? Is this some gay shit? Like, what are we getting at, dude?
Relevant to discuss on a public forum. This is what they immediately default to. And then the chuckling.
Those resources may be going.
He's acting as if he is part of the Alan Dershowitz.
Has Michael really never had the experience of like sitting around with some friends and just shit talking somebody?
Style conspiracy. Like here's an old clip from a Palm Beach Post.
I'm acting as though I'm part of the Alan Dershowitz style conspiracy.
That was Brian's comment. There you go.
What? Like, what conspiracy was Alan Dershowitz even a part of? Yeah, he represented Jeffrey Epstein, right, as a lawyer. Was that a conspiracy? These people are just they're like just so obviously clueless about what they even think they're talking about that like even their insults don't make sense.
A famed Harvard law professor, Alan
I think the insults make sense to people watching.
Dershowitz met with Palm Beach County State Attorney's Office and provided damaging information about teenage girls who they say gave his client, Palm Beach billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, sexually charged massages, according to police.
The funny thing about this is that there's such a voluminous quantity of Epstein files out now that if they had like the wherewithal to do just a smidgen of actual research into the files that I guess they were clamoring for, they wouldn't have to read some old Palm Beach Post newspaper excerpt. Like you could find, if you wanted to show what Alan Dershowitz did to investigate or question the credibility of alleged victims in that Palm Beach phase of the Epstein prosecution. I mean, there's plenty of material you could bring up.
It's like, dude, the thing is, like, like this is so trivially obvious. The fact that I have to put it into words is just bizarre. But okay, most people are gonna find it fucking weird as shit that a grown man approaching his 50s alongside his longtime girlfriend or wife, Ghislaine Maxwell, I don't remember if they were married or not, recruited young women, like barely legal women, at best, and at worst, underage girls, to come give this man massages, like full body massages, which is like a euphemism, not for that, like, you think that they're just using their hands or whatever. It was obviously some sort of like lewd act. So you're not going to move the majority of people, and you should not be able to, off the point or idea that like, yeah, this is fucking creepy as shit behavior. Like maybe he doesn't think it rises to a level of criminality that has made that like is commensurate with the reputation that Jeffrey Epstein has largely earned in the popular imagination. But I don't think if people had the full details, they would be like, oh, thank God it was only that or whatever. They'd still be freaked out. Would you want your fucking kids, your teenage daughter, engaged in the sorts of activities or being abused by Jeffrey Epstein in the event that they were underage? Engaging in those activities? Like, no, you wouldn't.
Yeah, he did copy her, one of the initial 14-year-old who lied about her age at the behest of, at the direction of Haley Robson, and said she was 18. Like, yeah, they did pull her MySpace, and like there was some stuff on there that they said should call into question her credibility. Like, I'm just saying that like if there was any actual journalistic effort applied here, they could pull up the primary source documentation, but instead, they do the most lazy Google possible and find this ancient Palm Beach Post little excerpt.
The case originally was going to be presented to the grand jury in February, but was postponed after Dershowitz produced information gleaned from the website myspace.com showing showing some of the alleged victims commenting on alcohol and marijuana use. So this whole thing of, and it's very interesting that Tracey mentions Dershowitz by name. I'd be curious, do you have any association with Alan Dershowitz?
I mean,
Clearwatch, thank you for the 200 bits. Wow, damn, the hair is fire. Thank you. You guys send more bits, I will be able to afford more hairstyles.
Do these people like even have the basic capacity to comprehend in what context I was mentioning Alan Dershowitz? It was in the context of me saying,
does it have to do with like the fact that he was totally vindicated on Virginia Giuffre, even though I wouldn't argue that he was totally vindicated on Virginia Giuffre, because the most that he was able to extract from her team is that she said she may have misidentified him as somebody who sexually assaulted her, if not outright R-worded her. But that's not a retraction.
Saying that Virginia Roberts Giuffre had recanted her claims against Dershowitz, in addition to two other people who I also mentioned, John-Luc Brunel and Stephen Kostlin. But I guess the mere mention of him by me suggests that I must be in some cabal with Dershowitz. And this guy, whoever's like this disembodied voice right now, says that he would love to know if I'm in some kind of like conspiratorial arrangement with him. And these people are they're just stupid. I mean, that's the bottom line. It's like incredibly dumb fundamentally. Like, it's one thing if I like having critics who are at least intelligent, who can at least like reason a little bit.
I mean, is it really that insane to Michael to be hit with the accusation, given how frequently he fields it, that he's in some way in cahoots with these people who were very, very well connected and very wealthy, I don't think it's crazy. I would, if I were Michael Tracey and I had undertaken this sort of beat for my Substack, I would expect that all the time. I don't think it becomes any less annoying. In fact, probably to the contrary, it probably becomes only more annoying that after all of this time, you still face that accusation. But it's not one I would be surprised by anymore.
This is just nonsense. It's just utter stupidity, which is why, I bemoan that I've wasted as much time as I already have, even addressing it.
Yeah.
This thing that Tracey's doing is the playbook that has been
Who
used.
is this schmuck? I have no idea who that is. He's the guy, I guess, who says that my appearance is so bad. Okay. I mean, look, I'm not going to do a tit for tat on that, but
Do it, Michael. Please roast another man on his appearance. You tell him.
By these folks the entire time, which is to go after the women who, by the way, were targeted because they might have certain. I guess there's a tweet here by Tracey himself, put it up by a guy Bryce Green, where he says Courtney Wild, alleged Epstein victim, was convicted of trafficking methamphetamine, absconded from a residential drug treatment facility, and was arrested again for stealing from Walmart. That's the type of women that they
like. Do you notice that he doesn't read the full tweet? But her lawyer didn't want the public to know any of this, so he demanded these redactions. I then did follow-up tweets elaborating on the point that I was making by posting that excerpt of a record, which is that
I don't even need to hear him make the point, but I will allow him to make the point after this. Yeah, again, dude, most people are not going to see that as an indictment against that woman. What they see it as is somebody who was a vulnerable person in a vulnerable position that was being exploited by somebody who was significantly more powerful and wealthy. When they learn about women, even if they were over the age of 18, that were trafficked to Jeffrey Epstein, and learning that they had mental afflictions, that they struggled with substance abuse, they only feel more sympathy for these people. That is how a lot of people are. I won't say most people. A lot of people see drug use and these sorts of things as individual personal failures. But we're talking about the majority report. They're obviously going to see that likely as a function of some of the abuse that she endured or her experiences. But even if it didn't come from that, and she was already struggling with those things when she got involved with Jeffrey Epstein and the trafficking ring, again, they're only going to feel more sympathy.
The victims, quote unquote, and their lawyers have been demanding sweepingly excessive redactions on public records, and they were hindering actively the ability of the public to be apprised of the full scope of the materials contained in the Epstein files by demanding these redactions. So yeah, this was one example of the lawyer for this Courtney Wild not wanting this material, which is in the Epstein files. Okay, this is not me coming up with some random smear on my own, as though I just conjured it out of thin air. This is in the Epstein files. And it's tarred with all these redactions. So yeah, and I had a column in the Wall Street Journal today about this subject, meaning to the degree that people are
just casually mentioning that he had a column in the Wall Street Journal today, folks.
Annoyed, and I would share their annoyance at the excessive redactions of the Epstein files. The source of those excessive redactions is the victims' lawyers who are demanding the excessive redactions. And this was just one example. And they're not just demanding the redactions either. They're demanding that the entire records be removed. And their chief lawyer, Edwards, said on February 2nd to the federal judges in the Southern District of New York, take down the entire Epstein files archive completely. It's just too tremendously threatening to the victims, quote unquote. But of course, why would this guy even grasp that?
they targeted.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Or girls.
Right.
Girls who
needed the money.
Yeah, who like issues with crime.
Yes, they literally go on to make the point that I was predicting they would, which is that because I saw some of this segment, but I didn't remember getting to this point in it. But yeah, they're saying a vulnerable woman. You mean
more poverty for that second,
100%
for that while, and that they did it for exactly this reason. Because they know that they get their slimy ass lawyer.
By the way, plenty of the girls that were ended up being cast as purported victims were not impoverished. I know that's like a nice narrative to spin out, as though.
Okay, but was this one? It sounds like she's stealing from Walmart and she's selling methamphetamine. You know, those are not typically behaviors that I associate with the obscenely wealthy or privileged.
It's just like totally in every instance, Epstein or Maxwell preying upon these impoverished, drug-stricken girls and exploiting them. There were some people who were from a lower economic socioeconomic status, sure, but like we're talking also about like professional models in their 20s who are like very well compensated to appear on magazine covers, and not all the girls even in the Palm Beach phase.
Yeah, because that definitely lasts, past your 20s or whatever. Not trying to say that being a model isn't like a cushy job. It's just one with a very, very short lifespan. The thing is that how relevant is it, the socioeconomic status of somebody who's involved in a scheme like this? Again, you are talking to progressives, leftists, people that are largely going to have sympathy, and they're not for anybody that was subjected to this, and they are not going to be carving out exceptions for, she was wealthy. Oh, that was like not as serious then.
We're like impoverished.
Like a huge Me Too, okay? Me Too movement. Anybody ever heard of this? The most notable cases that kind of sparked that whole movement was Harvey Weinstein and a bunch of celebrities, people with money, people that were connected, people that have dream jobs.
So, I mean, that may be the Netflix version that they've just unwittingly ingested. I would be surprised, but
and media associates.
ContraPoints just released a video about Saw, and a big part of it is about this weird obsession over retribution. Okay, I saw that. I saw the Saw video from ContraPoints, and I want to watch it, but do I need to watch all of the Saw movies? I've seen some of them. I don't really particularly want to rewatch the ones that I've seen, and I don't want to watch the ones that I haven't seen because I'm sure they're probably fucking terrible, but I feel like I also don't like having things spoiled for me or watching media about media that I haven't consumed just yet. So what should I do?
To smear them so that they never seek justice. What Tracey's doing is one of the grossest things you can see in this profession.
Because they...
Okay, I mean, I'm so chastened by your denunciation of me as having engaged in one of the grossest things anybody could ever do. Posting a public record and criticizing the excessive redactions of the public record. And
I always fall asleep watching Saw movies. Are you ever going to watch them? If not, just watch your vid. Well, it's like, if they're worth watching, I will watch them before I watch the video.
The attempts to
It
conceal.
does spoil stuff. But the thing is like, isn't it sort of the thing that's like Final Destination where if you've seen one Saw movie, you've kind of seen them all because the conceit is the same? Like, these people that are either have terrible backgrounds or are like assholes or whatever, like get their comeuppance by being subjected to these impossible tests or whatever that Jigsaw puts them through. And only, what's her name, Amanda, like made it out.
The public records. In the
Probably not worth. Who cares? It Saw. They're not worth it.
Epstein files, which I thought we were all in favor of releasing.
I've seen a lot of movies and I like to watch. I think almost every movie is worth watching one time, but the overwhelming majority of movies are not worth watching more than that.
What can you say?
I do remember watching parts of a more recent one, and the like protege was asking him, the guy like saw like, I don't know if it's as simple as like putting these people in this test. Like, yeah, I benefited from it and it taught me something that I don't think I could have learned any other way, but we are torturing people. Like, is this fair? Like, she's like questioning the morality of it a little bit. And he kind of just says to her, like, they have free will. And that's it. Like, oh, okay. Moral conundrum BTFO'd. I guess there's no issue then.
Well documented.
Because he like really has it out for drug addicts for some reason.
Palm Beach is very, very wealthy. Ghislaine Maxwell and her associates would go over to West Palm, where it's a lot more impoverished and lower income. And they would drive around and look for girls, and they created a pyramid scheme.
I mean, not true. Ghislaine Maxwell did not do that. But who cares, right?
And this was just...
He says that like, yeah, who cares? Who cares? Like, dude, okay, most people... I'm not saying that this is right. I'm just telling you a descriptive truth. Most people do not care about the minutia of this stuff. Or like, even if they did know, it would not really meaningfully change their opinion on it. They're still going to be grossed out. They're not going to shed any tears or be upset over the fact that they're not getting the details surrounding whether Ghislaine Maxwell did or did not have like a pyramid scheme going on simultaneously at the time that she was helping traffic girls to Jeffrey Epstein.
In Palm Beach.
I mean, you don't think if Ghislaine Maxwell actually went around to like, I don't know, trailer parks on the outskirts of Palm Beach, trying to...
I could never watch a movie if I read the book it's based on. Are you really telling me that you have never seen the Lord of the Rings series? Or Harry
scout
Potter?
out like the most socioeconomically disadvantaged young girl that she could enslave in a child sex trafficking ring? You don't think she would have been charged for that when she was put on trial? And that never happened.
He responded to that like he was there and is taking offense. He's like, it's just a woman's name. It's just Ghislaine Maxwell's name. Like, her name, like, dude, there's no rehabilitating that name.
So these people are just, again, painfully clueless, and they don't care.
Just in Florida,
He sees them as like sheeple for not caring about the intricacies of this, or I guess not being sympathetic to the sorts of arguments he's interested in promulgating and the claims that he's interrogated and scrutinized more closely than most people.
alone what he did internationally with some of these women from Eastern Europe, let alone what he did in New York, let alone what he did in New Mexico,
let alone
what he did in European countries. We have no idea what like the full scale of this.
We actually do have a pretty good idea now of the scale of it based on Epstein files and based on other materials that are readily available, but you've never bothered to look into, clearly, because you'd rather just do these cheeky little opinion commentaries on stuff as a way in which to go after me, who you want to then claim just in general hates women. And that's the only reason why I could possibly be involved with the story, right?
Yes. And I think that Tara's question,
why is he doing this at this point? He's just like tired.
Was phenomenal. And I didn't.
I'm not surprised you thought the question was phenomenal.
Most people have not gone through the Epstein files. I personally don't consider that to be a large indictment of anybody. Should you be speaking on something that you don't have, prerequisite knowledge or comprehensive understanding of? No, but there's been, even if you've never engaged with the Epstein files closely, there's been a lot of news reporting on it that summarizes the excesses of it. But I don't think that's enough for him, because he wants people to engage with the primary source material, because he's largely critical of the way that the media has framed this story.
Like basically a McCarthyite question, right? Are you now
read all 3 million files and stop whining?
Ever been paid by an Epstein co-conspirator? So she thinks it was phenomenal that Tara totally bypassed the actual substance of the issue that I was raising with her, and that she just pivoted to this accusatory question. I'm not surprised that Emma would think that was great. It's pretty much consistent with her whole demeanor on this thing, and I guess just in terms of her overall approach to political soap opera quasi commentary.
Expect him to be so poorly prepared to answer it, which
I was not poorly prepared to answer.
Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about the Epstein files? Yeah. Name all 3 million.
Answer it, Emma. Okay. Like I could answer it in a split second the minute that anybody ever asks me. I know you want to claim that I was faking the audio problem, because then all their commenters on YouTube will just assume that must be the case. But like, you're just a joke. Seriously. I mean.
Ooh, got him. Got Emma. You're just a joke, Emma.
Again, I wish I had a better critic to engage with.
Michael, no one is making you do this.
Just like bottom of.
I guess he sees this as necessary because of the sheer size of Majority Report.
The barrel.
But he has engaged with critics that don't have a platform nearly this size, so I have a feeling that this is just something he kind of enjoys doing, as much as he's pretending like he doesn't.
Amazing.
I can't hear you. Suddenly, couldn't hear. It's very convenient, and even
not a fan of Emma, but she's the joke. I mean, in his world, yeah. The most egregious claim that people should not repeat without significant caveats as to what goes into that number is that there's thousands of victims of Epstein. When Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie were talking about that, the way that victim is defined as far as a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, it involves the friends and family and extended family of the named victims of Jeffrey Epstein. So when you include that many people, yeah, they're victims in that sense or whatever, but I don't think that it's a stat or a figure that people should use, because it gives the impression that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked or like had thousands of girls and young women trafficked to him, when that's not the case. But they're not repeating that stat. So
outside of the Epstein story and how disgusting it is what Tracey is doing, I think it opens up a lot of questions about so-called independent media and how.
Okay, let's hear all these brilliant questions that she's saying are opened up by this. Let's hear the theory.
How influential it's become, and how billionaires and others have noticed that very fact. Like, and there's.
Where are these billionaires? I hereby beckon any of these alleged billionaires who are so secretly committed to wanting to subsidize me. When do I get the check?
Tracey strikes me as someone who believes a sexual assault occurs exclusively in dark alleys. Actually, he strikes me as the opposite. He strikes me as the type that has an understanding of what goes into these crimes and is more outraged, not at the prevalency of them, but at the sort of misunderstanding that exists in a colloquial sense or in the public imagination's understanding of these terms, that like, you know, SA and rape largely get used interchangeably when, you know, you can like draw out the nuances that go into each definition. Or maybe he doesn't understand what constitutes sexual assault, which is like largely date rape, basically, as truly being assault or something like that, or not. Or if it is, it's in some sort of trivial sense that it's not really that traumatic of an experience. But I'm talking from conjecture here. I'm just saying what impression I get off based on, like, I get from his reporting and other things that I've heard him say, and where I think he would be critical of like his understanding of what those terms are.
I mean,
The well technically fella, yes.
nice. I would like to have a much more well-appointed domicile than the one that I'm currently in and have been in for years. So if any of this billionaire largesse is forthcoming, like I mean, let me know. But again, they don't care to do the slightest bit of research or interrogation or like even asking me, God forbid. Of course not.
The easy it is to like pay him off. Sorry.
Anyone else get their Arizona Charlie Kirk license plate? Oh my mullet! I really hope you are joking that that's not actually a thing you can purchase now from the state of Arizona.
Like it would be so easy, right? Like Peter
So
Thiel
easy.
or Musk could just give him a few $100,000.
Peter Thiel or Musk could pay me off a few $100,000. I mean, that would be.
I mean, why would they ever do that when he does it for so for free, for the love of the game, or for, again, just for subscribers? Michael Tracey strikes me as the type of guy who could have a full-time job and have abandoned the independent journalism career, or he found that he wasn't able to make it anything other than like a side hustle, that he would largely still be doing this reporting.
That would be hard to pass up, frankly.
It got vetoed by the governor, I think. Rats. The governor's not interested in carrying the flame, I guess.
If I could use a few $100,000, but like they could easily just even go. I mean, they do like they're basically do to the extent they do any research at all. It's just like glancing at Twitter, right? So they could type in M. Tracey in the search bar, Thiel or Musk, and they come up with a million examples. I mean, just today I was pretty harshly criticizing Elon Musk for the Trump propaganda that he was doing in 2024.
That criticizing somebody doesn't preclude you for having taken money from them at one point or actively being paid by them. If anything, you would expect that to be the case if they had any brain cells to rub together, that, yeah, to throw off the scent and to conceal that you're being paid by them to hold certain positions or whatever, to like elevate your credibility and to put to rest any sort of accusations like that, they would probably encourage you to do things like that. Not that I believe that he's being paid by these people.
It's Peter Thiel as well. I have no affinity for Peter Thiel. I've also criticized him publicly for, among other things, propagating this like blinkered Epstein maximalism.
It's cheap. It's way
Ananya and Ayla were also defending Epstein. Aren't they like libertarians? So like business as usual?
cheaper than corrupting more traditional media sources, and probably more effective because the demographics that they're trying to reach are disproportionately online. We learned this with Tim Pool, where
Elon Musk is a hardcore Epstein.
Ayla, really? I haven't seen the Ayla ones. I have seen the Hanania ones because they've streamed together sometimes.
Mythologizing guy. He's super into the Epstein mythology. He's constantly calling even now for like.
Wait, who?
Where
Elon Musk is a hardcore Epstein mythologizing guy. He's super into the Epstein mythology. He's constantly calling.
Is he? I have a hard. If Elon Musk is doing that, it's totally cynical and opportunistic. Obviously, I remember him tweeting out that the reason why Trump doesn't want to release the files is because he's in them. He later deleted that. He and Trump have since interacted cordially since then. I'm skeptical that if he's doing that, it's one of those things where a guy that's implicated feels that he needs to, wave his pitchfork the hardest to show that he's really against this guy's, because there are photos of Elon Musk and Ghislaine Maxwell together at like a Vanity Fair party or something like that.
Even now for like mass arrests of people that he never specifies for having been on the Epstein client list. I mean, again, every dimension of this is just so dumbed down that it doesn't even make any internal sense.
That is true. I just made a joke about libertarians like defending Jeffrey Epstein, but Thomas Massie actually is, alongside, I guess, Rand Paul, the closest thing that we have to libertarians ideologically in Congress, and he's the only one on the right who's threatening to, or not threatening, but like wanted the disclosure, like led the fight for the disclosure to the files. So,
but again,
it's like there's like a fork in the road for the libertarian. They go the way of Massey, or they go the way of other libertarians.
They just don't care, and neither does the stunningly dopey audience that I guess tunes into this shit.
He was getting paid, and Dave Rubin, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, I actually criticized that as an example of genuine corruption. Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, all these people, other people who were getting shaved by some Russian shell company. I never got paid by that. I mean, I know they think
he's like, I wish.
Anybody that they don't like vaguely must be involved in the same corrupt little scheme. But
Michael's just a contrarian. He does such a bad job. I believe him. He's not getting paid by anyone who would pay him for his sloppy work. His Substack subscribers, right?
From some sort of like front for Russian money. And now, very conveniently, Tim Pool has been cozying up to the Israel lines. And we know from reporting that the Israeli government and lobby is paying influencers money to parrot certain talking points. I would not be shocked.
The thing is like, I actually think that there is a useful role that journalists like Michael serve with stories like this that have a lot of disinformation and misinformation surrounding them and common misconceptions. But the thing is Michael does himself no favors, because he doesn't come at it from this perspective of, let's get the criticisms accurate so that they can be more biting, and sort of like trying to get people like ducks in a row, people in line, and more message disciplined. Like, we don't need to make anything up to be able to criticize these people. The facts alone are worthy of scrutiny, and we only undercut ourselves by getting things wrong, because then the criticisms are less likely to land. That's like not the angle that he comes at this from. The angle that he comes at this from is that I think he is pretty much very, very open with the idea that like he thinks a lot of it is bullshit. He thinks a lot of it's ginned up charges. He thinks that there was no such thing as a sweetheart deal. He thinks that there is not that like liberals are buying into like, you know, QAnon type shit. And, you know, some of them genuinely are. Some of them are hysterics and they haven't looked into the details and they're getting key facts wrong. But I don't see why you don't just correct that and kind of, you know, have a different posture. But like, he and I just fundamentally differ on some of these things. Like, I don't think trafficking is a useless concept. It is not immaterial to me, but there were minors involved. And to the extent that they were women, the women that were involved that were trafficked to Epstein were over the age of majority. That's not really like of huge comfort to me, but that's just me personally.
Shocked if he's one of those people, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Like, we have,
she wouldn't be shocked if I was being paid by Israel. Okay. I'm not being paid by Israel, of course, but like, again, it's just such a, I'm going to repeat myself. I want to wrap this up soon, but I mean, you get the idea how it just unbelievably just vacuous this whole thing fundamentally is. But I mean, I guess I have to respond. If she's just going to float it out there that I'm being paid by Israel right in front of a decently sized audience, what am I supposed to do?
I have no idea. We have always known that right-wing media in particular, the Daily Wire and other companies, right-wing.
I mean, if she thinks I'm right-wing media still because she feels like she's obliged to vaguely not like me based on her impressionistic sense of what it is that I do.
I mean, at different points, Michael has been, I think, comfortable aligning himself with the right when it just so happens that he is, found himself in agreement on an issue-by-issue case. I think that Michael wouldn't describe himself that way, but to the extent that I've ever seen him really interested in picking up a label for himself, I've seen him sort of warmly embrace the term iconoclast when he was talking to Pisco, and Pisco gave that description of him over contrarian. There was another thread, a subreddit thread that he did a Q&A on Stupid Poll several years ago, where somebody asked him, how would you identify politically? And he jokingly said fascist, but he never actually gave like a substantive response to it. I think he views himself as like further left than right, but like he's more, it's like the 30 Rock meme, like more economically left and socially conservative. At the very least, socially moderate. I know he doesn't have like great attitudes on trans people.
I mean, at what point? I mean, I spent the past 2 years or 3 years.
What does he agree with the right? On the right with? I think around the time that COVID was popping off, BLM protests, he was doing these articles talking about the hypocrisy of the BLM movement and the Democrats, about how they were so gung-ho about needing to wear masks and social distancing and emphasizing that COVID is dangerous, but all of a sudden they're carving out these exceptions for these BLM protests, even though we found that the BLM protests were not contributing to the spread of COVID-19 significantly, because it's just not really how COVID-19 is spread. It's primarily spread indoors. Just being outdoors and social distancing, or like, you know, there being space between people as they march together or demonstrate together, was enough for it to not be like these super spreader events. People later got vaccinated. So he's taken some sort of like socially moderate, if not reactionary positions that, even if he don't make him right wing because it's just like one issue, though that sort of narrative crafting and those posts will primarily appeal to a right wing audience. And I think he's not even upset by that, because he has so many different points of disagreement from different like political orthodoxies that he kind of prides himself on being a little bit hard to pin down politically, being a little bit idiosyncratic as far as his politics go. I'm sure he sees a consistency to them, but I don't think he minds going against the grain, and he clearly doesn't mind lending himself to platforms like Ben Shapiro because, oh my goodness, NXA0317, thank you so much for the 10 tier 1 subs to my community. Everybody who is on the receiving end of NXA's generosity, please drop an emote in chat or say thank you, because now you have an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. Who doesn't love that? So thank you so much. Happy Women's Month. Yeah, I love to see it. Like if I put Michael Tracey, Ben Shapiro. See, 7 months ago, or like, did he upload it onto his channel? There you go.
Everything Epstein related is Michael
Tracey and Ben Shapiro discuss Epstein. So 7 months ago. Like, why do we think that Ben Shapiro is interested in this, right? Ben Shapiro is interested in this because he does not like the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that are a natural offshoot of all of the sort of like any time you get into any forum or thread, not long, or like it doesn't take much to usually find people that are like either repeating anti-Semitic talking points, whether they know it or not, or being outright anti-Semitic. There's been no shortage of that. And I say this as somebody who is like obviously critical of Jeffrey Epstein myself. Like I do recognize that is going to be people's fascination with it, unfortunately, in some respects. And Ben Shapiro likes this because it undercuts the most bold claims that are made. And Ben Shapiro fucking loves Israel. He's a massive Zionist. And so anybody who's willing to get into the details and sort of dispel all this craziness surrounding the connections, you know, between Jeffrey Epstein and the Mossad, he's going to be happy to bring on. And Michael Tracey is fine to go on, but like I don't really find it to be an issue to go on like shows to promote like a single issue or something like that. But I think Michael Tracey enjoys it. Like, would I say that makes it's like a right wing position to be critical of these sorts of things? No, not really. But it like will align him with the right.
Being accused of suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. Take a look at what I've been saying about the Iran stuff right now, Emma, vis-a-vis Trump. I would love to see your big left-wing critique of Trump and see if it's more cogent than the ones that I've been putting out from my allegedly right-wing, cynical grifter perspective. I mean, you're these guys. I don't even want to get too worked up and like say anything too crass about it, but
media company.
Say the crass thing, Michael.
Too worked up and like say anything too crass about it, but
media companies are subsidized by billionaires and wealthy people and get off the ground, and they probably take financial losses just because it's more valuable for them.
What are these massive eyebrow Ben Shapiro memes? Are these real?
To have right-wing media out there being subsidized. But I don't think we have any sense of the scale of how right-wing media is subsidized, or billionaire money is subsidizing these so-called independent creators.
Okay, then investigate the scale, Emma. If I'm not an independent creator, then do some of your intrepid investigative journalism, which I have no doubt you do on the daily.
Wait, is this real? I mean, like, this is literally a Sneeko clip that is the source for this, so something tells me it's probably not real. This is Daily Dot. What's going on with Ben Shapiro's eyebrows? Something is happening with Shapiro's eyebrows, and the mystery of their sudden growth has the internet captivated. They grow every time he defends Israel. They grow every time he downplays an Israeli war crime. People are convinced that the conservative pundits' brows suddenly got a whole lot thicker than they used to be, though some are struggling to figure out if it's another generative AI trick. AI or not, some of the more egregious eyebrow videos seem to be altered for maximum bushiness. Make way for Shapiro's eyebrows. Fresh memes drove us to investigate the question of Shapiro's eyebrow growth, and it seems the hype is overblown. Over the weekend, images started spreading on social media showing the pundit with excessively thick brow hair. Popular streamer Sneeko brought the issue to a larger audience.
Shabbat said, holy eyebrows. Wait, what the is on his face? Is this real?
Back to the brain rotted.
Is this photoshopped or is this actually his
This
face?
looks photoshopped in some way.
What the
Gene Levy style.
That's not real, is it? That's got to be photoshopped. There's no chance.
But like so many in the commentary.
All right, and they go like Groucho Marx. There's no chance. I think this page too, this is the same page I see that they...
Oh my God, Sneeko's audience is like a bunch of 12-year-olds. Like, they're going to know who Groucho Marx is.
Oh, yeah, follow this guy? Yeah, nah.
But what you heard?
This is not Photoshop. This is actually what this nigga looks like.
Oh, see, like, this is fake, obviously. There's a real one. I mean, they are thick, they are bushy, but they're not as intense as what people think. Gender-affirming eyebrow enlargement. Powerful. Yeah, maybe his eyebrows just do that. Maybe they just had a growth spurt.
And, you know, suss out like all this corruption that I'm supposedly profiting from. If you're going to do your scare quotes about how I'm not independent, like, I don't know, even what do you mean by independent? No, I'm not employed by any media organization.
I'm not employed, you guys.
Almost,
you guys stop saying that Michael Tracey is employed.
Crowdfunded. I do contributions to other outlets. What more do you want to know? Like, it's not some big, you know, underhanded sort of scheme that I have going on. I know people would want that to be the case, I guess, because then they could just focus on that rather than, again, ever dealing with the substance of what it is that I've said or reported or written.
Because they're on their own, and that's cheaper than throwing tens of millions of dollars into the Daily Wire, for example. You could probably pay Michael Tracey $500K for the year, and that's more than...
My eyes just lit up with dollar signs. Where can I get this $500K? That would just be, you know, a little, a minor little investment for some nefarious billionaire.
The thing is that it's not. I realize if he's not being paid, these figures sound just laughable. But it's been revealed that different billionaires have invested in individual content creators, which is what Emma Vigeland was talking about on the Doomscroll podcast with Josh Citarella when she first brought up Michael Tracey, saying that the right has largely stopped investing in things like TPUSA or, like, you know, something being Koch funded is now not something that's enviable or desirable for right-wing media. Like, the entire point is for them to ingratiate themselves almost seamlessly with these, like, independent podcasters, right? Because they obviously have a political slant or bias or their audience captured. But would anybody really be surprised to learn that, like, PBD is getting paid money to host certain people? Or they have paid certain people to come on their show because they know it attracts more viewership or subscriptions or Minect or whatever the fuck, because that's who their audience is. Would it really surprise anybody to learn that, like, the Nelk Boys are paid something, or that Aiden Ross got paid money to do a stream with Donald Trump? Like, it's not crazy to think of that at all. And because they don't, like, the boomers and the people that are involved with giving these creators money don't really know exactly what their market rates really are or how conversion truly works, and they just want to get the message out there, they're probably willing to pay, wittingly or unwittingly, over market rate for these people. For these creators to host or do an engagement with whoever it is that they're connecting them with who's affiliated with the right.
Where's the $500K? I would like to maybe live in a...
It seems cheaper to fund podcast influencers and streamers rather than some large think tank operation. Yeah, exactly. And that is, like, really the right has seen, like, oh, there already exists a media apparatus that all we need to do is infiltrate. We don't need to spend a bunch of time creating our own parallel structures because the groundwork for that has largely been laid. And now they just need to, you know, invest a little bit of money here and there to keep it going. And it replicates itself.
Apartment in a better, you know, I'm not going to specify where in Jersey City, but, like,
he would make on his Substack in quite a while, and you get him to smear all the Epstein survivors. That's like buying a soda for a billionaire.
100%. And I think the other thing to know is that
Francesca.
mainstream news has also kind of dropped the ball covering the Epstein files. There's a lot of it. We don't.
Yeah, the mainstream news has not been covering Jeffrey Epstein or the Epstein files lately.
That's not what she said. She said they dropped the ball, as in they have not focused on particular angles that she probably finds to be interesting.
Really dropped the ball on that. I haven't seen any coverage on that. I agree.
If you take drop the ball to mean that they're not covering it, then sure. If what she means is that they don't really interrogate the claims, or like the media, especially like the New York Times in particular, has kind of shied away from sensationalism you would have expected from them over Trump and Epstein, you know?
Don't know how dedicated the journalists, if there even is like dedicated teams to sort through it. We haven't seen a lot of that. And so a lot of people do turn.
So she doesn't know if there are dedicated teams of journalists who have been covering the Epstein files in the mainstream media. So like, I guess she never like took a look at the New York Times website or CNN or.
The New York Times literally has somebody like Ezra Klein repeating what Michael is saying. Ezra Klein said, and again, to be clear, this is opinion, this is not journalism, but he literally said that he believes that Jeffrey Epstein did the trafficking and that was largely separate from, you know, the abuse that he was engaged in. Like the business and the abuse were separate. Hold on. I know I can find this fucking Ezra Klein clip. Let's see.
Before I start this episode, where I am on the Epstein story. If you force me to give you my best guess, given what we know, I think this guy had a lot of very powerful friends. I think this guy was a predator and a pedophile on an extraordinary scale. And I think those sides of his life were mostly separate. I don't think there is a list of bold-faced names somewhere. I think I should say, before I start this episode,
like maybe, and Tracey would probably see this still as like slanted too much in favor of the quote unquote, like, you know, Epstein mythology or whatever, because he said he was a pedophile, when Michael would probably literally correct him and do the, it's a phebophile type thing.
Washington Post, Wall Street
Why
Journal.
does he always sound like he's
I'm not
out
saying
of
there couldn't
breath?
be more, but
I think he's trying. I feel like he's always like profound maxing. He's always trying to sound like he's saying something that's really groundbreaking and particularly noteworthy, and that's why he speaks in that sort of like contrived iambic pentameter.
they're reporting. I'm not even commenting on the merit or lack thereof of any of this reporting. But if she just doesn't know if there are teams of reporters that have been covering this, then again, it's just like willful stupidity. And yet, I don't know, like what is supposed to make any of these people, and conferred with the credibility such that they should be commenting on political affairs whatsoever. That's what I don't get. Like, what uniquely endows either of them with like the presumed insight or learnedness such that people should be gathering around the YouTube listening to them?
Oh my God. I don't think that they have ever pretended like they have. Again, what is this? Like, oh, why do they think they have such profound insight? It's you could literally ask that of you, Michael. You could ask that of anybody who dares to put themselves on the fucking internet and upload videos of themselves giving commentary on political news or being part of a news org. You know, you could always twist it into like, who the fuck do you think you are that you should be able to make a living off of giving your opinions, man? Like, what makes you so fucking special? You could obviously always have this sort of dark assessment of commentary and punditry and even journalism, but it's just the same mechanisms that allow you as an independent journalist to get your voice out there without being gatekept by institutional backing, or like a reputable mainstream traditional like media opportunities or whatever. It's the same thing that enables them to get their voice out there.
Pontificate. It's just very strange.
Why do you think you have profound insights, Aaron? Well, obviously, because I just do.
Self included, to like, Twitter or other social media. And like myself, I've done content on the
and
Epstein.
Like, in case Michael hasn't noticed, the people that rise to the top on these platforms it does not correspond to merit. It does not correspond to intelligence. It does not correspond to anything other than somebody's ability to be charismatic or be bombastic and inflammatory and hyperbolic and get clicks and views and game the algorithm. That is going to determine whether or not you're a success in these spaces far more than your knowledge, your expertise, how factually or rigorously accurate you are. People largely seek out entertainment, news, media, not that challenges them really, or like it challenges them in such a very specific way that it's like kind of not really being challenged. Or you're challenging yourself on like the sort of like excesses of your ideology and preconceived notions, like these sort of like higher order, very niche micro disagreements that you can have between yourselves and others in like an echo chamber. People just like seek out information that largely reaffirms their biases. And so in that media and information environment, he is bound to succeed because there's people that are always going to be critical of, you know, conspiracism and the Epstein stuff for whatever reason. And Majority Report is popular not because of Epstein specifically, but because they offer a left perspective and are independent media.
Files, right? Because
notice she says she's done content. So it's not, we're not talking about journalism here. I'm not saying journalism is sacrosanct. She's into content. So she's done,
I mean, come on. You were kind of implying that by being like, who the fuck do you think you are? But what gives these people the idea that they have anything profound to say?
Content in the Epstein files. I don't know what content she's talking about. I would have no reason to look at it. But, you know, I guess draw your own conclusions about how meritorious that quote unquote content likely is.
That was also part of the rationale for just kind of releasing the files with, you know, completely no organization, completely no understanding, completely no, you know, table of contents or like, you know, mapping all the different places. Obviously, they didn't even, you know, censor victims' faces.
She wanted a table of contents.
And names and all this.
Yeah, they didn't censor enough victim identifying information. So you could tell how well versed she is in the whole subject.
And so that's part of it. It's just like flood the zone, let anyone pick out any random thing because your average viewer or reader, your average person is not going to be reading.
I mean, again, mainstream reputable outlets, the story that primarily caught on the first few days of the release was the fact that they had gone out of their way to unredact sensitive information surrounding the victims in the Epstein files. Just because they were redacting some of the information beyond their names or addresses or whatever it is that it was identifying does not mean like that. Like he's thinking that because they have it, they redacted some things that it's like laughable to be focusing on the extent to which they unredacted the victims' names, but it's not.
All the millions and millions of files that, of course, they've even stopped releasing at this point.
Exactly right.
Man, these ladies is stupid. I mean, if you want to take that to mean that I hate women in general, fine. I mean, I can promise you that I'm specifically talking about these two people who happen to be female and who are also really stupid.
He's like, I love women.
People who happen to be female and who are also really stupid. So that's my conclusion.
He's like, to the extent that my career has consisted of criticizing women, it's just been an accident that it's been a lot of people that have, you know, claimed victimhood in one sense or another with respect to a powerful man and sexual assault allegations. All coincidental.
I'm not going to therefore malign 50 or 51% of the entire population, but I will emphasize that these two ladies is real.
Took them over a month past the due date to get the files out, not even all of them, and they failed to redact a lot of victim info. IDK why he's saying it's ridiculous because he is upset that the majority of people do not know that their lawyers, the lawyers on of these victims, have argued that there should be even more redactions and that like not only should their names have not been made public, but other details surrounding some of the information presented in there. Probably the stuff that he's interested in drawing attention to, like some of the fact that some of these women had priors or, you know, struggled with the mental health issues or drug addiction should be unredacted. Like I agree with him. I largely agree with him. I think there is such a compelling public interest that as minimal amounts of victim information should be redacted as necessary to protect the identity of these people, whatever, in order to get the information out there at this point. And to be in compliance with the law, obviously, but his bugbear really is the fact that people don't realize that it's the lawyers for the victims themselves who at one point like argued for transparency, and now he thinks it's a big turnaround for them to go, oh, not like that.
Stupid.
Francesca Fiorentini, we shall let you go here. I just saw it's nearly 2:00, but time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah,
A
time
reminder,
does fly, yeah.
come to our live show if you're in California.
I'll be there.
March 22nd. The Bitchumation Room live. I will be there.
I'll be there.
In,
Dynasty typewriter.
Dynasty type-
Oh my god, is Michael gonna fly out there just to fucking like confront Francesca Fiorentini?
Writer. Link is down below, so people can
actually.
click on it, buy tickets. It's
This is like a threat that he's like, I'm gonna go show up at the live show.
$30 plus a fee, right?
Like, he shouldn't sound this angry or whatever when he's like going to do that. It's like, dude, you're gonna go all the way out there just to be promptly escorted off the fucking premises. And I'm sure it'll be framed as you not be like being censored or whatever. But if these are largely like closed events or you have to pay to get access to them, like they're not, most people won't see it that way.
30,
Yes, plus a fee.
That would be 30 bucks well spent. I can't imagine a better use of my $30 since I'm getting all this billionaire funding. It'd be nothing for me, $30. Yeah, I guess I have to do airfare and whatever, but that'll also be worth it.
But Emma's got a crazy rider, so
mad,
like it was a
dude.
lot.
Yeah.
She needs 5 white jackets.
He wants to be even more humiliated. He's gonna pay $30 in airfare just so he can go do this.
She's swapping him out between segments.
in
Maybe he
case.
creates like goals
I don't
on
know.
Substack or like Ko-fi or something like that when he wants to go to on one of these field trips.
And should I keep going here while they do their closing banter?
Yeah, no, and hopefully
Fast forward.
we're going to be highlighting some local, lefty candidates, progressive candidates that are going up against,
awesome.
Yeah.
centrists and MAGA
Awesome, the local lefty candidates going after
folks here in LA. So please come out and learn about those candidates as well and those campaigns, get involved. And yeah, check out the Bitchumation Room too, because I think Emma's going to be stopping by a little bit more frequently.
Ooh, yes, a little bit. Good teaser there, Francesca. Well,
You suck.
Ooh, got him.
You know the WWE chant, you suck for Kurt Angle? You suck. You suck. You suck. Maybe I'll
It's
go to their
just
live show in
sad,
California
Michael.
and do the
Take
you
this
suck
down.
chant.
I don't know why it came out like that.
We're going to stop at Fran and then remember that I don't like it.
Yes, I was.
Big Mario impression.
Blah, blah,
Hey,
blah, blah, blah.
I don't really play video games at all, but I did just start playing Mario Kart, and it's very fun. I'm having fun, and now I'm getting competitive.
Now
I know.
we're on Mario
What's Mario Kart up to
What's
now?
middle school? What?
Like, what are they doing?
It's not looking
Michael, turn this off before you call one of them or both of them dumb cunts.
forward to seeing the gang.
This is like dangerous territory for him to be reacting to.
All right, appreciate you.
He's like so
About
close.
2.5 hours. Oh, even take phone calls.
That little intro, that little cameo from Sam Cedar himself traumatized me. Okay, that's it. I mean, I can't believe I wasted an hour on this. Although I'm easily goated. I just felt that was maybe, if not necessary. I don't know. Now I'm spiraling, but you get the idea. I'm going to end here.
He's spiraling, guys.
The dumb ladies did their dumb commentary. It happened to include some just straightforward.
Dumb ladies did their dumb commentary, really fighting those misogyny allegations, Michael, putting them to rest.
If not outright defamatory, verging on defamatory garbage about me. So I'm responding for the record. Okay, congratulations, good night, farewell, bye-bye.
Very interesting. All right. If you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. If you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. That way it pushes it out to other people. And if you haven't already, please subscribe. That way you can know when I go live every single time I do, which is more and more regularly, increasing the frequency at which I go live. Okay. And if you want to support me, you can subscribe to me on Twitch. You can give subs throughout the chat, or maybe you will be on the receiving end of somebody's generosity. You can also use your Amazon Twitch Prime sub thing to subscribe to me. You can send me a super chat and YouTube chat, and I will read it out, or read out a super sticker if you purchase one of those. I will describe it for you. The best way to support me, though, is through the Streamlabs tip link that is pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box, because they only take like 3%. Isn't that fucking nice? I'm at Straighterade _ on everything, and you guys... Next thing I want to take a look at is big news. If anybody has been watching me since I started, I was an early enjoyer of Her Take with Anna Kasparian, her girl Lindy Lee, Jillian Michaels, and Amy Dangerfield. This was the OG cast, but slowly, one by one, they all started to leave. So I'm pretty sure Amy Dangerfield has left Valuetainment, so she's gone. Jillian Michaels quit around the time that Charlie Kirk was killed because she did not like the way that they were covering Israel. She didn't like the Israel bashing, as she said. Then it was just Anna and Lindy, the two people that I thought were the most likely to be gone first, who ended up outlasting everybody. But now it is literally just Lindy, because even Anna
Mohit writes in and says, do you make
done.
decisions?
I see this video, this bombshell in my YouTube subscription box 2 days ago. 102,000 views. The Vanguard. We love the Vanguard, don't we, folks? Anna Kasparian quits her take, makes shocking admission live on the Young Turks. So I watched a little bit of this, but I've already forgotten what the admission was or whatever. So let's take a look.
On what person you'll debate or have a conversation with.
Her take still exists. Yes. And actually, let's take a quick look at what the Her Take channel, the viewership has been looking like these days. Because honestly, ever since, like, nobody was there for any one person, but I think that most people had come to like the dynamic that the four of them had. So once Amy stopped appearing as regularly and Jillian left, it was just not the same vibe, you know? It was one of those things where, like, the thing is, like, individually, nobody really cares about them, I guess, except for, like, Anna Kasparian. Jillian Michaels is, like, you know, up and down with the YouTube viewership. I was taking a look at that before stream. But yeah, together they had something special. And literally the views that they get on these videos, like, so they have 75,000 subscribers. Okay. The channel was created 10 months ago. And again, remember, it was marketed as like The View, but for based women who are epic and what The View should be. But look now, like 4 days ago, this 4-minute clip, 1.5K views with like Dinesh D'Souza, 1.6K views. Why are we dying? The unanswered question about the US-Iran war. 536 views. This was 4 days ago. 2K views. Like, this is basically a dead channel. For a channel that has 75,000 subscribers, that is very, very abysmal engagement. And, like, the most popular video on their channel is an episode with Ann Coulter from 9 months ago. So this was a very early episode on, Ann Coulter talking welfare. And then gay makeup artists supported Borders, Backlash, and Books. This was 10 months ago, 140K views. Like, some of their earliest, like, full episodes were the things that got the most views. These clips never really popped off too much. But this, I think, this format was better for them when they were dropping not these, like, little clips, but when they had, like, you know, the heated back and forths with, like, Anna Kasparian and the guests. Anna Kasparian was really the one who brought the heat because it's largely, like, a right-wing cast with the exception of her. Not that I would say that, you know, Anna Kasparian's very left these days. She's unaligned, but she was, like, the lib guest, like, the lib anchor, the token, like, lefty, you know, even though she's not anti-capitalist, on that panel. So to the extent that they had, like, fiery clips, it was usually Anna embarrassing some right-winger. Well, like, they've been doing kind of not great. They, like, fell off a while ago. Like, even 2 months ago, they were getting largely the same views. Even Katie Miller does better. Oh my God, is that true? The Katie Miller podcast. Let's see. And she gets crazy. Like, okay, so she has 53,000 subscribers. Oh, look at that. She's like Sean Hannity, 84,000 views. Liz Truss, 4.8K. 9K. Dr. Oz, like, up and down. Especially considering, like, she gets RFK Jr. on and only 22K views. You'd think she would get more. But better. That is still better engagement than Her Take.
On Her Take,
it still lasted longer than I thought it would last, and I really thought that Anna would get, like, fed up a lot sooner, and that she would be the one to leave. I didn't expect that Jillian would fall first.
Like good faith discussion and debate with Lindy Lee,
just whatever she wakes up to be that day,
Amy Dangerfield, etc., but not with Dinesh D'Souza or Bianca or Ann Coulter. So Dinesh D'Souza and Bianca is her name. They were on the show today, and I quit, like, midstream. I just couldn't take it anymore. I can have a debate with people who are engaging in good faith, but people who are being dishonest on purpose, who are lying, you can't have a debate with them, right? So if I know that a person...
Which, by the way, describes...
you absolutely can't have a debate with somebody who is lying.
All the members of the panel on the show.
Not going to say it's fun, but depending on what you think you can get them to commit to, if they've already shown a propensity for lying, which is typically related to people wanting to, like, salvage their ego, you can usually get them to say crazy shit.
From day one, people that aren't good faith and that lie. That was always the makeup of the Her Take panel. Everyone on that show, who was the good faith, honest people you were debating with? It wasn't Lindy Lee, Amy Dangerfield, Jillian Michaels, Ann Coulter. Like, everyone that's ever been on the show fits that definition. What the fuck? You just realized that because of the waning view count, because of the total lack of interest that the show was generating, because it wasn't actually advancing your career. And
the thing is that you can have somebody who is, like, overall a grifter that individually on every kind of one-on-one conversation, it largely feels like they're representing their views accurately. And to the extent that they're strawmanning the opposition's view, it's not usually the person that's in front of them. It's sort of like whoever they're trying to make a mascot of on the left.
any way. In fact, it was just embarrassing you. Because of that, now you're like, oh, I can't engage in bad faith debates with, oh wait, I just spent the last year doing that, not only on Her Take, but also on Glenn Beck's show and on Tucker Carlson's show, and need I go on?
What did she expect honesty of Ann Coulter? Honestly, I think that she found those episodes to be better than the ones that came after Jillian left and after Amy Dangerfield left, because the people that they would get to guest co-host the show with Amy or with Anna and Lindy Lee were just morons.
You've seen it
Ben
all here.
Shapiro's show.
Ben Shapiro show, literally a million fucking shows. You know what I'm saying? That's always been the case. All the debates that have ever been had on Her Take have been in bad faith with a liar or a grifter.
Yeah, I mean, she took a job from Patrick Bet David, a man who built his entire reputation scamming people, bro. I don't want you to talk about how you care.
Literally a dude who runs an MLM who I'm pretty sure he has said that he divested from the company, but he's still listed as like a co-founder or like a co-owner of the company.
About the working class when you're willing to go work for an MLM scammer. I mean, think about that, guys. We didn't talk about that a ton, but Anna does want to like reclaim her I care about working class American kind of a vibe. What did Patrick Bet David do to make his money so that he could get into this? He scammed people, guys. People who were desperate for money. Do you know who signs up for an MLM marketing scheme?
Yeah, like he has said that he's like not part of it anymore, but there's Tom, any Tomcast in chat, our boy Tom from from the PBD podcast, okay? Thomas Ellsworth. There's Patrick Bet-David, founder and CEO. Maral Keshishian. Don't know who this is. Yong Lee, Chief Technology Officer. VP of Sales. Jennifer Bet-David. Something tells me this is his wife. EVP of Agency Operations. Mark Johnson, General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer. Like, people think that PBD is not still involved with PHP, this MLM, but he is.
It ain't people who have other fucking options. Okay, it's people who are up against a wall. They can't pay their rent. They're desperate. They're one step from going to payday fucking loan. Maybe they already have and they have to try and pay that off. Maybe they're desperately trying to stave off eviction. That's who he was like, I can make a quick buck off of you. Like, that's genuinely what he thought. He was like, let me take people who are extremely desperate and convince them to work for me for free. It is extremely low predatory behavior. And she took a job from that guy and she let him pick everything. And no, she didn't get to book the guests. And no, she didn't get to pick her co-host. And no, she had no fucking input until it was time to fucking watch, right? And as Gavin pointed out, this isn't a real stand from her. This is her reading the tea leaves. The writing was on the wall. It was not going to work.
PBD is a mega hack in Israel show. What did Anna expect? LOL. I mean, she had spoken favorably of Patrick, saying like, oh, he lets me talk my shit on his show or whatever, even though at like different points she was doing things. So, like, she's on fucking Manect, okay? She's like any other Valuetainment employee. She like did the damn thing and got a Manect profile and promoted that. Talked about liking Valuetainments, like Future is Bright branding. I'll never remember which episode of Her Take that it was, but early on in one of the Her Take episodes, she's there like shilling for the merch, okay? So I don't know if that was because she was trying to further ingratiate herself with these people. I don't know if it was contractually mandated, but I do remember that Anna Kasparian definitely did that. You can definitely feel free to fact check me. I know that it's true. I remember watching her do it and being pretty surprised. But I think Anna had this sort of like grass is greener perspective of the right. Like, she started to question things and be more critical of like liberals and other progressives, her own side, and would kind of like had like this idealized version of what was going on in these more right-wing spaces. And navigating into them, they welcomed her with open arms because they were seeing that she was like making a pivot, right? Moving away from the politics that she had previously held for so many years and looking to embrace something different. So they were ultra nice to her because they wanted her to be like their guy, right? Their person. And the right is always looking to take on somebody who's like wants to do the why I left the left thing, right? And I think she got a heavy dose of reality after being in this space, realizing like, oh, it's filled with a bunch of fucking morons. It's filled with a bunch of grifter hacks. And I totally hyped this space up for nothing. Like, that really was just all projection in my head. And it suffers from its own pitfalls and shortcomings, if not to a greater degree, because not only are people not as honest, not as forthcoming with their positions as I thought, or intellectually rigorous and honest, which I don't know why she thought that was coming out of the fucking anything in the right-wing media ecosystem at all, let alone like now when it's probably worse than ever and more audience captured than ever. But she saw it firsthand, like, oh, it's all the same shit. Plus, they believe demonic politics, and they all worship Donald Trump. Pathetic.
Out for. She knew it wasn't going to get picked up again. It probably only had a few more episodes left in their contract, right? They probably had an initial run worked out, and there was going to be a renegotiation process, and that was going to fall apart because Anna was making way more than she was worth. But I have one question for you, Gavin, because it does seem odd that she tried to quit mid-episode, just like her former co-host, Jillian Michaels.
Did she quit too when she got on Turf Takes? No, actually. But she never really promoted the show when she was on her other social media. She quietly started doing the show, but I don't know if she was trying to build a new audience or what, but I remember notably early on that even though she was doing the show and flying out to Florida just to film it in person with the Her Take cast, it was only really being promoted through the Valuetainment channels. Maybe she had some sort of content exclusive thing, but the only time I can remember her talking about it was on TYT, where she and she covered a segment that she had with Lindy where they got into a heated back and forth, and she was she introduced Lindy Lee, and her response is Lindy Lee is somebody who I have the displeasure of hosting a podcast with every week on the Valuetainment Network. That was the only time I remember her mentioning it.
And Jillian Michaels did get a decent amount of attention and exposure off the back of that. Do you think Anna was shooting for something like that and it just didn't happen? Or do you think it was just a coincidence and she really was fed up? Because I could imagine her being oh, let me at least try and get some attention on my way out. I'll quit midstream like Jillian did. But of course, it just doesn't have the impact when you're turning off your webcam that walking out of a studio does.
Well, let's take a look at the stream in which she quit, Zach, because we can find out exactly the way in which she decided to exit, which is pretty interesting. I'm interested to get your opinion and chat's opinion as well as to whether or not this.
It's I don't even know who this person is in the top right. If they're some temporary co-host, they had stopped filming it in person. It just became a remote web show that they were doing once a week. I guess, I don't know, Valuetainment wanted to saw the views dropping and we're sorry, we can't justify flying you guys out here every single week, putting you up in a hotel just to do the show when it's not making money and it doesn't look like it's projected to become revenue positive. They're getting a guest like Dinesh D'Souza, who's not nobody, but ain't the biggest name in right-wing politics or media by at all. It's more of a guy of kind of yesteryear, so Humegalol, and then kind of washed up guest.
Was premeditated, or whether this was something where she just literally did get super fed up and was fuck it. But let's take a look here, and then we'll take a look at her leaving and have that conversation.
You made an argument. No, you haven't.
I've asked you over and over
general
again.
statements
that
aren't
you
true.
can go sit down and have a diplomatic conversation or agreement with the Iranian regime?
Let me say it calmly.
Yes or
Let me
no?
say it calmly for you. People like you and Dinesh have blood on your hands. You're evil people who support evil actions that get our soldiers killed. I couldn't think less of you. You are the bottom of the barrel in my eyes. Okay.
All right. Hold on. I got to jump in. Hold on a second.
Which again, you have to give Anna props. That was sort of badass. Obviously, she finds herself just surrounded by total.
I mean, I have no idea what the context is, but I don't think it's that hard to glean from what Anna is saying to them. It's probably some disgusting either genocide apologia or Iran war apologia, probably justifying Operation Epic Fury, which one of the first things it started out with was a massacre of an elementary school that was a girls' school, 186 little girls. So, yeah, no shit. Anybody, you don't have to be on the left to find that morally repugnant. But to the extent that, she is critical, she was willing to be openly critical of people on the show. It consistently was around foreign policy and Israel more than anything.
Evil.
Clearwatch, thank you for subscribing at tier 3. You've been subscribed for 9 months and you're on a 9-month streak. I really, really appreciate it. I think she was also upset that Hassan was earning a significant amount of money while she felt she was putting in only a fraction of the effort. Many people are saying this. I have seen multiple different clips that unfortunately I don't have saved where she just randomly takes a shot at Hassan.
Ghoulish grifters on all sides here. And she's just I've had enough. So I think it's really, and we'll take a look at another moment here in a second, but this is what precipitated her exit. This is basically her last words ever on Her Take. You all are fucking evil. You should be ashamed. The blood is on your hands, which is all 100% true. But again, it's always been true. She's been surrounded by evil, pro Republican grifter since day one of this show. She's only finally gotten sick of it, seemingly for two reasons, in my opinion. One is the waning view
But
count.
again, I think that she had really convinced herself that like the left just doesn't understand these people. They're not willing to hear them out. I'm going to have a conversation with these people. And then when you sit down with people like Tomi Lahren and Ann fucking Coulter and Dinesh D'Souza and you hear the shit that they say, I think she's probably starting to remember how like, you know, getting back in the swing of things like, oh, these people don't really have like intellectual ideas to promulgate. They're conservative. So by definition, they are sort of reaffirming and reifying the status quo. They're not really interested in advancing towards a new future. To the extent that they are interested in destroying anything, it's like the rule of law and the international rules-based order, not actually destroying something to replace it with something new other than like techno-fascism and like techno-feudalism or like MAGA fascism. And largely the criticisms that like even the most reductive criticisms that the left makes of the right, like especially when you're encountering bigots like this, it's like basically not far off from the truth.
And the reality that Zach mentioned, which is that the show was probably not going to get renewed. I think it was going to get scrapped no matter how Anna felt, no matter how much she liked it or loved it or hated it or whatever. I think the show was going the way of the dodo very soon because of the fact that no one was watching it. Quite that simple. But I also do think that there is a chance that, you know, Anna, she got super triggered by the left. She couldn't stand getting called out by Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar. Seemingly that specifically really just pissed her the fuck off so much. She's like, fine, I'll go play with these kids. I'll go hang out with the right wingers, whatever, you know. And now I think she does, in addition to feeling
TYT is washed. No one watches it anymore. I feel like people still watch primarily for jank at this point, to the extent that you go on the TYT channel and see which videos get the most viewership. I feel like it's Jank giving like his hot take, his little like, it's Unk doing the sort of videos that Kyle Kalinske does. Like, when's the last time Jank did one of these? Let's see. I feel like he does one every couple of weeks. These tend to be like the big ones. Damn, 2IT still. Actually, these views aren't that bad. Like 2 weeks ago, like 371,000 views, 100K views on something related to job site. Tucker Carlson detained in Israel, 355,000 views. AOC, 69,000 views. Like, is it the greatest engagement for a channel that has like millions upon millions of subscribers? No, but this is definitely a channel that makes a lot of money still. Plus, they have memberships. Like, there's a lot of members only content. You really gotta scroll. Well, they upload so frequently. Like these, okay? Like, this was a day ago, 135,000 views. Like, Jenk's little like rant videos or whatever, like they get the views.
The pain of the irrelevance and the waning view count and the embarrassment of it all. I think she really is genuinely repulsed. You know, now that we're going to war with Iran, and she's like, holy fuck, I have to spend this Zoom call time every week hanging out with these people that are genuinely defending this. I'm genuinely shocked by just how depraved they are and by just what lengths will go to justify this obvious horror. And again, as much as I criticize Anna, I do think at her core, she
was only half listening and thought he said, oh, the lengths I go to criticize this obvious horror.
Does care about this issue. I don't think she's totally just full of shit, despite our criticisms of her messaging on it, you know. And I think she does genuinely find herself.
Yeah, I know, but the things that she's been saying recently, like the fucking Goyim tweet, like, dude. And when you look at Anna's feed, is it her balancing out her criticism of Israel with being pro-Palestine, or is it just like anti-Israel?
A little bit repulsed by the likes of Dinesh D'Souza.
And like, don't get me wrong, like I'm here for the Israel criticisms, but when you're playing with the types of things that she's playing with, when you're like praising Tucker Carlson, when the emphasis seems to be on like anti-Israel rather than talking about the humanitarian struggle of Palestinians, it is going to, like, people are obviously going to read into the subtext as well there.
And just this whole crowd she's found herself in. I think, again, she's looking to her right, she's looking to her left. There's nothing but
watch from time to time, but I became a John Idarola fan. I'm waiting for him to like move on and do like his own thing, because he was always a journalist that impressed me the most when I would watch TYT.
Fucking demons and ghouls. And she's like, yeah, fuck this, I can't stand it. And again, there's no reason to stay either, because the view count's in the trash. There's clearly no money in this gig either. So I think it's a mix of those two things.
You heard horror because you were mentally primed by the Michael Tracey content. True.
But that was her final word.
What does Goyim mean? I've been seeing that everywhere. It just means like non-Jew, right? It's not a term that anyone except like Groypers and neo-Nazis use, or like elderly like Zionists, literally.
That was the last you'll hear from Anna Kasparian. Zach, what do you say about that? And then we'll take a look at the official exit.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because of course I agree with everything that she said. She's spot on, right? She hit the nail on the head. And to me, again, we might be being a tad hyperbolic, right? But let's use a hyperbolic example. Everybody can deal with it. It really kind of reminds me of the third act of the movie American History X. You've got Edward Norton's character, and he
literally translated it means cattle. I don't think that's true.
He's come back to his community in Los Angeles full of fucking skinheads, and he's got a fresh set of eyes on him, and he's like, what the fuck are these people? These low-life fucking scumbags, these worthless pieces of shit. All they have is hate in their heart. And what was I doing with these people? These fucking ignorant, classless, fucking no-good, worthless pieces of shit, right? Ethan Suplee, whatever the name of the old bastard that runs that whole gang. His brother's all brainwashed and fucking murderous now.
Can't believe we're looking at this. Goy is a term for Gentile and non-Jew, often used derogatorily. The word of Hebrew origin was adopted into English from Yiddish. It carries a similar meaning in modern Hebrew. The biblical Hebrew word Goy has been commonly translated into English as nation, meaning a group of persons of the same ethnic family who speak the same language, rather than the more common modern meaning of a political unit. In the Bible, Goy is used to describe both the nation of Israel and other nations. Not seeing anything about, like, what would you say, cattle here? Sorry.
Now too, just like he was. And he's looking around and he's like, what the fuck happened to me? What the fuck happened? I was so angry about one specific thing. I was so angry about, what happened to my father. I was so angry about what happened to X, Y, and Z that I just got taken over by this blind rage, this hatred, and it dictated my whole world. And then, it starts to, he starts to wake up to that. And you start to realize, oh my God, no, I actually just joined the bottom of the barrel. I am a floating piece of shit, just like the rest of the sewage. Okay. And that's when you start to do some
famously reliable source, Wikipedia. You're the one who came in here making the claim that literally translated it means cattle. I literally translated it from a detected language to English, and it still just said goy and then goyim. Like, it literally said the same thing, and you didn't provide a source. So if you don't like Wikipedia, find me the source. That's reputable, reliable, and shows it literally means cattle.
Some real self-reflection, right? Like, Anna never became a skinhead. She never went and was like, I'm gonna fucking get a swastika.
Anna never became a skinhead? What? Where are we?
Piece of shit, just like the rest of the sewage. Okay. And that's when you start to do some real self-reflection, right? Like, Anna never became a skinhead. She never went and was like, I'm gonna fucking get a swastika tattooed on me. This is extremely hyperbolic.
Anna actually called out Graham Plattner for the Totenkopf tattoo
film.
I thought that she would be like a big Plattner fan, but she wasn't.
American History X, Ed Norton does all that shit, but you could see the point of, like, oh my gosh, I was super enraged. I went and joined a bunch of odious people who were trying to take advantage of my disillusionment and my rage and target it towards something pernicious and nefarious. I think that's kind of what Anna experienced.
What is the shocking admission? I guess the shocking admission is that she actually thought that she was sitting down with, like, good faith interlocutors when she was sitting down with a bunch of, like, right-wing grifters and panderers.
By
MAGA
joining
propagandists.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that's pretty accurate. And again, it's not like she's, there's still going to be lots to
It's like these people, like, self-censor.
Criticize. She's still out here pandering to Tucker Carlson.
To the extent that you want to try to argue that they're honest, you have to admit that when their audience captured, they tiptoe around certain things because they know that they'll alienate their audience.
And kissing up to Tucker Carlson and talking about how dope he is and all this kind of shit. So it's not like it's totally over. I don't think she's just like 100% turned it around or anything. But I do think this is a real first step where she's like, all right, I got to get the fuck out of this swamp. And seemingly she has, Zach, because after she said her piece there, mysteriously, you're right about yourself. Mysteriously, this is at 51 minutes around that she made that comment. Keep going. The conversation continues. Dinesh D'Souza weighs in. There's all of these idiot people talking.
Sure. What's your most alienating take? I don't know. I feel like I have an audience that knows my position on electoralism and that I'm very pro-electoralism. So maybe it's that I do this sort of, I do think that leftists should be participating in electoral politics at a municipal, state, and federal level. I'm trying to think of, like, other ones where I'd, like, have some sort of, like, heterodox opinion.
At a certain point
I'm sure I do, but, like, nothing's coming to mind.
You'll notice that Anna just doesn't come back. So around 53 minutes, as soon as I guess this lady starts talking, after she's done, Anna's gone. So pretty interestingly,
because, like, to the extent that I have a lot of radical politics, but because I have a left audience, I will get people that are willing to entertain those ideas, like prison abolition or being ACAB or being interested in like abolishing the Supreme Court or having a new constitution. Like, I don't think that these things would actually be viewed as like crazy in this particular space, but I know that they're not like with the mainstream or whatever. Like, those are alienating ideas. Sure.
Anna did not quite take the same approach, was to be like, I'm fucking done, I'm storming out. She was just like, no, fuck you. You're evil. You got blood in your hands. Peace the fuck out. I'm going to just disappear into the night. I'm just going to hang up on the Zoom call while this Bianca or whatever the hell is talking, which is pretty funny. She's kind of slipped out the door, you know? And I think she probably didn't want to come off like Jillian Michael. She probably didn't want to come off like she was storming out of a debate, you know, like, oh, I don't even want to have this conversation. You guys, you know, I don't think she wanted to seem like she was rage quitting. I think she was just like genuinely at the end of her rope. Like, I'm done. I'm sick of this. I'm fucking bored of these people. I don't want to do this. I don't want to listen to it. I don't want to have to respond, whatever. And even if I do respond, no one's going to watch. Because that's the thing. Even though we gave Anna credit for that little clapback, this still didn't get a lot of views. It didn't even get 10,000 views. The clips didn't get a lot of views. No one gives a fuck.
It's so funny that like I bet it didn't even like register to these people as like an issue that Anna dropped off because they don't want to be talking to her. They're not going to want their views challenged.
So again, even if she does expend all this energy huffing and puffing and being righteous, no one's really going to care. No one's really going to care, specifically not if she actually quits, because then the Her Take show is really done.
Ever heard of abolishing SCOTUS? That's a new one. It's a fundamentally undemocratic institution where a bunch of 9 people that are not elected, not held to any term limits, not held to any or bound to any standard or code of ethics that we meaningfully enforce, get to decide the fate of with their fucking lifetime appointments. And I don't think that the president, you voting for the president and then the Senate confirming them, when I don't think that the Senate should exist either, is a democratic process to appoint somebody to that judgeship or that position. Like, I don't think you could abolish it quickly without it creating a power vacuum that would just be used nefariously. So ideally it would be like expanded, term limits would be added. It would be like confirming it would be like put in the hands of Congress and the Senate, or just Congress ideally. And then slowly over time you could abolish it.
Which it probably is. It hasn't been officially announced yet. And they posted clips from this episode on their channel with Anna in them. So it's pretty funny. It still seems to be relatively unresolved. You know, there's not been a post made on the channel. I'm not sure exactly what the status of Her Take is going to be, but I really...
Isn't the Bar Association technically holding any attorney to ethical conduct? Maybe not Supreme Justices, but they are. But I don't think the it should be outsourced to the Bar Association to be the ones to rein in Supreme Court justices, for one. And for two, you don't actually have to be a lawyer to be on the Supreme Court. Most are. I don't think that there's ever been a Supreme Court justice that hasn't been a lawyer, but you don't have to be.
Struggle to see Patrick Bet-David looking at the pieces and saying, all right, all we have left is Lindy Lee. Let's try to start this from scratch again. Nah, this show is toast. It's not coming back, in my opinion. If it were to come back, it would literally just have to be Lindy Lee's show, which no one wants to watch. No. I don't think enough people care about fucking Lindy Lee. In fact, I think her presence on Her Take prevented people from watching Her Take. I think that was one of the reasons why the show never took off, because no one fucking likes Lindy Lee. She's one of the most annoying, one of the least principled people in all of media. And unless it's just like a 2-minute cable news hit, like that's the most people can stomach of her. So either way, I think the show is totally toast. But it is pretty funny that it ended with such a whimper. You know, such a whimper, even on Anna's part. Like, you know, she said her piece, but then...
By the end, it's literally just going to be Lindy Lee's take. It will just be Lindy Lee's channel. I mean, they can't reliably have like another anchor. And because I don't think this woman who was on the episode that Anna walked out of, or like, you know, logged out of, whatever you want to fucking say, was going to be there for very long. And I also don't think that, like, where is this show going? Like, it might just, again, one day they stop uploading. That's kind of what happened with Saucecast.
Just kind of excused herself out the door. And she was like, fuck you, I'm out.
Yeah, honestly, it gets the ending it deserves. Nobody gives a shit, right? If a tree falls down in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, did it even make a sound? That's kind of how I feel about the Her Take show collapsing and falling apart. It's just one by one.
Amy, I think she quit Valuetainment and moved.
And the roots gave way, and now it's over, and nobody will...
I saw on her Instagram story she got married the other day.
give a shit, right? They had 75,000 subscribers. The show is a year old and they're already completely dead. They're dormant subscribers. Nobody watches it. And I think you're really hitting the nail on the head when you say Lindy Lee was the biggest fucking problem on the show, because she has no authentic ideology. She has no POV and she has no base. So it's like, why are you here? And she's such a climber. She's such a fucking, oh my God, I'll work hard. I want to be in front of the camera. I want people to care about me. She'll
Well, you
never
just answered why she was there.
get an audience because people hate that shit.
Do you think Anna will create her own show? No, because she used to have a show called The Point with Anna Kasparian. Then eventually she stopped doing it and just joined TYT. And I think TYT will always be like her main home. Every single time that she's tried to like branch out on her own or do these like other projects, like she hosted weekends with Michael Brooks and Nandavia on Jacobin for a little bit, like around the time of the pandemic. Like they never end up, being these like huge draws for people. I think Anna and Cenk, like I don't think that Cenk could do TYT without Anna, and I don't think Anna could do TYT without Cenk. Like viewers are there kind of for their like duo.
100%. And it seems like even though she has this new righteous Tucker Carlson-esque fury related to foreign policy and Israel and all that stuff, it seems like the people on her take don't even really agree with that or fuck with it. Like some of the comments here at the end, you can see Lindy is embarrassed by Anna and her breakdown. Some of the comments, it doesn't even seem like people.
How else could you determine disagreements between states or federal law and execution by the executive? Well, I'm not saying that there should not be such a concept as judicial review. I'm just saying it's not clear to me that it needs to be concentrated in the hands of the Supreme Court. I mean, even the Supreme Court precedent that determined that Marbury v. Madison. I mean, there are some people that say a faithful reading of the Constitution indicates that the Supreme Court gets the final word. I honestly think it's a legal fiction that's been expanded upon its remit, but like past its remit, that to the extent that you could even derive that from a literalist reading of the Constitution, I would never say that it was like necessarily the final word, but that's just my understanding of it as somebody who's not like a legal scholar or anything.
People are cheering her on. She's not even getting that positive affirmation from the comment section, like you would expect after she's, again, shutting down Dinesh D'Souza and all this kind of stuff. But a lot of people are just like, why are you interrupting and insulting? And I think a large part of the reason why that is because Her Take is not a show on the Tucker Carlson network. It's a show on the PBD network. And PBD has not been anti-war. He hasn't been.
Dude, that's what we're doing next. We're going to catch up on some PBD because PBD is an Iranian expat, the most psychopathic of all Iranians. And I have to see what his coverage and analysis of the Iran war has been up until this point. I need to see him defend literally every single fucking action that this admin has engaged in.
Fucking anti-Israel or even really anti-Zionist. He did a phony interview with fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. Like he's been defending.
It's a lack of talent or needing a particular duo partnership to get the full potential. I honestly think it's the fact that they have built such a steady audience together that there really is no fan of Anna that didn't really find her primarily through Cenk and vice versa. So people kind of just expect them as a duo.
Defending the Iran war. He was super excited when we attacked it. Yeah, he was cheerleading it. So I think the PBD audience is more neocon coded. They are.
You think a parliamentary system would be the best replacement for our current system that would give voters more of a voice? Yes, I definitely don't like the two-party duopoly, and I do like the idea of of needing to form pluralities to accomplish things. And I think increasingly Americans are more and more on board with this idea. This is why I think you see so many people that are willing to cheer on Donald Trump's authoritarian actions or look the other way or not really see the degradation of the norms that he's destroying as that big of a deal. Because people hold these institutions in contempt. They find them to be dysfunctional and too slow. And they don't see how they're like checking they don't see them as co-equal branches that are checking one another, especially post-immunity ruling. I think they just see them largely as these like bureaucratic veto points that prevent a president, even with a popular mandate, from enacting their agenda and will.
Or pro-war, pro-Israel coded. And they don't really want to hear Anna do this kind of shit. So maybe there'd be more of a lane for Anna to...
Aren't you a lawyer trying law school? Seems like a good match. I've been told about that my whole life, but it's just a really oversaturated industry.
Give her commentary on like the Tucker Carlson network or something, but the PBD network just isn't as a populist right as I guess she thought it was when she signed up for this, which makes it all the more funny. Either way, RIP Her Take, at least Her Take featuring Anna Kasparian. We've been covering the show since its very beginning, guys. Back, it seems like over a year ago, but it was only 8 months ago, I guess, is when the first episode dropped. I remember the day.
9 months ago.
No, he put popular. He should put oldest.
weird. It says stream 9 months ago over there.
Oh yeah, either way.
And that's
8,
because
9
they're
months
looking at like the live tabs. The video tab is actually like the Ann Coulter episode's the most popular one.
ago. It seems like, I remember covering that. I remember the day it happened, but here we are at the end of the road, and we can officially say RIP to her take. Unless Anna has a miraculous change of heart behind the scenes and is like, I actually do want to keep doing this for no reason, but
No
I
way.
highly doubt it.
Yeah, that would be even more humiliating. That would be super.
Plus court is boring. I mean, like I never wanted a job that wouldn't be done if I left it. And it just seems like, because I have lawyers in my family and I know lawyers, so much of the work begins once you get home.
Super pathetic. It just, you don't have any conviction at all. And it is crazy. Those first couple of
I
streams.
just never wanted a career where like my time wasn't my own, even once I leave the workplace, and you are just going to be constantly working if you're a lawyer.
We're getting like
you're
100.
preparing for court the next day. You're reviewing legal briefs and depositions and things that you did earlier in the day. You have to meticulously document your like time and minutes or whatever for billing. Like it just seems very tedious. And if I had, I think like a bigger passion for the law beyond just sort of like my like layman hobbyist passion for it, I would definitely do it. But I don't.
100,000 views. That means people saw it. We're like, this is a dog shit show. I'm not watching it again, which is the worst place you want to be. And that's why I know for sure it's going to get canceled. I completely agree with you, Gavin. Around 1 year mark, they would have had to be like, let's renegotiate, and it would have been over by then. I think Anna just decided the checks weren't worth it.
I mean, Anna gets cut plenty of checks, so I guess, yeah, I guess not. And I mean, I can't imagine that the checks didn't drop when they made that show just mostly remote, Let's see. Why biology then? Why was my major biology? This probably sounds stupid, but it is corroborated by evidence. I remember I was like considering applying for a dual enrollment program because I graduated with my associate's degree from when I graduated high school. So I already had 2 years under my belt when I graduated, and then I just had 2 more years. Like I finished my degree by the age of like 20, maybe 21, because the pandemic fucked with it a little bit. But a Snapchat story said that it didn't actually matter what institution you went to. If you majored in a STEM field, you were on average going to have much higher lifetime earnings than your counterparts that had majored in like a liberal arts field. So even though what I wanted to major in was poli-sci or English, I decided to go with biology, not only because I excelled at it, but primarily because of that. And I was figuring like, there are things that I can do. You can get a STEM degree and then work in other fields quite easily. But if you get a liberal arts degree, it is harder to move, for there to be like lateral moves professionally, as well as like work in as many fields. So I just decided to go with STEM instead. And I enjoy biology, so I do like my undergrad. I just feel like I don't really use it. Let's see. Okay, PBD. It's time, you guys. It's time to look into what Patrick, Mr. Bet David, Tom, Adam, our boy, and Vinny have been up to ever since this war started. So this was streamed 9 days ago. Hard to believe that this has only been going on 9 days. In some ways, it feels very like it just happened yesterday. In other ways, it feels like it happened a while ago. Kurglo, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. Adam. Yeah, exactly. Emergency podcast, Iran War Unleashed, U.S. and Israel strike Khamenei. And get ready for PBD to go Khamenei the entire time. This is PBD 749. They got 892,000 views on their emergency podcast. So they got PBD, Tom, and Vinny reacting to the U.S.-Israel joint military strikes on Iran targeting Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's compound, the eruption of Tehran and regional retaliation across the Middle East, and the unfolding escalation of wartime operations and geopolitical fallout from the conflict. Lovely little AI summary there that they've included. So, yeah. Actually, let's do this at the right speed. Yeah, time to be value chained, you guys.
Did you ever think you would make it?
It's been too long.
I feel I'm supposed to taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever saw. It's right here.
You are a one-of-one? My son's right about it.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
The coolest intro, am I right, people?
All right, so you cannot turn on the TV right now, or the news, or social, or anything without seeing clips, videos. I don't know if we're live or not, Rob. I don't see myself on the screen. You can't see it with something going on. There's a bunch of things to cover. We got a bunch of it we'll go through here ourselves.
Imagine being the type of person this intro appeals to. You mean a cool-ass dude?
I want to thank the team for coming out here. We literally called this last minute. We just got back from Vegas this morning, literally this morning. At midnight, 12:30, the crew went home. We said, guys, emergency. Everyone showed up. And so we got a lot of things to cover. And for some of you guys that are watching us.
Ben Riley, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. If you cannot explain your entire political framework from first principles, then neoliberalism wins or something, I guess. You know, I had a conversation over this very, very topic just the other day, unexpectedly. And suffice to say, people are not convinced of communism. Crazy.
That you support what we do as an independent media outlet and you want to see us grow and get to tens of millions of subscribers, it would mean a lot to us. You would help this message get even bigger if you can subscribe to the channel. 51% of our viewers are not subscribed to the channel, which means you watch it regularly on a weekly basis.
They should not admit this. When they say things like this, it just makes me think that they're fucking botted.
But you've never clicked that one magical button of subscribe. If you haven't yet, do us a favor, do that. You'll help us out.
I frequently watch this show and I'm not subscribed.
A lot with the algorithms as well. With that being said, let's get right into it. There are many reports, many reports. One report that just came in, and this is one that just came in minutes ago, the last 30 minutes, allegedly, Khamenei was targeted. A strike was hit his compound. And if this is an accurate statement that's being made, and I think this came, Vinny, if I'm not mistaken, from the Israeli intelligence that came back that is saying...
Daily Mail said Israeli media...
Candace in the intro, because we're going to cover Candace after this.
There's growing indications that Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was killed in U.S. and Israeli airstrikes.
Yeah, so this report just came in. Again, this is allegedly. We'll go through a bunch of different people that were targeted. But Rob, I think it's a good idea.
Oh my God. Literally the biggest news story of this fucking year. And of course... Yeah, out of all of the different news outlets that they could pull from to get information on this, let's go with the fucking Daily Mail, a publication that is so inconsistent that even Wikipedia doesn't allow people to cite it.
Start off with President Trump's message while he's winning.
Yeah, this is from the 26th. We're going back. I gotta get a taste of his first thoughts all the way up to what happened now. We're not gonna watch like the entire fucking episode or anything like that. They talk about other things, but I do want to talk. I want to see a little bit of like what he said here on the first day and how he reacted to it, and then we'll get back into we'll work our way forward.
Here's what he had to say early this morning. Go for it.
To the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand.
And also this was clearly pre-recorded at Mar-a-Lago.
Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what...
Is it mirror? Does Khamenei look like David Letterman? I mean, have you ever seen them in the same room at the same time?
I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America.
Doesn't PBD have a painting of himself with the Shah and others like Lincoln? Yep, that's an all-time fucking classic. It's like the Shah, Senna, like Albert Einstein, MLK, Tupac. There's random people in it. But he loves the Shah.
God bless you all.
And by the way, when he gave this message, he was as honest and upfront as possible with critics.
Yeah, that's what I think whenever I see our president, Donald J. Trump. Just honesty, integrity, all the way.
Coming out and they're going to say, he says, there's going to be casualties. This is not going to be ours. Vinny was saying it earlier a minute ago when we were talking. But he's specific.
Tupac. Literally, it's like the. Do I just need to show it? Do we just need to watch the clip again for the? I don't know how many. I've watched this clip many times and it never gets old.
Said there could be casualties, and this is war, so it's not like it's not a war of what we're talking about. It's not what happened that was immediate going in Venezuela and leaving. I remember when he and I were speaking, he said to me, he says, every different mission we have to stay fluid because things could change. But let me kind of go through some of the ZTTIC 6, thank you so much for the 150 bits, really appreciate it. Updates that's been given this morning. you know, normally when something like this happened, you would think they would attack in the middle of the night, say 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. This was a good point that Tom was making this morning, but the attack was around 8:15 their time, which means you wake up, you're having breakfast, boom, there's an attack. So it's not like it's a...
Love this commentary. You wake up, you're trying to have breakfast. Imagine you're the Ayatollah. You're trying to oppress people. You're trying to eat some eggs, trying to get a little workout in. Boom. They strike.
Regular time. And for me, I lived in Iran, in the capital, when the war happened with Saddam, with Iraq, and I remember a lot of these stories, and it's tragic.
Yeah, 4 minutes, you guys, to another ad break. Only way to avoid it, subscribing. Not me. Just repeating orders from Ogre Boy.
But let me give you some of these updates. So that's one. They hit 3 Iran nuclear sites. They hit Fordo, they hit Esfahan, and they had Natanz. Reuters reports 6 bunker buster bombs on Fordo, 30 Tomahawk missiles at other sites described by Trump. According to Reuters, obviously the B-2 bombers were used, and they were involved. Tehran's strikes reported around University Street and Jamhuri areas as well. Multiple provinces, including Esfahan, Ilam, and Qom were hit. Confirmed hits in other countries from Iran. So Iran attacks out. Israel's been hit. There's been many clips of Israel being hit. Bahrain was hit. And I think a U.S. military base was hit. Qatar, UAE, one dead in UAE. Jordan was hit. Saudi Arabia. And they were also firing at U.S. bases in Saudi. And then AP reported that Iran's first launched the drones towards Israel, then struck U.S. installations in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and other locations. Bahrain has confirmed they struck on U.S.'s 5th Fleet Service Center. Rob, if you have that clip of hitting the 5th Fleet, you actually see the clip. There's a couple guys that are driving by the 5th Fleet, and you see them. They're looking at the video recording, and boom, the 5th Fleet gets hit. This is it. Is this the one? I think this is the one. Yeah, this is one of the clips that got hit right there. So, I mean, this is tragic, but it's a full-on war, and a lot of countries are now involved. But I'll continue. Iran State Media
this is commentary from a guy who really thinks it's tragic.
Reported that at least on one instance, again, remember, this is Iran saying this, 40 killed, 45 wounded in a strike on a girls' school in Mina. One person killed in Abu Dhabi. Russia called the strike an unprovoked.
Just skips over the fact that, one of the first actions that we took during Operation Epic Fury, striking a girls' elementary school.
So remember, Russia's defending their side. France, UK.
Put some stank on Bahrain.
And Germany said they were not involved.
Yeah, sitting down for breakfast, boom, tragic.
In the strike, but condemned Iran's retaliatory attacks, and they urged them to come to the table.
We have to consolidate all of the PBD-isms. Having watched him for close to 10 months now, I'm thinking of all of the different things that he said. He likes to always go okay, by the way, this is a guy who Morgan Stanley, Adam, Tom, Vinny, he'll say their names. Rob, can you show the clip where they do, then insert the clip. Donald Trump, no problem. Bezos, Elon, okay? More will come to me. There's these little systems that he has and little words that I just hear in his voice.
To negotiate, and in areas that have been targeted, according to the chief national security correspondent at Fox News, Jennifer Griffin, Iranian parliament.
He also says, he likes to say, you got to respect that.
National Supreme Council, Ministry of Intelligence, Iranian's Atomic Energy Agency. Cyber attacks have taken place on news agencies. The internet is out in Iran. Tough for civilians to be able to communicate and see what's going on around the world, as well as what updates are taking place. They don't know what the news is saying about them. Defense minister targeted allegedly. Head of the judiciary targeted allegedly, and that's very important because that was the one that was, putting a lot of many death sentences on protesters. So he's a very, very vicious guy. He's like an Alexandre de Moraes, except worse, of Brazil in Iran.
Let's pull up the chart.
And then they've obviously, targeting Ali Khamenei. Of course, we'll be looking at things as we're going through this. But let me give you an idea from me. I'm getting messaged by a lot of people. Hey, media, hey, can you come on? Can you come? Also, a lot of different friends, family from around the world that are messaging.
Spiderbite, 1895. Thank you so much for the $5 tip. Leftist, socialism minimally denotes social ownership, democratic governance, and production for use over profit extraction. Neoliberal, you mean capitalism with more steps. Whatever keeps them just soothed, quiet, not trying to emphasize the differences between us, and just not just chilling the fuck out. Okay, it's totally fine that some people, seek to abolish the commodity form. It's not happening anytime soon. You can just go back to sleep now. It's fine.
What do you think? How do you feel? What are your thoughts? This is what I can tell you. The video that resonates with me the most was seeing videos.
No, I never read more of that book on the chart, though.
Iranians dancing in Iran.
You're very observant to notice all of that. Also, to not zone out whenever he speaks. Well, I mean, if PBD is talking, I'm listening. I'm listening to every word.
And I don't know if you've seen this, so think about it. Everybody that says anything, it's opinions. But people that are in there in Iran, it's a different story. They hate
anybody that's like, how can you not just like listen to what he's saying and just be like, he's so unintentionally hilarious. Anybody, just one more time.
Hate this opinions. And I don't know if you've seen this, so think about it.
Videos of Iranians dancing in Iran. This is important for some reason.
Everybody that says anything, it's opinions.
Everybody that says anything, opinions.
But people that are in there in Iran, it's a different story.
So people in Iran, it's a different story. Therefore, when you see these AI generated videos of Iranians celebrating this, you have to put more weight in it. It's more important.
Hate this regime. 80+% of Iranians hate this regime. They want it to be gone. They want to be free. They want to enjoy themselves just like you that's watching this.
That's bullshit, by the way. I'm not saying that Iranians don't have contempt for the Ayatollah and their theocratic regime, but these like 80 to 90% figures that they come up with are largely gathered by this company called Gaiman, or like, it's like gay, or like, it's spelled GAMAAN network, or Gaman. I don't know how you would say it. And they primarily like reach people through like WhatsApp and social media, which ends up being Iranian diaspora, not Iranians living within Iran. So obviously the expats have a very negative view of the Ayatollah, and it inflates the extent to which people believe that they are critical of the regime.
Think about the basic freedoms you have right now that's watching this show. You have an opinion. You want to say certain things. You want to be free. You want to go out. You want to enjoy yourself. You don't have those luxuries in Iran. Watch this
it's a company called Gay Men, you guys.
Clip of people in Iran celebrating dancing. And by the way, these videos are coming from all over the place in Iran. Go ahead, Rob.
Like, dude, you could have a coup here in the United States and you will find people of Donald Trump and his entire cabinet. There will be resistance libs, leftists, independents, some anti-Trump Republicans. There will be people celebrating in the streets, okay? Should we form our opinions based off of this? Probably not, right?
Dancing, they're celebrating. So you can pause it right there, Rob. That's a form of art. They want to be free. They want to be free. What is wild about this whole thing is, Rob, I sent you a picture from 7.
And of course, if they had the opposite opinion, like they didn't want to be free and they just loved the Ayatollah, surely he would respect this, right? Because it's all about the Iranians. And it's solely not like we're working backwards from a conclusion that we want anyway. Like Gamaan, Gaman? Ideological, not scientific. Iran polling firm Gaman flawed, not independent. The Group for Analyzing and Measuring Attitudes in Iran, or Gaman, an influential Dutch polling firm that employs unorthodox survey methods to, quote-unquote, extract the real opinions of Iranians about sensitive social and political topics, routinely calls itself an independent, quote-unquote, research foundation. News outlets and researchers citing Gaman have echoed this refrain when discussing the organization's headline-grabbing findings, which portray the Iranian citizenry as far more secular and regime-critical compared to other polling research. Gaman asserts that its survey results can be generalized to the entire population of, quote, literate individuals over the age of 19 residing in Iran. However, an investigation by Noir News reveals extensive ties between Gaman and U.S. government-funded organizations, many of which openly advocate for regime change in Iran, casting doubt on the polling group's stated independence. Further, Gaman's findings are not applicable to the entire Iranian populace due to biased survey methods that lead to an unrepresentative sample, according to multiple polling experts. They know what they think, and they want to use the language of social science to demonstrate that those claims are actually truth. And of course, that's a problem. Said Daniel Tavana, an assistant professor of political science at Penn State, who was a principal investigator for Princeton's Iran Social Survey. They're just ideological, Tavana said. They're very opposed to the regime, want to embarrass the regime in whatever way that they can, and are happy to say whatever they think will most effectively do that in any given point in time, regardless of whether or not they have the evidence for it. While Iranian state-owned media have discussed some of Gaman's ties to Western-funded organizations and regime change proponents and the limitations of its survey methods, Noir is the first to report the full scope of Gaman's numerous connections with the U.S. government-funded regime change operatives and severity of its methodological issues. Like, this is how I know that they're pulling from these stats, whether they cite them or not, because this 81% number and like these 90% numbers come from this research. Giving Iran's rapid rise to prominence with its findings often cited by Western governments and prestigious news outlets, the group's numerous ties to U.S. government-funded supporters of regime change in Iran, and the org's dubious survey methods warrant scrutiny, especially given the anti-Islamic Republic bent of the survey results, with one survey finding 81% of respondents oppose the Islamic Republic, which are used by critics as a cudgel against Iran's government. Gaman founders Puyan Tamimi Arab, an assistant professor of religious studies at Utrecht University, and Ammar Maleki, an assistant professor of comparative politics at Tilburg University, who could not be reached for comment, interesting, are themselves outspoken critics of the Iranian regime. Maleki refers to himself as a, quote, pro-democracy activist and is a vociferous critic of the Islamic Republic and proponent of regime change. Like, it's totally fine if you have these personal beliefs, right? And you want to conduct these surveys, but it obviously influences the results in this case.
Of Iranian women supporting Khamenei coming in. And this picture, Rob, I think you have it. You have it somewhere. You'll find it right there to the left. If you go right there to the left, that one right there. When you see these pictures, I understand.
Ben Riley in 1962, thank you so much for the $5 donation. PBD, I knew a guy. You got to respect that. Trump is smart. See, kids today don't understand. America is opportunity. Let me give you a job. Imagine you have a business. Rob, pull up the clip. Stop it right there, Rob. Go back a bit. You got to negotiate. Yeah, these are like literally just like classic PBD-isms. Thank you so much for the $5.
Understand these pictures, and I'll tell you why I understand these pictures. This is leftist Iranian woman celebrating Khomeiни's arrival in 1979 and how he was supposed to be a peaceful Gandhi, modern day, everything.
PBD, Michael, that leftist audio, it's not helping that I have to like turn it up a little bit, and it usually makes it sound worse than it is. Like it's probably peaking, but it's not. It's just because my fucking computer audio is weird.
Was going to be great, and then he later killed 30,000 leftists. He executed them. By the way, I say this, and the reason why this is very close to me is because my mother was one of them that was outside protesting. My mom and my dad were married. My dad was against Khamenei coming back. My mother was supportive because there was a party in Iran called the Two-Day Party. And they said, no, these rich people, all this oil, look what they're doing with all this oil money. And so what if Iranians have more freedom? But look what they're doing. Khomeiни's going to come back. And he said to us, we're all going to get free phones. We're all going to get free food. We're all going to get free rice. This is his message that he was given to them. He's a fair
free phones
man. He's going to be good. And then what ends up happening? This chaos. But if you're American watching...
Oh my God, this chaos. Yeah. Like, this is the fault of anyone except the U.S. and Israel by engaging in a war of choice. He's actually trying to say that it's the Iranian regime that's responsible when they were the ones that were willing to come and engage in diplomatic talks after we completely ruined any opportunity that was left to engage in diplomacy with them and renegotiate terms of what would be like the newest JCPOA or whatever. Even the JCPOA still exists, we're just not signatories to it, but it would basically be like a new nuclear agreement. They still came to the table, and literally all they ended up doing was getting the Fell for It Again award, because did the same thing that they did last time when they had to obliterate those nuclear facilities that they never fucking obliterated, literally struck in the middle of those diplomatic talks.
In this, and we've all seen the polls. There was a poll that Charlie Kirk ran, I think, a year ago, and he says, do you want to see U.S. go to war with Iran? And I think some 80+% said no. Maybe 90% said no. That poll is out there. For Americans that see that poll, is that the one? 88%. For Americans who have seen this poll, and I've seen it as well. Charlie, I was having dinner with some of his friends. Was it last night or two?
Great polling. Some great citation. Charlie Kirk poll.
Well, and I've seen it as well. Charlie, I was...
Poll from a dead guy. You can't even see when he took this poll.
Having dinner with some of his friends. Was it last night or 2 nights ago? We were in Vegas.
Last night.
Could have been last night. Yeah, 2 nights ago in Vegas. And we're having conversations and stories. If you're somebody that's watched this and you've seen this poll and you're saying, but Pat, Americans don't want to go to war with Iran. I get it. I understand. I fully understand. You don't want to see something like this taking...
Oh, wait, did it say 16 hours? Oh, yeah, it did it. I didn't see it because it was covered up by the closed captioning.
Go to war with Iran. I get it.
Why do we care what the fucking followers of the like ghost account of Charlie Kirk has to say on this?
Understand. I fully understand. You don't want to see something like this taking place. I fully get it. So to me, as somebody who has lived there, knows the atrocities they bring to everybody, and knows how much the current regime of Iran hates you having freedom, hates everything America stands for, hates everything the Western ideology stands for. They don't like what...
Gee, wonder why they don't like this country. Wonder why. Like, yes, I realize there's a religious component to it, but beyond that, what could be the reason?
We stand for and how we live. They hate it. But for Americans that are saying, Pat, but we don't want to go to war, I get that as well. It's not an easy thing. It's going to be nasty. It's going to be ugly. And God willing, it's not going to be something that's prolonged. For all the people that are criticizing, saying, what if this thing drags out? Fair criticism. I'm hopeful it goes a few weeks. God willing, less as soon as possible to get it done. If it's hours, great. But we have to also be realistic and realize that this may not be a popular war that a lot of people want. Others ran polls that said the other way. Yes, we want to see this happen.
Crazy. 80% of Democrats don't want this. The majority of Americans and independents don't want this. The only people on board with this bullshit, MAGA. Crazy.
But I lived in Iran as a kid, and I remember the fears, the alarm, the regime, the attacks, and what it was like as a kid going outside. You weren't free. And the first time I got a taste of freedom was when we went to Germany. And I said, wait a minute, this actually exists. And then we went to the States. This actually exists. It does. So I understand Americans being concerned about this because you're thinking from heart. You have a heart. And you're sitting there saying, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see another Afghanistan. I don't want to see something like this taking place. But this is why having a big job like the job the president has is not for everybody. You have to make some tough decisions. And those decisions means you may have a lot of people that are not supporting you. Keep in mind, he just had the State of the Union speech when? Tuesday night. 3 days later, 4 days later, they're attacking. And they're going after to make a decision here. This could end up either getting them to elevate and help with midterms or hurt them in a massive way when it goes into midterms. But the reality of it is, I voted for this man to be in a negotiating room, having access to the information and make the decisions based on his instinct. And I give this man a lot of credit for having the courage to do what a lot of
amazing people are stupid enough to believe that they hate us for our freedom. True, but also they want to believe that. They want to believe that to be the case, because how else could you rah-rah on this destructive shit? You have to convince yourself that something like that is true, and that when you bomb them, when you kill their kids, when you engage in acts of war, that's actually a humanitarian thing. And you actually care about those people. I really do feel like it's a psychological crutch for a lot of people to tell themselves that.
Presidents couldn't do. And while they didn't do that, God knows how many people were killed over there. In the world is not a safer place because Iran got stronger over the years. So that's my thoughts. I got obviously other things to cover here as well. But Tom, I'll come to you. What's on your mind right now?
What's on my mind is people need to pay attention. The United States didn't just surgically strike a compound and other things and bomb those locations in Iran. It didn't just do that. There were sanctions on a global scale. There were negotiations. Then there were more sanctions. As recently as last week, Jared Kushner and Witkoff are in a last-ditch effort for additional negotiations. Don't refine uranium to make bombs. That is our red line. Then we waited.
Their president, literally, Trump was like, I need to hear them say the words, we will not try to pursue a nuclear weapon. President comes out and literally says, we will not try to pursue a nuclear weapon. Still led to this. They literally said that they would not enrich any uranium, even for domestic reasons. Still wasn't enough. He was going to extract even in more insane terms than what the JCPOA was able to get. Wasn't enough.
For them to be in the same room, somebody talked or intelligence got it. We knew where they were. We knew who was in the room, Pat, and we knew when they were going to be in the room. Then we surgically struck. You know what inside the regime, the surviving generals and people this morning are thinking about? No. Who talked or how did they know? Mm-hmm. The Israeli spy network and the American CIA has been incredibly effective over the years infiltrating this. We knew who was in the room. We knew exactly where they were going to be. We knew what was going on. So we didn't just bomb a compound. I think we also bombed trust in each other inside Iran. They're wondering, is the spy network, is the electronic surveillance better for the Americans than the Israelis? And remember, we didn't just bomb. This is the end of a long line that ended with, you will not have nuclear weapons to fire at ourselves or innocent countries or Israel. That was the red line.
Vinny.
Yeah, we really, really hate to see a country that just, engages in quote unquote preemptive strikes, aka just strikes, spreading terror globally. Yeah, right now, I know it might be crazy for these people to hear, but don't think Iran is really like the baddie in this situation.
I mean, listen, because I'm going to play both sides of it because you already know what's going to be happening. I can imagine what's in the chat. Israel this, you guys are Israel that. Let's play both sides. Has Bibi Netanyahu been on camera in Congress and on every interview saying Iran has a bomb? Iran trying to push us to go to war? Absolutely yes, okay? Has Iran said death to America over and over? And I want people to understand this.
It's insane that it's like the flimsiest pretext for a fucking war. They literally said this when they were fucking cheering on the strikes against the nuclear facilities in Iran. Did you know that there's people there that say death to this country?
That statement isn't, hey, death to Patrick or death to Vinny or death to everybody in Florida or death to everybody in California. Death to America, meaning I hope every single one of you dies, and including your country. I hope it gets wiped off the planet. So two things exist. I'm just curious, all the people that are going after Israel, and everybody knows I'm critical towards Israel's actions as a government, has nothing to do with the Jewish people. This movement that happened, Pat, the revolution, did Israel go in there and make the people revolt and get angry and fight for
weird disclaimer to make out of nowhere?
Their freedom? Who did that? That was organic by the people. Israel had nothing to do with it. The people were in the streets. Over 40,000 are dead. God knows how many are in jail right now.
Didn't the Mossad admit to being like infiltrating these groups?
Now getting tortured or also dead. But look at Iran as a people, as the nation, as the regime.
Where is Adam when you need him?
Think about it. The money's gone. The country's ruined. And I already know. I know for a fact. Okay, let me stop. I'm sorry because I'm going a little bit ahead of myself. Think about Masha Amini.
You're good.
Remember Masha Amini a couple years ago, 2021, I believe? Her hijab. Think about this, all you leftist liberal psycho feminists out there.
Yeah, now we're at 40K apparently.
Her hijab showed a little bit of her hair, and they beat her to death. They beat her to death, and there was silence. Nobody was saying anything, okay? This type of thing, this type of liberation that I hope happens, is for those type of people. That girl, her freaking soul and her life not to be in shame or in vain. You know what I mean? It has to. Sometimes you don't want to do it. I know Trump ran on, no new wars, no new wars. When you're backed into a corner.
Yeah, it's disgusting how repressive they are towards their women. So let's fucking bomb this girl's elementary school and kill like 186 kids. That'll definitely help liberate them.
And you have to do it. You have to do it. No, what American wakes up and goes, I want to go to war. Let's go to war. And I guarantee today, all these podcasters, all these guys in their basement that are expert geopolitical people are going to say, we told you so, and this, and Israel, and everybody, shut up, okay? Because people are dancing in the street. Can you show this?
You disagree with this war? Shut up. Just stop talking.
Flip, Robbie, you tell me how bad it is that this is happening in Iran. This is a high school. What's he saying?
Zadan, they hit him. And look at the smoke in the background. These people aren't running for cover. They're dancing.
Yeah.
We told them that we would back them up. Trump said, I will back you up. 30 to 40,000 of them.
It has been like 9 days since this. Did Trump back them up?
What he said, Tom. Listen to what he said, Tom. You can't hear what he said. Go back 5 seconds.
Or did you like whip these people up into a frenzy to the extent that you have a population like this within Iran? Say that you would support their, quote unquote, pro-democracy move or whatever, only to turn around and say, actually, we're not going to do that. We're going to keep bombing. And also, we're going to be the ones to select your next leader.
No, just go back 5 seconds.
Right there,
listen to this kid, this black shirt kid. I love Trump.
You can stop it?
I love Trump. In Iran.
In Iran.
In Iran.
I want people to grasp the levity of that situation. A bomb just went off, and it probably hit like a major...
You see the smoke behind the school.
IRGC. They're not screaming. He's not running. I got goosebumps, Pat. They're cheering.
Me too.
Thank you. I love you, Trump. So for all of these people that are going to be in their basements getting angry, yelling with their little hats on their tables, and everybody knows who I'm talking about, shut up. The people need it. This isn't Iraq. We didn't bomb and start on CNN, have all the tanks and all the troops going in. Unless you're there, unless you're like him and have his family, that he had to flee there.
It's not Iraq. It's even more delusional than the war on terror. And there's not even a flimsy pretext for it. They went out of their way to say there's weapons of mass destruction. They ginned up propaganda at the UN. They were going off of people being whipped up into a frenzy over 9/11. That was a cause of war, right? The case for it. Here, what do they have here?
And I'm not going to get into all the problems that we have, that we can't, have doors and we're worrying about stuff. He had to hide under tables.
Also, the idea that you can do a regime change solely through air support. Never happened. Not going to happen here either.
And shit, because they were bombing him and they had to flee. So for everybody that's going to sit there and try to act like they know what the hell they're talking about behind their computers, shut the hell up. The people are happy. That's all that matters. That's it.
Yeah, so to me, here's the one...
Yeah, all they care about is the happiness of the Iranian people, right?
...concern that I have on what could happen. If you're Iran, so two positions, U.S., Iran. If you're U.S., you have to immediately get everybody. Immediately get all the leaders. Like,
what Vinny mean by little hats? I honestly have no idea.
If you look at the names of people...
Is that some advanced Islamophobia?
God, Rod, there's a picture that I sent you. If you look at all the people that he eliminated here, if you look at this here, Vinny, we remember all these faces, one by one by one by one by one. Qassem Soleimani. Who's the only person that's missing in this picture that says eliminated? Top right. Who is top right?
Khamenei.
All of the ones that are not eliminated is Khamenei.
Yep.
So meaning if they take him out, everybody in the regime has one of two choices. It's either last minute desperation, light everything up, shoot all the missiles out that you can, right? Everything you got going on, last minute miracle. It's almost like kamikaze.
Yes.
If I'm going down, I'm killing everybody.
Yes.
That's likely that could happen with these guys. You saw a clip about a missile that Iran is preparing to attack because they want to attack Israel. But here's the part. We heard about two ships, right? Two vessels that went out there. One of them was what? One of them was
Abraham Lincoln.
And the other one is Ford, right?
Gerald Ford.
Okay, so Ford and Lincoln went to two different places.
Finally, American history. Let's hear it.
Ford went to Israel. Tom, you made a very good point this morning, if you don't mind sharing with the audience.
The USS Gerald Ford is an Aegis class, the largest aircraft carrier, and it has a tremendous...
Pay attention, kids.
And think of Iron Dome on a ship. It's got tremendous intercept capabilities, tremendous, and it is parked off the coast of Israel. It is docked there. The USS Abraham Lincoln was poised in strike force range off the coast of Iran. So when you look at those two things, wait, what are they doing there? Why isn't the Gerald Ford side by side with Abraham Lincoln? The Gerald Ford is protecting Israel. It is sitting right there on the coast, ready to defend if new arms or things that somehow penetrate or not intercepted by Iron Dome, and it is ready to engage. And it sits there, this large vessel that's the largest and the baddest of the badasses in our fleet is there. Meanwhile, the Abraham Lincoln is launching the strike force, directly the planes that are over there dropping Tomahawks at this hour. So when you take a look at that, you have an offensive position and you have a protective position. And
case closed. We're in a great position, you guys.
If they fire a missile,
forget Professor Zhang, okay, who says we're going to lose this thing. Who wants to hear that? Listen to Professor Tom over here telling you everything you need to know and that we're going to win.
That misses Israel, they are going to engage directly the U.S. ship in an aggressive act. Remember, they've already now engaged aggressively with our bases. So as of this morning, we are being 100% engaged. But this is, I think, brilliant naval strategy, defending Israel and creating a cover.
What basis do you even have to say that, dude? The fuck do you know about what is good or bad naval strategy?
At the same time, bringing the Abraham Lincoln for direct coastal engagement strike.
Is that it, Rob? The clip you just pulled up?
Yes, sir.
Can you go to the one you just had right now a second ago? You literally just had it.
Yeah, Rob.
But while he's doing that, do you think that they finally figured out who could probably take the lead, leadership-wise, once Khamenei and everybody's gone?
No way.
Not at all.
Do I think
that they had any plan in advance? Fuck no.
Do I think they already have somebody in mind that's going to replace?
Yeah.
No,
that's going to go there, Pat. That's going to live there.
Look, if there's one thing we know what this is, the phrase regime change has been used by the president.
I get it.
Oh, well, if he said that there's going to be a regime change, therefore there's going to be a regime change. Doesn't matter that, they kept referring to the deposition of what we understand to be the illegitimate president of Venezuela as regime change, even though the person that was slotted in was literally their VP. It was a regime change because Trump said it was a regime change.
Meaning they're not doing this because it's a threat. This is being done to change the regime, period, right? Who they have in mind, nobody knows. They may or may not already have somebody in mind. They're talking to a lot of different people.
Are you telling me that the most powerful military in the world would lose to Iran? Well, one, I was making a joke or whatever because people are watching. This Professor Zhang guy, who seems like a total fucking hack to me, is getting big because he made 3 predictions and 2 of them have come true, which is that Donald Trump would win the 2024 election, that he would start a war with Iran, and then the 3rd prediction is the spicy one where he says that we're going to lose to this war. If we win, it's going to be a Pyrrhic victory because I don't see how we win in any meaningful sense if we do a ground invasion where we don't incur a significant amount of casualties from U.S. military personnel, which is not going to be popular, or if we potentially institute a draft, which they've not ruled out. This admin postures constantly with every single military conflict that they get us involved in or that are ongoing. Oh, we're not taking anything off the table. Who fucking knows? You guys should be looking into what fragging is and learning what it takes to be a conscientious objector. I can't speak. Because if you're 30 under the age, if you're a male and you're under the age of 40, if you're 39, you could be drafted to go die for the United States and Israel.
I don't know if he said, go support this person or go support that person. You didn't hear that from him.
No, not at all.
No, what he said is, you have that, Rob?
This is where he says the regime will leave soon.
It's going to be hard to win with no objective. That's the thing. It's I don't even know what the point is. That you can't even say that they're constantly shifting the goal for what they want. It's non-existent. They refuse to say what it is that they want because as soon as they start to outline goals, they're going to be held to them. So if they just keep it vague, they can't really lose because they never outlined what objectives they have.
Go ahead.
Have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties.
See what he says right there?
That often happens in war.
He's
but we're
not
doing this not for
sugarcoating
now.
anything.
We're doing this for the future.
powerful, Pat.
And it is a
We might
noble
lose people.
mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and
Would women be included in the draft? My understanding is right now, no.
they will prevail.
Can I say-
Stop
To
it
the
right there. Go
members
ahead,
of-
Vinny.
Can I say something, Pat?
Yeah.
Like I saw Dave Smith today. He called the president a traitor. A traitor. I'm very curious. I want to
In a tweet.
In a tweet. I want to know your honest opinions. If we just let Iran go and do their things, because these are like, okay, traitor. I'm very
It's
curious.
retweeting a
Remember that
tweet from Trump from 2013.
Yep.
Remember that I predicted a long time ago that Obama will.
Dude, Dave Smith backs off of this. Last time he was calling for Trump's impeachment, and then he quietly backed off of that when he felt like, oh, look, it's not turning into like a broader, it's like not escalating further beyond this. They had just struck the facilities and then moved on after Trump declared a fake victory. He backed
Attack
off that
Iran
really
because of its-
fucking fast. He will do the same here if he's able to weasel out of it.
Inability to negotiate properly.
Okay.
Not skilled.
And did he put in there that did Obama give the Iranian
If
regime?
I get drafted, I'm gonna be pissed. Someone's gonna pay. I'm just saying the penalties that you get for being a draft dodger are significantly preferable to going and fighting in that war, in my opinion.
Regime pallets and pallets of cash and help them build their nuclear freaking arsenal? Like let's just take a second. I'm just very curious. Are we supposed to just sit back, let a nation that says death to America build their nukes and do whatever they want, and then what? Are we supposed to just sit there and be like, listen, we're anti-war, but you guys build your nukes and go?
They're not building nukes
for it. What are they going to do with? I don't understand
the zone admin said that there's no evidence that they're trying to get a nuclear weapon.
Mindset of let somebody. It's
like
not as
the
if
intelligence from Donald Trump, Tulsi Gabbard said they're not trying to do that.
they're hiding. They're not saying, hey, you guys are okay. We like America. We're okay. We kind of disagree. No. Death to all of you and your country, and we're supposed to let them do it. This type of attitude, I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. What are we supposed to do? I'm very curious to the Dave Smiths out there. What are we supposed to do? Just sit back and let them get to the point where they can't attack us, and then what? And then the other tweet's going to be like, we should have done something sooner. There's no winning. It drives me crazy, Tom.
So it's disappointing. I mean, I see what Dave is doing here. He's bringing up an old tweet, and then he's coming back. Oh, so you're against the street trader. But this is not a time, for that. If you want to say, I disagree with this, he's a warmonger, I disagree with this is illegal, then you can join Ro Khanna, and you can join Thomas Massie with that opinion.
It's like at this point, the next popular leader in Iran, or somebody who is like the face of leading like a revolution in Iran, is going to be some strong person, like strong man or woman, who is going to be saying we need to get a nuke for this fucking country because it's clearly the only thing that deters American and Israeli aggression.
But to say traitor is a
I still don't think that they are going to pursue one, but it would be rational for them to do that.
As a high order,
what country wouldn't, who wants to dictate things on their own terms and not be at the behest of the West for once?
Like the N-word for your leader. You're basically using the N-word.
North Korea has nukes. You think North Korea looks at Iran and is like, wow, it's really a mistake that we have nukes?
On your leader. Traitor is against your own sovereign country. And Dave, I just don't think that's the right word. I think that's wrong. You're a thoughtful guy, but I completely disagree with this. I think you need to roll that.
Traitor's like the N-word, dude, such a banger.
N-word on your leader. As a high join Ro Khanna, and you can join Thomas Massie with that opinion. But to say traitor is a high order, that's like the N-word for your leader. You're basically using the N-word on your leader. Traitor is against your own sovereign country. And Dave, I just don't think that's the right word. I think that's wrong. You're a thoughtful guy, but I completely disagree with this. I think you need to roll that.
Dave, you're really thoughtful. Not a fan of you using the N-word here. The T-word, traitor. But other than that, huge fan.
Back.
Yeah, I think Dave has fairly been consistent in his position, okay, on what he's doing and where he's at, But there's a lot of people like that right now that they're
Dave said he was just using a tactical N-word.
not wanting to see a war like this take place. I will tell you my thoughts on this.
It'd be so funny if Dave Smith debated Tom, dude. And you just know that Tom is the type of a man with a Titanic ego like that, who obviously Dave Smith is very unimpressive, and I can't really think of anybody else who has been given such extraordinary credit for just being right on one specific thing. Like, nobody compares to Dave Smith and the amount of praise that he gets for being like anti-Israel, vaguely pro-Palestine. But oh my God, he would wipe the floor with fucking Tom over this easily.
If you vote for a president, okay, and you want a refund on your vote, you voted for a president. It's popular to do that. It's a very popular thing to vote for somebody. And then be like, well, you know what? I can't believe he didn't do this. He didn't do that. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. Okay. When you hire an executive, you hire the person's decision-making abilities on what they're going to be doing. Period.
It's like the N-word for your leader.
Based on what? Based on the intel they have. Not the intel you have, based on the intel they have. Unless if you're an insider to be able to know exactly what's going on, different stories. So for us, as this is happening, I feel all the word traitor is a very, very heavy word. It's like there's certain...
It's like the N-word, man.
Words, traitor, coward, all of this stuff. I mean, it's a rage-baiting word where you want to get under people's skin. I get what he's doing, but at the same time, to me, I think it is a debate that people are having. However, Vinny, this cannot be something that drags out.
I agree.
So if it does drag out, this is not what anybody wants to see happen whatsoever. I don't think this is going to be Afghanistan. Let me explain why.
Let's explain why this is going to be different and not significantly worse than Afghanistan and Iraq.
When
Both of
Biden
which get lumped together constantly, even though they're very different wars, but whatever.
left Afghanistan, how was it? Reckless.
Horrible.
Left the weapons behind. I saw a video the other day.
Like always with the same fucking talking points. Literally, Biden withdrew on the same terms that the Trump admin fucking negotiated. The same ones. He could have renegotiated it and extended it later by going to Doha and renegotiating all of that, but it was going to incur more loss of military personnel, which they would have bitched about as well. There was no winning.
Afghani one of the Hezbollahs or ISIS was trying to fly the helicopter, didn't know how to do it, crashed it, killed himself. I don't know if you saw the clip or not.
Spider-Bite 1895, thank you so much for the $5. If Iran isn't building a nuke, then explain why they made a giant slingshot. Checkmate. Ayatollah Sims, am I right? Thank you so much for the $5.
Idiot.
But this is a very different leader. This is a leader with a reputation. He's killed Qasem Soleimani. He's called the shots. They've done a lot of different things. So for me, when you see things like this taking place, you have to also trust there's a different guy in the room that's negotiating. Kushner and Witkoff went to find ways to negotiate, and they kept wanting to delay. Why do you think they want to delay? Do you know
because they're morons.
They agreed to not pursue nuclear. You know what the timeline was? 3 years. Why 3 years? It's like, get out of the office. Let me deal with a Biden. Do you not think they would prefer a Kamala today in the office so they can negotiate something like this? Do you not think they would prefer a Newsom?
Literally any human being with a functioning brain at this moment should be preferring Kamala Harris to this admin.
To be able to negotiate with a guy like that. Do you not think they would prefer another guy from Obama's team to go in there so they can negotiate? Of course they would. If Newsom, Kamala, Biden, Obama, any one of those guys...
Draft will never happen. Let's focus on what's happening. I mean, never say never. There's a reason why we have not been able to get rid of the draft in this country. Do I really think it's likely? No, I think it's a lot of posturing from this admin, to be honest, but I wouldn't put it past them. We say this now, and, I hope that it doesn't happen, but I'm not going to be saying here like, oh, this admin would never send your kids to war. Why not?
Would be there right now. They'd be giving them whatever they want. They would be negotiating more in favors of Iran, but I actually like what they're doing, and I like the positioning. Let me tell you, Vinny. Do you remember a guy asked me a question the other day? What is the most nervous you've ever seen the president? And I don't know if I would use the word nervous, but he's using the word nervous. I said probably when he walked up with, I believe it was Hexet and JD, or was Hexet and Rubio and JD.
Hexet? It means Hexeth.
And this is when they were about to attack Iran, the nuclear sites. Do you remember that in the middle of the night?
We were in New York.
Do you remember how for the first time you heard him say, may God, be with us? He said something when that took place. I don't know if you remember that, Rob, when it took place. It's going to be a tough...
That's the vocal analysis of Trump giving his announcement that they'd struck the Iranian facilities from PBD.
...you to find right now. If you can find it, you saw the amount of burden he was carrying.
Yes.
It was almost as if he was not second guessing, but he wasn't certain about what he was going to do. No, that's the one right there, Rob. That's the one right there. If you can go to the last 30 seconds of the speech, good work, Rob, for finding this. If you can go right there, just play it from right there.
Could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God, I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our
Never
great
seen this
military.
look like
Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel.
This is literally any Trump speech. Why PBD is insisting that he's never seen Trump like this beyond me.
And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do you see the body language?
I remember you played this.
I remember this.
You know what you don't see right now? You don't see that body language. Why? Why do you not see that body language right now? Do you see how he's speaking right now? Like this.
Yes.
Here's what could happen. We don't want to see happen. There could very likely be some. This is about regime. We try to negotiate with them. Stay in a safe place. Don't get out. It was like boom, boom, boom. Do you know why a human being...
Well, we're in a strong position because Donald Trump's pre-recorded video from Mar-a-Lago is better than the one that he gave, the live address that he gave after striking the facilities last summer. What?
Speaks like that? At what point you speak like that? Knowing billions of people are watching you. Like, for some of the people that are critical of what he is doing, what's the biggest decision you ever had to make with the amount of burden you had on it? Go ahead. What's the biggest decision you ever had to make with the amount of burden you had on it?
What is the point of this? Well, you can't criticize the president for for engaging in acts of war unilaterally as the executive unless you've done something hard.
Okay, think about it. If someone's watching this right now, you may say, I remember when I was running a business, I sold my house, sold everything to put it in my office, and I knew if the company would go bankrupt, I didn't know if my marriage was going to work out.
His idea of something hard is a capitalist having to sell off assets.
My wife questioned why I did this. I had so much burden for 3 years. It was the hardest thing we ever did. We made it. Okay, great. That's burden. Hey, we decided to move our family out of another place, and my wife didn't want to do it. My kids didn't want to do it, but we escaped a certain regime. We came to the States. We didn't speak any English. Every night, my wife and I fought.
Your body language is telling me a lot right now. Yeah, real and true. You talked about how evangelical Republicans want a nuclear bomb to explode so that the second coming of Jesus can be ushered. You mean the rapture? No, because I assume that that's pretty much common knowledge that it's like majority Christian national psychos that are the ones cheering on this shit.
For 3 years, we didn't have any money. We were barely eating anything. 10 years later, we're doing good. Our kids are going to school. He's about to graduate to be a doctor. We did it, right? Imagine that burden you carry, right? When you make a decision and a lot of people are against you. This is where he's at. He's making a decision and a lot of people are not with this war. Think about that. That's a lot of burden. The point
So you admit it's unpopular.
I want to make is he is like this time. Why? He has information you and I don't have. And I don't know what that is. If that information is stuff that they know about Iran, if that information is their soul on the
what information does Donald Trump possess that even PBD does not possess? Do we actually think that this is a thing that's happened? I have I think the only person who has a lower opinion of PBD sometimes is than me is PBD himself.
On the inside that they already have a hold of something. If they already know,
he actually thinks that Trump, this dementia-addled moron, knows anything about this region just by virtue of him having been a refugee from Iranian. Even if he is a psychopathic expat, like all of them are in the fucking diaspora, you still know more than Donald Trump does, even if you were to sit down and be forced to study it for a week straight, easily.
Rob, you have the picture of the bunker that it was shot? I think I sent you the picture of the bunker of Khamenei. When you see this picture of where he lived, and by the way, we reported on this 2 days ago, maybe even on Friday, we reported on this that, but you have the before and after. There's a before and after I sent you. If you go up, you'll see it. If I didn't, maybe we send it to the PBD podcast. There is a before and after. I don't know if I send it to you. If you go and see what that looks like.
We're going to skip ahead a little bit just to hear Tom riff a little bit, and then we'll head over to the to the next one.
Reporting that this luxury hotel in
this is them reading off the NBC News report that Khamenei had survived or something.
Was hit.
NBC is?
Yes, NBC is also saying that Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said that Khamenei was safe and in a separate location. So as you're saying, we
he's not killed. He's not eliminated yet.
Well, at least that's what the foreign minister, who is not a
will find him.
pillar of honesty.
They know where he's.
They will find him.
I sent Rob. I sent
Make
you
sure I'm pronouncing that right.
The PBD podcast, just for all the people.
No one's going to judge you for not getting it right. But go ahead.
Yeah. By the way, just so everybody out there, all the people that are like, no, why would you do Iran? This is the 2018 Parliament. Look, this is in their Parliament.
So he's going to assume that Trump has secret info and then use that info to justify what Trump is doing. Unironically, yes. Unironically, I have seen more people in the last 10 days say that actually there can never be any disclosure between the public officials, our government, or any government about any sort of cause for war or goal, because you're undermining the security of this country and you're just supposed to trust them that they're making war and they have you in mind.
Death to America, burning our flag. They want all of us dead. Okay? Stop being such weak ass. Give them the opportunity. No, let them, guys. I don't know about you guys. I'm comfortable with making them become a nuclear threat. I like that. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Why are we intervening? Why would we intervene? Let them get a bomb. Let them get a bomb. That's my attitude, Tom. I'm obviously being facetious, but shut up. I'm just tired of it, man. I'm really tired of it. I'm done.
Well, this is Pat's point. Pat makes a great point.
If they got a bomb, you'd accept it and move on with it the same way you have to accept it. The fact that Russia has a bomb, the fact that North Korea has a bomb, the fact that several adversaries of the United States already have a bomb.
Be careful what you retweet. Be careful what you repeat. Be careful what you like and thumbs up. Read it, grok it, do the things that you need to do to be careful through that.
Like, they never call for principled, in general, denuclearization or trying to bring down proliferation of nukes. It's always just these specific countries that they don't want it.
What do we know? Is that a strike has started. What do we know? It was carefully planned out. What do we know? That there's a lot of nervous people and that they retaliated with medium-grade missiles. They claim to have a hypersonic missile. I don't think we've seen it yet. There's no reports of a hypersonic missile launch. This is conventional weapons that appear to be aimed back at U.S. bases, and they had collateral damage where they've killed a citizen. So let's just remember what all this is, and this needs to play out, but this is the first step. And what do we know absolutely for certain is that 30 to 40,000 freedom...
that Iran was responding, again, in this war of choice...
Loving people wanted their freedom and died. What do we know? People are dancing in the streets in Iran. So while you criticize...
Here's what we know. Trump has secret information, wouldn't be doing this otherwise. Also, people dancing in the street. All you need to know to form your opinion on this.
President, while you criticize a military action, while you don't agree with it...
It's so funny how much time is dedicated for them to talk about this, but they will never update their talking points. It is literally just the same things on a loop over and over and over and over. They never bother to learn anything new about this. This is literally... I feel like I'm having a stroke watching this. It's the same coverage and commentary that they gave verbatim surrounding slightly different events that they gave at the time that they were bombing the nuclear facilities last summer.
Oh, you didn't have permission from Congress. Look at the people in that country that, just like the U.S. in 1776, they wanted their freedom, and they're getting assistance, and they're dancing in the streets, and I hope it comes to full fruition.
Okay, yeah, why did they do the Iranian Revolution? Because they overthrew, who again? The Shah that we installed?
So that they can not just dance in the street today, they can dance in the street for the rest of their lives.
Pat, once this is resolved, they have somebody in there that's a regime that can actually be for the people, give them some liberation, let the women do what the hell they want to do.
Yeah, give them some liberation.
I mean, who else is going to be the threat in the Middle East? Qatar? Who else is going to be the threat? The actual threat? I mean, of this magnitude, Iran's the main player.
Yeah, Israel's already making an enemy out of Turkey, instantly.
By the way, Rob, is Elon here?
If he thinks that this is it again, he thinks, oh, it's just Iran that will have to deal with this, and then we'll be done. It's never done. If your project is just building and expanding American empire, it is not ever going to end with one country. That is only ever the start.
I believe so.
Do we have a mic to give
Also,
him?
the most brain dead response going for Qatar first.
To see what perspective he wants to give?
I don't
think we got him. Maybe we'll do it next time. Okay, but okay. Well, you were saying, Vinny.
Yeah, no, I'm saying out of all of them, do you think Iran was the biggest threat out of everybody? From Syria, Qatar.
Not even close.
It's them.
Not even close. Okay. Not even close. It's not even close. Them.
Yeah, definitely not Saudi Arabia. Definitely not Israel. I mean, I realize they're allies or strategic partners for the United States, but if we're just going off an objective assessment of who is causing the most terror in that region, yeah, it's the regimes that we work closely with.
To me, it's less about the weapons of mass destruction. For example, Rob, can you pull up how many countries have nuclear weapons? Go to how many countries have nuclear weapons, okay? What countries, if you just type it on Leaders Bulletin, it'll tell you, what's up, Elon?
That is just understood to be any Muslim country.
If you just type in which countries have the most nuclear weapons, are you worried that U.S. has nuclear...
The U.S.? Hello? Duh? What?
Weapons?
You should know the answer to that.
Has nuclear weapons. China has nuclear weapons. France has nuclear weapons. UK has nuclear weapons. India has nuclear weapons. Pakistan has nuclear weapons. North Korea has nuclear weapons. Israel has nuclear weapons. Okay. When you look at that list, which one of them concerns you the most on that list?
Iran.
Well, no. Go back because they were not on that list.
I'm just saying. I was being
if you go on that list, which one of them concerns you the most?
North Korea.
North Korea. Exactly. Why? Why does North Korea concern you?
Communist. He's by himself. He makes all the decisions.
Unpredictable.
That's the
won't
point.
Engage.
Reckless.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It is so funny that they say North Korea over to Russia even. That's crazy.
He's by himself.
Obviously to this audience or whatever, we're going to say it is a fucking issue that Israel has them, but if you're just going off this list and going off of adversaries, it's crazy to say North Korea over Russia.
makes all the decisions.
Unpredictable.
That's the
won't
point.
engage.
Reckless.
Or like they probably like India to some extent, like not Pakistan even.
Okay, he's reckless and it's unpredictable.
India and Pakistan keep each other in check.
Let me ask you a question.
That is the most ignorant thing I've ever heard.
Do you think, so this is the question, do you think if Iran has a new leader?
Yeah, India and Pakistan, notable for keeping one another in check.
Who, let's just say, I'm just being completely hypothetical. Say Iran has a new leader who's a Christian man.
Okay. Oh, man.
In the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Say Iran has a massive revival. Now they have a Christian leader.
Mm-hmm.
And their relations with America is great. You go to vacation in Iran, just like you go to Dubai, or you go to Saudi to go watch Ronaldo play. You go do all of that stuff, right? If they do you think you have a problem with Iran having a nuclear weapon?
No.
Did you understand the question I asked, Tom? Tom, did you get the question I'm asking?
Yes.
You're forgetting Trump stopped the war between Pakistan and India. I know, that's why it was so ignorant that he said they keep each other in check. Obviously, it's the great Donald J. Trump who does. The Great White Hope.
If Iran's core leadership team's values and principles change,
yes,
and you see U.S. presidents, them coming here back and forth, them being complimentary with America, them joining the Board of Peace, them doing all this stuff, you think people are going to be like, yeah, no, let's not let... This isn't about the fears of just nuclear weapon. It's which regime gets it.
Correct.
Because so many countries have nuclear weapons. So the recklessness of somebody saying, screw you, F you, death upon America. And by the way, you know who are the only two countries ever that have said death upon America around the world? Who are the only two countries where their leader has said death upon America?
Iran, North Korea. What?
Iran and North Korea.
North Korea. Those are the only two. And guess who said it first?
Iran?
No one else in any of those countries on that list have ever said death to America except them.
North Korea said it in the 50s first, early 50s, 54, something like that. And then Iran slipped it and said it. And then now it's like guess who's leading the leaders bulletin on who says death
It's like not a secret that these countries are not fans of America.
upon America.
Yeah.
Iran is.
Yeah.
So this isn't just about, they have weapons of mass destruction. When I heard people saying, from Trump's administration, well, let me tell you, Iran has weapons of mass destruction. I'm not worried about the weapons of mass destruction. My concern is who is at the top that has the decisions to make. So, Ilan, we're about to wrap up, but I wanted you to bring in, since you just got here. I know Humberto was trying to reach you early in the morning. What are your thoughts with what's going on right now?
I think a lot of Americans, you're talking about nuclear weapons, how dangerous they are.
No, fuck you. Don't like when they bring on the anyone but the fucking I just like the main crew, okay? They've been bringing on some weird guests. Not here for it. All right. This is the next episode. Home team. When they reacted to Khamenei being killed.
Did you ever think you would make it?
A glorious day for them.
I don't want their...
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright. The handshake is better than anything I ever signed. It's right here.
You are one of one.
Thank God. Adam's here in this one. My savior, my king. Let's see.
Right into it. I think it's fair to say we start off with...
So this was streamed live March 2nd. 638,000 views. Iran's Khamenei dead and Austin mass shooting.
Khamenei, I know I talked about it. I've done a couple things on this, but Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, is dead after U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran, along with 40 top leaders. This is a New York Post story, Rob. I think you may have a video on this on page 17. Iran's tyrannical supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, was killed Saturday in an unprecedented joint military attack by the U.S. and Israel called Operation Epic Fury, which President Trump said would give Iranians their greatest chance to take back their country. Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead, said Trump on Truth Social, 15 hours after the start of the onslaught.
Lithium19, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You donated for a super sticker that's got this little dancing guy. It says, keep it up while he does these little workout. What would you call this? I'm totally spacing. It's 2 a.m. Give me a break. Thank you so much.
This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. Hours later, Iranian state media confirmed that Khamenei has been martyred. The supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution in Iran has been martyred. Tasnim News shared on X, we hereby inform the devoted, martyr-loving people of Iran that His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Islamic Revolution, was martyred in a joint attack by the criminal America and the Zionist regime on the morning of Monday, the 9th of Esfand. The tyrant's daughter, grandchild, daughter-in-law, and son-in-law were also killed in the joint military attack, according to Iranian state media, though it's unclear where they died. And people are wondering what's going to happen here. Rob, if you can go to the New York Times cover on how they announced Khamenei's getting killed. Very different angle New York Times took. Obviously, they got a lot of heat for this. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, hardline cleric who made Iran a regional power, dies at 86. That's
a
New
real
York
post.
Times for
That's
you.
a real post.
That's a real post. Okay, Rob, can you verify that being a real post? I think it is a real post.
Tears.
Say that again.
Like, is it like who was the Soleimani when they died? You know what they were calling him? A freedom fighter.
Yeah, they were
He was
calling him
a freedom fighter.
So, Adam, your thoughts on this?
Well, the world is a safer place now. Thank God we have a President Trump who is the leader of the free world. So, to me, this is not a...
What? Hold on. Great take from Adam, obviously.
Freedom fighter. So, Adam, your thoughts on this?
Well, the world is a safer place now. Thank God we have a President Trump who is the leader of the free world. So...
World's a freer place. Thank God for Trump, leader of the free world.
To me, this is not an Israel thing. This is not a Middle East thing. This is a civilized world versus a radical Shiite theology that is...
I can't get the chat to go away. I don't really want the chat, but I bet they're about to go off for him trying to fucking say, this isn't like a pro-Israel move or anything. This isn't even just pro-America. This is just like pro-freedom. Okay, boy, thank you so much for the raid with your 23 viewers. Welcome, guys. We are watching, we're catching up on the BPD podcast's political analysis. I want to uplift Iranian voices, so naturally I go to my favorite Iranian Christian podcaster. That's PBD, of course, and the whole gang's here. We got Vinny, we got Tom, we got Adam.
Is unfortunately not going anywhere. Do you see the people still all over the world crying that the Ayatollah Khamenei has died? Have you seen any of these videos? What people in Pakistan, people in Iraq, people just absolutely distraught that this villainous terrorist supporter who has basically funded terrorism all over the world is dead. It means this: no matter what you do in life, no matter who you are, no matter what you got going on, you're always going to have haters. And to me, this comes down to winners versus losers. Trump, despite...
Epic, bro. Hey, you're always going to have haters. And if you can, you should strike your haters first. Oh, and prevent them from getting nukes. Epic.
Despite all the hate, despite all the rhetoric, despite all the naysayers, this guy's just an absolute winner. And the alliance between Trump, Netanyahu, the American military, which was incredible, and the IDF and the Mossad is unbreakable, it seems. And they just look at the scoreboard. To all the haters out there, look at the scoreboard. I'll say this: the Ayatollah, all he did was talk. We're going to bring the enemy to its knees. Death to America, death to Israel. Look at you now. Look at all your friends.
So you admit it was all just talk and not like an actual threat and not something that required military action, right?
Look at everyone affiliated with...
Do they listen to themselves?
You.
Do they actually
Nasrallah,
hear the stupid shit that they're fucking saying? Because you do realize that if you're actually paying attention to the words you're saying, you literally just gave the case as to why we don't need to be involved in this fucking war of choice.
Lebanon, Hezbollah, done. Yahya Sinwar, Gaza, done. Ismail Haniyeh, all they do is talk. And what they're great at, the Ayatollah, is subjugating their own people, whereas you have people like Netanyahu that's being praised in Iran. Imagine this. Have you seen the videos of people in Iran?
I don't know about that. I know he was being praised domestically, and he will probably continue to avoid jail.
Praising Trump, thank you. The people of Iran praising Benjamin Netanyahu, praising him, thank you. Is this video right here? Calling him Bibi June. Bibi June means like dear Bibi. Validate this for me if this is what they're saying, PBD, if you can.
Can't hear the audio.
Okay.
Where is this from?
This is apparently in Iran.
Tehran.
Shouting from their rooftops, dear Bibi, thank you, Bibi. Bibi June. Imagine that. That's the equivalent of Osama bin Laden attacking the United States and the United States cheering for bin Laden. The world is upside down, and Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, that alliance, they've tuned out the noise, they focus on the signal, and they've eliminated the greatest terrorist regime that the world has seen in the last 50 years. Thank goodness.
You know, it's interesting why you were talking about that. I mean, I had not seen that. What I did see,
that video had 60,000 likes, and I have no way or reason to believe that many people were saying, like, yay, we love you, Bibi. Who knows if that's fucking true?
Is the amount of love they're giving to Trump. Iranians around the world.
You could be implying that the rhetoric only fell flat because of Western military deterrence. He's full of shit, though. I mean, like, it's like the flimsiest pretext to engage in like acts of aggression against this country.
By the way, a lot of these guys that are
stick to the nuke line instead of doing the death to America shit. It's pathetic.
Credit to Trump. Remember, they don't like him. Some of the 40% of them didn't vote for him. Many Iranians are not voting for Trump. They're sometimes more Democratic than Republican.
I love how they apply frat bro influencer logic to international politics. It's not even just that. It's like shitty, like hustler, like scammer, like MLM type logic.
But now they're sitting there saying this is the guy that had the audacity to do it. I want to show you two clips.
I do think 80% of Iranians want the IRGC gone, but two things can be true. That video is definitely AI. We literally earlier in this very stream, I was going through the polling that makes up that survey number, And I can tell you, no. The surveys that show that 81% of Iranians want the IRGC gone and all of that is like massively overinflated. I'm not saying that they're popular, but the idea that like they're 80% of that country is like opposed to it as strongly as those surveys suggest are not true.
Here's Kamala Harris. When asked,
you think the Iranians don't want a democracy? Did I say that? I just said that you don't know that 80% of Iranians actually want the IRGC gone. You don't have any evidence for that. What you're actually going to end up pulling up to support that is a survey from a research institute that's called GAMAN, or GAMAAN. And they primarily end up getting responses from people within the diaspora over the age of 19 that are literate and can speak like English. They're not always conducted in like Farsi.
About what happens.
They're polling expats and then saying it's indicative and reflects the opinions of the people within Iran. It's not true.
If Iran attacks, and look how firm and strong Kamala responds with, and I look at the way Trump responds with, and then I'm going to show you a clip from 10, 11 years ago of what Trump said to Rush Limbaugh. Go ahead, Rob.
To Iran. Don't. As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly.
Very threatening.
One word. Pretty straightforward.
I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. It's true. I don't care. I don't care. They've got to be stopped.
Big difference.
The fact that he
I see what happened. I see what happened right there. Do me a favor. Go to the one with him in the interview with Rush Limbaugh. Right there. Watch this. Go ahead, Rob.
And Iran knows that, and they've been put on notice. If you fuck around with us, if you do something bad to us, we are going to do.
A long time.
Trump sounds so weird cussing. He doesn't really do it now.
Things to you that have never been done before.
Like when he started doing it on the campaign trail, it's like, dude, okay, time to get to bed, Grandpa. It's like so clearly like a dementia thing that he fucking like cusses more than he used to. Guys, ad break starts in less than 3 minutes. If you want to avoid the annoying fate of ads on Twitch, you can subscribe to me using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub thing. You can hope to be on the receiving end of generosity if someone were to give subs throughout this chat, and maybe it hits you. Or you can just sub to me using, ordinary money. That also works.
Right. And Iran knows that, and they've been put.
So
are any polls/studies truly reliable? Yes, but not the ones that are frequently cited.
Say what you want. At least they're being consistent. And then Mike Waltz was at a United Nations, I believe, hearing with Iranians Sunday after Khamenei getting killed. And look what one of the Iranian leaders said. Be respectful. And look how he responds. Go ahead, Rob.
I have one word only. I advise to the representative of the United States to be polite. It will be better for yourself and the country you represent. Thank you.
The representative of the United States has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Frankly, I'm not going to dignify this with another response, especially as this representative sits here in this body representing a regime that has killed tens of thousands of its own people and imprisoned many more simply for wanting freedom from your tyranny. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, be kind. Be polite. It's better for you and your people. Yeah. Be kind and be polite to your own people, with the people that you're killing. Be kind and be polite to the people that you guys have hurt. Be kind and be polite to all the people in Iran that you took out, young kids. Be kind and be polite to your own folks of what they're talking about, what they're doing. Tom, your thoughts on the specific to Khamenei and some of these things that we just discussed.
So the world's a better place without him, but there's a leadership vacuum right now in Iran, and I want to see it filled with people that would be more reasonable, people that will return Iran to what it was. It was a tourist spot for the West. It was rich. It was Persian. It was not Arabic. It was Persian, and it had a rich history, and it was working with the West. Not everything was perfect, but I want to see these people get back to where they were 47 years ago. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see war come out of this long term. The regime change, what we have to do, I'm a little worried about this weapons of mass destruction chapter that we went through that was not correct. I'll forever be a critic of Dick Cheney on that. But I'm glad he's gone. I'm glad leadership is gone. I'm glad the people are celebrating.
It sounded like he said, I'm glad Dick Cheney is gone, but I know that's not what he meant.
The street, and I want to see them celebrating at the voting box and to see at the ballot box and to see the Iran become what it was, and to see the hearts of these people that are cheering be served. That's what I want to see. But I'm glad that the maniacs are gone. I'm glad that many of the underlings, so it doesn't look like it was just, we're going to kill the leader and let it go. It looks like that there's a lot of effort that was made in to get the entire regime. I'm glad to see it.
Got it. By the way, you were playing a clip of the celebration, Rob, all around the world. The Iranians dancing. This is Australia, Canada, Switzerland, Britain, France, Germany. There's even a clip of a reporter working for CBS. His boss calls him and says, hey, stop playing that clip and stop recording with the audience behind you, Iranians that are saying Trump, Trump, Trump. Stop. And he says, I'm not going to stop. And he defies his boss at CBS. Go ahead, Rob. Play this clip.
Watch the Trump chants are coming. Wait, Reza Pahlavi.
See that?
Trump is coming. Ready?
You see him?
Thank you, Trump. Listen, Tommy. Thank you, Trump.
Did you hear him just shrug? He goes, "I'm going."
Yeah, like these. Do you notice that these people are speaking English? Again, this is the Iranian diaspora. It's not actually Iranians living within Iran.
Thank you.
Also, just because they're holding up Iranian flags, I shouldn't even be saying that it's like all diaspora people. You have no idea who has like been attracted to this protest, but to assume that it's like even Iranian diaspora is like doing a lot of work. It's like just random people that support the actions of this government.
Can you imagine? CBS is telling them, don't do it. How do you feel about it?
How much you want to bet the person that's texting has orange hair and has a bull ring in their nose that's saying don't do that? Like I want to say something, Pat. I think, you know, for the people out there, all the people in their basements on these podcasts that just have this one-sided brainwashed mentality that everything is Israel. Trump is owned by Bibi. He's Bibi's. Like they clearly.
The comments are literally saying, "Stop letting Adam talk. Put Vinny on," even though Vinny is like now repeating like Zionist talking points.
Just listen to a handful of podcasters, and they have no idea what the hell's going on. They don't know nothing about geopolitics, and they have absolutely no idea how gangster.
Does Vinny not realize the irony of pointing out that anybody who disagrees must be consuming like podcasters to get their fucking information, and they have no idea what's going on? But conveniently enough, if you listen to this podcast and you listen to these people, you'll know everything that you need to fucking know.
Sir, President Trump is, okay? In the span of 2 months, Tom, we choked off China's discounted oil flow from Venezuela and now Iran, okay? China needs that oil to keep coming in to be the global influence and have its power, okay? Russia also lost cheap weapons and their drones that they've been getting to fight freaking Ukraine that was coming from Iran, okay? If you take your Israel time out for a second. Everybody knows I'm critical about some of the stuff that Bibi does and Israel as a government does. Put that to the side. I can be objective on both sides. Take a step back and look at the board strategically, okay? Pressure from all these freaking angles. That's perspective. What he is doing is so freaking impressive. But a lot of people are so stuck on just one thing, they can't get out of this freaking cloud, okay? And by the way, Islam has collapsed in Iran. 70% of Iranians, which is about 65 million people, have left Islam because of what they've done. When these people came in, when the Ayatollah came in, they had to change their flag. Pat, it had that freaking awesome line, which I saw them going back to. Now it used to have that Islam writing and all that stuff. 2/3 of the mosque, which is 50.
The colors are the same, but the symbol in the middle is now traditional.
50,000 and 75% of the nation mosques have closed due to low attendance. People are done. People are done. And I'm so freaking happy for the people. I can care less about.
I cannot believe that they're actually surprised that Vinny Oshana is like doing anything except uncritically backing the actions of this fucking regime.
Everything's beat Israel. The people. I have yet to see one negative video. Not one, Adam. No, I'm being that serious. I haven't seen one video where they went, why the hell would Trump do that? Why did he get up with Israel? And so do me a favor, shut up. If you're not from there, if you don't have family.
I'm going to steal that line from Vinny. Do me a favor, shut up.
Like we do. You're not from that place. Please do me a favor. Go back to playing video games in your basement and shut the hell up. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Period.
Well said, Vincent.
I try.
Yeah, but the challenge with this right now, Vinny, you're making a very important point because it's what does that ideology produce, right? Does it make the place a better place? Very simple. Yes. So why are people leaving? Why are they leaving? Why are they going to a different place?
And think about it. The women are forced to cover their heads. The women don't want that. And if, God forbid, a little piece of your hair sticks out,
Vinny is every dude I know IRL who knows fuck all about what they are arguing with me about, but they think they're intelligent because they yell and gish gallop. You are describing the average man in my experience.
Beat you to death and nothing happens, okay? And all the gay people that are pro this, pro that, they throw gay people off of buildings. They will kill you. You're going to jail and you will disappear.
This is a fucking throwback. Again, like they never update any of the fucking talking points. They're so lazy.
Okay, it's not. Their money has gone to crap. Nothing.
Did you know they throw gay people off roofs? You think this is noted LGBT activist Vinny Oshana saying that he's just really concerned about the gays in Iran.
It's good, and the people for 47 years have been stuck. We liberated them. Oh, is Israel going to get? Are they happy? Of course they are. Of course they are. Anybody that says death to America, let me explain something to you. Everybody out there, I have an analogy, Tom. If your neighbor across the street was killing people in his own family, threatening you, shooting at your house, throwing stuff over there, what would you do? Would you just sit back?
Yeah, let's compare geopolitics and international disputes between nations to just a conflict that you would have with your neighbor.
And go, you know what? Keep letting him get tougher. Let him get some bombs and hopefully one day he'll get strong enough to kill me. I'm sorry. That talk, You could talk the talk, bro.
And I guess like even with this like stupid analogy, like yeah, if you saw your neighbor doing some fucked shit, guess what? It wouldn't give you unilateral authority to just fucking murk them on the spot. You're supposed to report them to the fucking authorities and still go through legal channels. Even a stupid analogy doesn't like mobilize the way he thinks it does.
Donald Trump is walking the walk, and I feel 1,000 times safer with these guys not having control.
You make a great point, but you got to remember, a lot of Americans are still sore, I am, from the deception of the weapons of mass destruction. It was a lot of American lives, a ton of American money, and what did it get? We turned a bunch of 5-foot rocks in Iraq into 2-foot rocks. That's what happened. And eventually we found a dictator hiding in a hole, his own...
Okay, we're getting a summary of Iraq and Afghanistan, but I guess somehow it's not going to be like that. Don't worry.
People took him and then they hung him. And people are still bristling from that. I understand the raw emotions of certain Americans. However, my raw emotions are, I'm with the people.
Who is this show for? Big brains, people who hustlers, grinders, people that want to make money moves.
I love that we have liberated this. I love the people there because I ask a question. Question, America, for all of you that are upset about this, to say Trump said no wars and now we got into wars. I get it. I'm on that page. However, what happens when there's a nuclear Iran? You think we're walking on eggshells with a nuclear North Korea? What happens if there's a nuclear Iran?
Yeah. There's a nuclear Iran, probably this wouldn't have happened.
We will not be able to stay home if they launched a missile at NATO because we have a treaty that says that we would protect it. So if you think it's bad now, oh, we should stay out of their business, we should do this. Look at what the people say and then ask yourself a question. What will a fully nuclear with ballistic missiles Iran under these leaders, not the Persian people that want peace, these violent leaders under the regime, what will they do with that? And what happens? And then what happens? We're in global conflict. That's the reality. This prevents that.
And Tom, there's a big, huge, really fast. There's a huge difference, though, between...
Imagine if any other country talked about the U.S. leaders like this. They're just lunatics. They're just constant. It's like they're playing Risk. It's just LARPing. All they constantly talk about is like, do we bomb this country today? Do we bomb that country? Who do we attack next? It's just constant. It's just adventurism.
Between 9/11, Iraq, Dick Cheney, BS weapons of mass destruction, which is the reason that I left, and just that's and people are like, well, you're a Republican. No, I'm not. That's absolutely wrong. And it's
like maybe if these aren't buzzwords, these are actual words and places or whatever. But to these people, they're just scary. Like if I just say Iraq, nukes, war, like people
discussing what they did. This is a different situation. The Iranian people on their own said enough is enough. We're done. It took 47 years. They hit the streets and they were getting murdered. They were getting slaughtered, and we took the right opportunity. Yes. Are we going to benefit? Yes. Are the people happy? That's all that matters to me. The people are happy. End of story. I saw a video of a lady, Pat, cry. As if somebody in her family died. She was losing her mind. The husband's like, what's wrong? She's like, they killed Khamenei. They finally killed him, and people are ecstatic around the world. It's a way better place without this freaking guy and that regime in place.
I want to show you this with Rita Panahi from Sky News Australia. Reaction when it was announced that Khamenei is killed. And just watch this. This is an Iranian as well, who was, her family's from Iran. I think she's also from Iran, if I'm not mistaken. She's native
incredible.
Persian. She's incredible. Go ahead and play this clip. Go for it.
I want to conclude this editorial with this message to the late Supreme Leader. پدر سگ خاک به سرت بسوز تو جهنم.
Ooh.
Rowan.
Couldn't have put it better myself.
I have no idea what you just said. What? Like fuck the Ayatollah?
Let me tell you what she said. Pedar sag, son of a...
You know what?
Yeah. And then go back. Go back. It says burn in hell. I don't know what the second one she said. Go play. Press play.
پدر سگ خاک به سرت بسوز تو جهنم.
خاک به سرت, like dirt on your head.
And you're
like buried. And then may you burn in hell. Yeah. So listen, I mean, this is somebody in Sky News that is she's a face of Sky News in many cases. So Iranians are celebrating. Adam, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, well, she's absolutely right, and I just want to give a shout out. So this may or may not be the Independence Day for the people of Iran or the great people of Persia. I mean, we've lived through, you're 47 years old now, 46 years old, 47 years old. Tom's doing his thing. This might be the most monumental
his thing because we're not going to say Tom's age.
Moment since the fall of the Berlin Wall. Like, this cannot be understated how important this is. I also understand as an American, we do not want endless...
Bizarre comparison. This is like the fall of the Berlin Wall. What?
Wars. Trump, I think, per the rules of war...
Let's compare this with the reunification of Germany.
America has up to 60 days to go to Congress. I think this is going to be done in a matter of weeks. Certainly not...
Like, no one will press him on that. Like, why did you just compare it to that?
Nobody wants to see endless wars, but if you've been following what Trump has been doing year after year, episode after episode, this guy gets in and gets out, does not get in these forward entanglements. So I understand that people do not want to get into endless wars. Nobody wants that. But has Trump ever done that? At all? So I don't see that happening at all. The last thing I'll say was this. In war and in politics, there's winners and losers.
This is a never-ending war. He again, in the first admin, they struck Soleimani. Then they strike the nuclear facilities. Then they ripped up in the first admin, they ripped up the JCPOA. They decimate the 2 diplomatic deals that were on the table this time in favor of military strikes and now have started a war of choice.
Now, Trump and Bibi and our allies have proven over time and time again they are the winners. Who are the losers? So the Ayatollah, the loser. The terror proxies, all losers. The progressive left that have been marching day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. Losers. You effectuated nothing. Nothing's changed. You haven't stopped America. You haven't stopped Trump. You haven't stopped Israel, the IDF from winning. You haven't stopped the IDF. You're losers. Yes, I'm talking to you, AOC, Greta Thunberg, the Young Turks, Anna Kasparian, Mehdi Hassan, Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah, Mark Ruffalo, the Young Turks.
On Hollywood, all losers. Every single thing. Check out the scoreboard, guys. Also on the woke Reich that they talk about, the Tucker camp, the Candace Owens camp, the Dave Smith, losers. Every single thing you've said has been wrong. Trump's been right about everything. Isn't that a famous saying? Well, turns out he was. So it's just...
Trump's been right about everything. Isn't that a famous saying? Like, around these parts, I'm sure it is.
Funny to me to just sit back and watch America win while the losers cry and try to make up excuses as to why America shouldn't be doing this. The world is so much of a safer place with the Ayatollah gone, and we should all be thankful.
Let me tell you, I understand the libertarian argument. I get that. I understand the libertarian argument of no wars, stay out of it, let me live my life, all this stuff. I understand that. The problem with that is that only works if you start your country that way. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yes.
Like if I start a new country, the problem with the libertarian, I'm naturally more of a libertarian. I've always been since I was a kid. Like, leave me alone. Let me go make my own money. If I do something.
Now, let me explain why I support this war.
Great, there's a punishment. I don't want to get into it. If I don't start the fight, let's not have a fight. Let's kind of do business together and let's move on. But unfortunately, the leaders that came previous to the current president have already sparked, like once sin is out there and you all of a sudden say, guys, let's try to be peaceful. It's done. Someone's son was killed. Someone's father was killed. Unfortunately, this continues. And now they're doing it to their own people and they can't wait to do it to you, do it to our family. And God forbid that happens to us. So I actually fully understand the libertarian argument. There's a very noble side to it. The part I don't like is when it gets down to talking about how, you know, Trump is this and Trump is that.
Lost Zoe, thank you so much for the resub. You're on an 8-month streak.
And Trump is owning.
Actually, tier 1, 2-month streak. But you've been a sub for me for a total of 8 months.
And by the way, guess what? In the area of debate and conversation, anybody can say anything. And long term, you know how the market works? Here's how the market works. I've learned this, having been in business and competition for 25 years. Here's what I've learned.
Again, this dude owns a fucking MLM. That's his like business experience, is just literally scamming a bunch of people out of their fucking money in their 20s.
Don't know where people are going to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. You don't know. Everybody is, jockeying for position. Let me just say this and I'm going to get a reaction and boom, and let me just say this. And that is a business model, the rage baiting model, right? And then every once in a while you're like, wait, what did Fetterman say? A Democrat?
Yep.
Fetterman? Yeah. Didn't we call him crazy? Yes. And now he seems like the logical player? Yes. Now we're linking the word reasonable to Fetterman? Yes. Watch this clip here from Fetterman on CNN. Go ahead, Rob.
Watch a clip from an insane Democrat who had a stroke and then was never removed from office.
Read the War Powers Act. What's required of the president is to provide 48 hours of notification, and then he or she have 60 days, up to 90 days to withdraw those troops, before Congress approves that. Neither of those have been activated. He did provide that to the Gang of Eight, and there are no American troops on the ground now. This was an incredibly precise and successful strikes, and they eliminated most of the leadership. So here we are. So yes, I do support that. Why can't the entire world celebrate?
He sounds so bad.
That he's dead for what he's done.
Like he's not just saying like gross things. Like he actually does not sound well.
By the way, you know what is crazy? Mark Kelly, who is super critical of Trump. Mark Kelly said this is a war that shouldn't have happened, and da-da-da-da-da. And then they ask Mark Kelly, are you glad Khamenei is killed? Yes. So can you imagine? Mark Kelly.
Well, almost why this is why Democrats shouldn't fucking say that stupid shit.
Is against any of that. But when it comes down to Khamenei, you're all of a sudden, yes, this is a good move that's taking place. By the way, for the people that talk about Iran, and should they do it, should they not do it? Why are you doing this? What did Iran ever do to America? If you go through the history and you look at the stuff, you can easily pull it up to see what...
Go through the history and look through the stuff.
Iran's done directly, indirectly, proxy, not proxy. They try to take out your president. That's what they tried to do.
I would love to hear you get into the specifics of the non-proxy stuff.
Okay? They literally try to take out your president. 79 to 81, they attacked Iranian-backed...
Yeah, an ogre makes it the folk hero.
Embassy, seizure of the embassy. My aunt was there in the embassy. You ever seen the movie Argo? My aunt, my dad's sister, who died last year, was there. My father was trying to get her out. She eventually married a Marine and came to the States and stayed in America her entire life. Who did that? His camp, Khamenei's camp. How many hostages did they have until Reagan came in? For how many days? What was it, 60-something hostages? For how many days? 444 days? What happened the day Reagan got elected and he became president? He got up and then immediately Khomeini did what? No. Don't mess with Reagan. He'll kill us. But don't worry about
This is like the most incomplete history on this.
these liberals like Jimmy Carter, Joe Biden,
What's his name on his deathbed admitted that they were in the tank for the Reagan admin.
Obama. They won't do anything. They're fools. They'll give us money and they'll sympathize with us. And then who's the next Reagan that comes up?
And that they were like back channeling, like Reagan's team was negotiating with the Iranians before.
even tougher and crazier and more unpredictable than him. A guy that's in house right now. What are we supposed to do? Sit on the sidelines? And then Hezbollah, 1983, the Hezbollah-linked bombing in Beirut that killed 241 U.S. Marines, service members and barracks, and 17 Americans at the embassy. 1996, Iran, Hezbollah, Khobar Towers, bombing in Saudi Arabia, killing 19 U.S. airmen. 2003 to 2019, Iranian-backed militias in Iraq provided training, EFPs and IEDs responsible for at least 603 U.S. troop died and many more injured, accounting for more than 17% of total U.S. fatalities in Iraq. 2000 USS Cole attack, various embassy bombings and plot assassination attempts, the IRGC-backed proxy attacks on U.S. forces in response to U.S. support for Israel. 2023, Iran-backed militias have engaged in over 216 attacks in U.S. bases, forces in Iraq, Syria, Jordan, resulting in 180 wounded and 3 killed. I can go.
Again, 216 attacks on U.S. bases, and we're talking about like drones and shit to inflate the number, or like try to make it seem like Iran's military might is more substantial than it actually is.
On and on and on, and tell you how vicious these people are. By the way, how do you look at somebody and say if they're capable of killing tens of thousands of their own people? You've seen the number 32,000. You've seen the number 100,000 during protesting. What do you think they do to their enemies? Like, think about it. You ever seen these movies where in the movie you guys are like, yeah, take out the son or take out this? If they kill their own son, what do you think they're capable of doing? Who are you to them? Nothing. And by the way, this whole thing with Khamenei that took place, you know, I was asked the question.
I mean, yeah, you can judge a country by how it treats people like within the interior or its own citizens. But if you like, do you think that he has ever for a second doubted any action that this president has taken? Do you think that this guy is on favor of mass deportations? Like the statement coming from this man is so profoundly stupid to use to justify military action against Iran on the basis that, oh, they're oppressive to their own citizens, therefore we ought to be engaged in military action against them. Like, by this same logic, they should be attacking the U.S.
They take him out or not, I think a few months ago, and I said, I don't know, he's 86. He's about to die anyways, okay? So why go after him? You know what the statement was? No. Let's go take out the top. And let's go show that we can find anybody and anywhere. I don't care where you want to hide. Think about it this way. How long do you think Khamenei had a chance to hide? For how long do you think he's known that they're going to attack him? Well, let me ask you one more time. How long do you think they had to hide Khamenei? Can we say months? Can we say at least weeks? Mm-hmm. And even, so imagine we play hide and go seek. You have weeks to go hide. I got to come find you. How hard will it be for me to come find you? And they still found you. You understand what I'm saying? They still found you and they killed you. And then anybody else that wanted to replace you, they killed you as well. Iranians right now are sitting there. The only concern I got right now is while you're looking at the attacks, let me give you the pros and the cons. If you get into a fight with someone and say 8 people are on your side, okay, and you're fighting, a group's coming after you, and then all of a sudden, those people that are attacking you, the 8 that are on your side are like, listen, leave the guy alone. You start hitting them with a baseball bat and you shoot at them. Guess what they're going to do? And then all of a sudden, very quickly, who has your back? Who has Iran's back right now? Actually, who has Iran's back right now? Who?
So the hypothetical was you're with other people. Somebody comes and attacks you, and the people around you are trying to de-escalate, I suppose. And then you, the rational being, attack them with a baseball bat, and then people support you doing this.
The Hezbollahs and all these guys that they fund, that's a different story. Who has their back? Turkey's sitting on the sideline. Russia's even sitting on the sideline because they know they need that Zelensky deal with Ukraine.
I couldn't find the painting clip, you guys.
They need Trump. Yep. China's sitting on the sideline saying, oh, shit. I know we said $400 billion are going to put into Iran for 25 years, but, dude, that guy's crazy, and he just lost the tariffs with the Supreme Court. He's capable of doing anything to us, and he's still going to be there for 3 years. Listen, Iran, we'd love to have your back, but you're on your own right now. Maybe we can help you out with a tweet. Like, stay out of the way, don't attack anything, but that's about it. Where is Iran right now? Solo.
We can help you out with a tweet.
What happens when
international diplomacy takes from PBD, folks?
In a fight, you end up being all by yourself because you even killed your allies. You hit up your allies. They almost shot up Burj Khalifa. What is that highest? The
Burj
one in
Khalifa,
Dubai, right?
yes.
And then they had to intersect it. There's a guy in a property that is sitting in his
This story is pure insanity. I mean, what else would you expect from a person who supports military actions like this and this particular regime? You get this large oaf just making up shit to justify the unjustifiable.
Property. And literally a drone attacks 4 or 5 stories above him. He's recording this. Have you seen this footage? Rob, I don't know if you have this footage or not. I don't think this is the one. There is one where he's literally sitting there. Oh, is that the one? There is one, Rob. This footage is vicious. It goes right above him and hits the property that he's staying at. I don't think this is the one. It's another one.
No, it's out the window and all the orange
it's
sparks.
his window, and he starts screaming, crying. So look, where they are right now, they're cornered. So let's kind of...
It's not PBD analysis of the situation going on unless they show a clip of some random Iranian in the diaspora celebrating.
Process what they do next. That's kind of where I want to go to next.
Yep.
Now that they're cornered, what happens when somebody is cornered?
They lash out.
They lash out. I got kids, 4 of them. If one of the kids is cornered, you know what they'll do? They'll lash out and they break the other kid's toy. Or they'll throw something that's the other kid's favorite, whatever, right? And that's the one, Rob. Watch this. Watch this, folks. Go ahead. He's recording it from his apartment, and few stories above him got hit. Okay, look at this. So to me, when we go back to Iran, Khamenei, you have to realize these guys, they celebrate when they get killed for their God. To them, that's a celebration. To them, it's the kamikaze model, right? It's like, listen, I did it for them. And it's not even the 72 virgins we're talking about. Although, by the way, Khomeini, you guys know Khomeini? Very honorable man, right? He was supposed to be Gandhi. You guys want to know what Khomeini once said about what to do to women in prison? Have you ever heard him?
Nope.
You want to verify this, Rob? He once said female prisoners who are virgins must be raped before execution to prevent them from entering heaven. Isn't he an amazing guy to say something like that? That's the guy that died. When he died, I was in Iran. June 3rd, 89. I was there when the guy died. They didn't kill him. He died. This guy who was supposed to be a hero for them, female prisoners who are virgins must be raped before execution. If you go pull up the craziest thing he said in one of the books that he wrote, you would sit there and say, no human being, you would never write that. You would never subscribe to that. Our audience, if you're watching this, even though if you're part of the 30% that watches this, 20% that maybe you don't agree with that, deep down inside, you'll be like, I don't subscribe to that. Well, they did. About women and girls. About women and girls. Virgin female prisoners should be raped before execution so they do not go to heaven. Founding leader of the Islamic regime in Iran. What do you think about this guy? Does this sound like
This is like a random tweet. This is a citation for this.
noble man? Does this sound like a guy you want your son to look up to? Does this sound like a man you want to follow? Does this sound like a man you want to give the book and say, hey, son, read this book?
Find me anyone who is opposed to this that is saying that the fucking Ayatollah is like a great role model.
Don't read Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. Don't read Thomas Sowell's books. Don't read Lincoln's books. No, read Khomeini's book. Because what he said is, virgin female prisoners should be raped before execution so they don't end up in heaven. This is their values and principles. So what does it mean? When you handle somebody like this, that's this reckless, you can only handle them one of 2 ways. You either have to kill him and make an example of them publicly in front of everybody. Everybody. And to put the fear of death, anything and everything to them, their family, everyone around them publicly. You have to do it that way first, or you have to also realize, because life to them doesn't matter, what are they capable of doing? Anything and everything. So let's talk about retaliation. What is retaliation? The typical protocols right now, FBI is giving the typical protocols.
Okay, I cannot take more of the PBD schizo ramble. I'm going to move forward just a little bit to see, there's more schizo ramble here. Let's hear a little bit from Tom, okay? Pass the mic, PBD, am I right?
In the world. I've stayed there before in Dubai. It's a beautiful property on the water. It's, because of, so it's fires over there. I didn't see that.
2 more hours left in him, yes.
That's not Burj Al Arab. Is that Burj Al Arab? Rob, that is not the fire.
I don't believe so. Maybe the first few images
were. Okay, Vinny, how do you think they'll retaliate? Well, will they retaliate? Will they surrender? By the way, I asked Rob
analysis from Vinny
on a poll. Rob, can you pull up the poll results where we are right now? And by the way, if you haven't yet voted, please do so. I'd like to get a sample size of about 20,000 voters on here. Rob, can you send me the poll because it's not showing it to me now on my side? If you haven't, I voted already, so probably disappeared. Okay, and this question is, how long do you think this war will last? Okay, Rob, is the poll still up?
Yep.
Okay, how long do you think
what options did he even give?
War will last? Okay, how long? Less than a month? 1 to 3 months? 3 to 6 months? 6 months plus. So if you look at this, nearly half of you think the war is going to last less than a month. 27% think 1 to 3 months. 3 to 6 months is 7%. 6 months plus. A fifth of you believe it's going to last more than 6 months. Vinny, where are you at with this?
Me personally, I think 4 weeks. I'll go 1 to 3 months.
Tom,
I think this is well under a month. Well under a month.
Well under a month. Adam.
Yeah, I don't see this going months and months and months. This is a 30-day thing. I mean, if there was a 12-day war, things get done real quick. Look, the United States military is no joke. And combined with the intelligence and the technology of the Israeli military, they eliminate people in days, much less weeks, definitely not months. I don't see this lasting more than a month at all.
Okay, so if that's the
The
case,
U.S. military is no joke. Like, of the casualties that we've incurred, a few of them were like friendly fire.
so then that means if you believe that,
Also, it's like so funny that he says that, because when you, and this is not to like make fun of the people, like their appearances or anything like that, but they were not like Navy SEALs or anything like that. They were just average people that were like military personnel that were killed.
believing that, why? Because you think they're going to surrender and
Like,
they're going to say,
to the
listen,
extent that like the U.S. military is scary, it's because of all the fucking like tools and weapons and toys that we have.
we're done. What can
It's
we
not
do?
because
Do you
like the individual like fighters and soldiers are that fucking scary, or super soldiers or anything like that.
think that's going to be taking place?
They will retaliate on military targets to make a point, but they will retaliate on the big three: electricity, water, and sewage, water treatment plants.
Yep.
When you hear that those are being hit, you're trying to cripple an enemy. It's one thing to aim for a U.S. installation in Bahrain and you miss it by 2 blocks, you hit a civilian target because you're using inferior, guidance systems on your weapons. And then you say later, my bad. But if you go hit power and you go hit water, if Iran starts hitting power, water, and sewage treatment, they are trying to cripple the country and to throw it into civic disorder. If you see that, that means that they've taken the gloves off. 2 weeks ago, the Saudis gave limited assurances diplomatically to who? Iran. Then on the weekend, the Saudis are defending its brethren being hit on its own borders. So Saudis were kind of in a pickle, but watch for those attacks on civilian infrastructure,
I
because
just hate when the Saudis find themselves in a pickle.
that's what you do when you want to screw up the country.
I think if what they're going to do worldwide, Pat, I think we saw a little glimpse of it in Austin, Texas. I believe it was yesterday,
say,
where
like this prediction like aged like milk. They were saying that Iran was going to start hitting the desalination plants first, but it was literally reported a couple of days ago that it was the U.S. who started that.
U.S. naturalized citizen from
In
Senegal,
like Iran and Bahrain.
opened fire on 6th Street, Senegal. Thank you. And wore a shirt that said "Property of Allah." Had a Quran in his car. Had an Iran flag underneath his shirt. I think. By the way, this is not fear porn.
This is where?
This is in Austin.
Oh, this is the shooting in Austin over the weekend.
Are we ready to go to that now, or are we staying on Iran?
Well, no, because I'm going to tell you what Iran would do. This is just Iran on a global thing. This is Islam, okay? And by the way, 1.7 to 2 million gotaways came into our border. That's the shooter.
I'm not even going to watch them cover the shooter thing because I never looked into it.
Right there. Came into our border under the Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas border regime, okay? That's DHS status. Think about that. There's only roughly 150,000 RGC soldiers. It's not going to take that long to either get rid of them or...
Oh my God.
Or tell them to fall in line.
Only 150,000. Wow. Small potatoes.
Okay, and I'm just telling people, like, be on alert, because if I was them, thinking of them outside the box, crowded concerts, any events, churches, everything, people just don't be on your phone and stuff. Just be on alert. Don't live afraid. Just live aware, because that's how you get us. You get us at the heart.
Let me tell you what else, and we'll get into this. Let me tell you what else I think they're going to be doing. By the way, folks, if you're watching this, 51% of you watch the show who are not subscribers, but you watch it regularly, so you may not know how important it is to us.
Wow.
If you can.
Oh my God. PBD speaking my language. Did you guys know that 51% of you guys also probably aren't subscribed, whether you're on YouTube, where you should be liking the stream and subscribing, or on Twitch, where if you're not following me already, you should be following me, or subscribe to me using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub thing, or gifting subs throughout the chat, or just buying your own Dan sub.
Press that subscribe button. The reason for it is it allows the channel.
Okay, blah, blah, blah. What's this? Democrats slam Iran strikes? What Democrats? Let's see. Who do they react to?
See, do we go to this one? Okay, let's go to the critics of what they've said about it. Rob, do you have the critics of what they're saying about this? I think you have a clip of Ilhan Omar, AOC, bunch of them. Do you have all of them? Is this Mamdani talking about Iran?
Yep.
Go for it.
Today we woke up to the news of Iran getting bombed by proxy of America and Israel. I just want to know what you would have to say to the Iranian diaspora in New York City and abroad who are watching your reign over New York City.
I think before I share my own thoughts,
I can't hear nothing, so Rob, we can skip this one here because he sounds like he's talking dirty to
You saw his tweet, though,
hear
Pat. His
anything.
tweet was
What's
horrible.
his tweet?
Sounds like he's talking dirty.
Tweet was horrible, Rob. His tweet was absolutely disgusting.
PBD, like such a self-report.
What was his tweet? Today's military strikes on Iran carried out by the U.S. and Israel marks a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression, bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theater of war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. They want relief from the affordability crisis. They want peace. I'm focused on making sure that every New Yorker is safe. I've been in contact with
I
our
love
police
when they go after Mamdani first.
commission, emergency management officials. We are taking proactive
Muslim NYC communist socialist dictator of New York City.
steps, including increasing coordination across agencies and enhancing protocols of sensitive locations out of an abundance of caution. Additionally, I want to speak directly to Iranian New Yorkers. You are part of the fabric of the city. You are our neighbors, small business owners, students, artists, workers, and community leaders. You will be safe. This message is brought to you by ChatGPT. Go ahead.
I swear.
Oh my God, they're one to fucking talk and complain about anybody using AI, and it's literally just because like, I want to do the same thing now. Anytime I see any message that has like any M dashes and shit,
you will be safe. This message is brought to you by ChatGPT. Go ahead.
Yeah. I swear to you, I was just gonna say that with those hyphens. Or like again, besides the
hyphens.
Failure. He hasn't done anything right. People, the homeless people, the crap in the streets, the garbage, every policy, taking photos with alleged co-conspirators of terrorist attacks. He said nothing when Iranians were getting slaughtered in the streets, which was a freaking 1 week massacre. He was silent when the women were getting beaten to death because of their hijabs. Now all of a sudden he finally finds his voice, and he's not standing for peace. He's not standing for human rights. He's standing up for terrorists. The Islamic State of Iran. Those people were freaking terrorists. He's a disgrace. I think he's a disgrace, and I wonder if on 9/11, if he'd been mayor, he'd be tweeting about, understanding Al-Qaeda's perspective instead of actually standing shoulder to shoulder with the freaking firefighters and the people that were fighting. He's absolutely disgusting, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that he's going to be talking about, by the way, bombing civilian cities, and no, they're not. They're striking where Khamenei was.
Also, he's there talking about like, oh my God, shithole NYC. When I read somewhere earlier that they had the last couple of months have been the fewest amount of shootings and murderers ever in the city.
Living and military targets. He's just full of crap. But I'm not surprised that he's siding with...
The only amount of crime that they saw an increase in had to do with like subway crimes. Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Real Americans crap in the street. Love it or leave it.
With the enemy, period.
What did Ilhan Omar say? What is she saying here? From President Trump is unilaterally dragging this nation into an illegal and unjustified war with Iran, including without congressional authorization, without a clear objective, and without any...
Dude, they're just reading like all the base Democrats.
Eminent threat to the
I wish represented where like the majority of Democrats were at.
U.S. This is a reckless abuse of power that puts both innocent civilians and American lives on the line. As someone who has survived the horrors of war, I know that bombs do not build peace or create stability. Military strikes will not make us safer. They will inflame tensions and push the region further into chaos. When we abandon diplomacy, we choose destruction. We know who will bear the cost of this decision. Innocent civilians caught in the crossfire and our young service members sent into harm's way. This is the devastating human toll of another regime change war. Already children and families are paying the price. The American people are exhausted by endless wars. There you go. Even Ro Khanna came out with Thomas Massie, right, saying this is unlawful. And then is that Ilhan Omar Rob the last?
Like, what did their audience say to this? The fact that, like, again, these are the anti-war positions.
Last one, and then Adam, I'm going to come to you. Trump has launched, so they're all on the same page. Okay, they're saying the same thing. Go ahead.
Well,
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 400 bits. Okay, you love to send copyright, like, not friendly clips, but I will play this. That says that train is never. This is a Chris Rock bit. Train doesn't relate.
See these weird white guys getting overly patriotic, and they have their fucking flag hats on, and their flag drawers, and their flag pickups, and I'm American, man. I'm American. Fuck all these fucking foreigners. I'm American. I'm American. You're like, hey, calm the fuck down. I'm American. There was a lot of accepted racism when the war started. There's accepted. I'm American, man. I'm American, man. Fuck all these foreigners, and that was cool. There was, I'm American, man, fuck the French. That was cool. I'm American, fuck all these Arabs. And that was cool. Then they went to, I'm American, fuck all these illegal aliens. Then I started listening, because I know niggas and Jews is next. It's like any day now. That train's never late.
Thank you for the 400 bits.
Everyone falls into four different camps, in my opinion. So from left to right, or from right to left, on the far right, you have the America-only camp. The isolationists, the non-interventionists, stay out of everything, ostrich people, which I understand. We don't want any more endless wars, foreign conflict, I get it. But the world's going to come for you. You're not just going to always sit back and have to deal with what the world's going to throw your way. The world, the bad guys will show up at your doorstep. So,
just to reiterate, that was 2004.
In my opinion, the American-only people are nearsighted. Then you have the America First people, the Trump people, the peace through strength. The people who say, listen, I don't want to have to mess you up, but if you keep knocking on my door,
peace through strength,
talking trash, we're going to have a problem.
Literally
so that to me is not America alone. It's America first, but we'll still solve the world's problems. Then you have the global first. The elites, the establishment, the traditional alliances, the NATO people, the globalists, the NATOs, I get it, those people. But then these people, on the very far left, the progressives, the Ilhan Omars, the AOCs.
All they do, like all Adam is proving is that you're just as hawkish and interventionist as all those NATO freaks, but the difference is that you have zero strategy and just again, American adventurism.
the Mamdanis. This is America last. These are
like just as interventionist, no strategy, just pure insanity.
People who are not proud to be Americans. They're Marxists. They're open borders. They're anti-imperialists. They're anti-capitalists. They don't love America, in my opinion. But if they do love America, they have a very strange way of showing it. So in my opinion, the correct way to be is America first, not America only, and certainly not America last. Those people are all America last.
Think about it. What's Mamdani's religion?
He is Islamic.
Okay. What's Ilhan Omar? What's Rashida Tlaib?
Okay, like, do you want to play this with your co-host? Adam is like openly Jewish and talks about how important like Zionism is to him, even though he's a religious.
Rokan, all these guys.
You like make the same argument as to like why he supports the intervention.
They're not Christian. They're not. Well, I'm telling you right now, and especially with Mamdani, I understand the Constitution and stuff, but people like that, with that belief, and that, I don't think that he should ever hold any public office. If that's your attitude, if your attitude is anti-America and you're sticking up for freaking Islamic state of terrorism of freaking Iran, then what the hell is he in charge? Look at what's happening. Look at what
he wants to walk down that path. I honestly don't think it would ever occur to Vinny to do that with any other religion except Muslims, because he's like the most bigoted against Islam.
The state, and look at the ideology. Okay, it's absolutely ridiculous, bro. I'm not a fan at all of what he's doing, Pat, and I don't think people like that should hold public office in the United States. Can we go? Can you go right now, or could Pat go, or Tom go to one of these countries that they come from and hold public office? I'm being dead serious. No, as a Christian, can you go to a Muslim nation and hold office right now? Then why the hell are we letting him do it here? He hates our.
Mamdani is from South Africa.
He hates America. He plays that stupid look, that funny face.
Like, am I wrong? Aren't there like a ton of Christians in South Africa?
He knows what he's doing.
No, there's two sides here. There's the true believers, which is Omar, and Tlaib. I believe they're true believers on their side.
On what?
Newsom is the opportunist.
Yeah.
Newsom sits
and also, like, he was raised here. Like, Mamdani has been here since he was like 5.
Tries to put in a tweet yesterday.
He was born in Uganda, but he wasn't actually raised in Uganda. He was raised in South Africa.
Put one foot in each camp, which causes him to uncross his legs, which is also fun to watch. And he's out there talking. He is the opportunist trying to score points politically. They're very, very different. I think he is far more disgusting than they are, because I look at them and I say, this is what they believe. I disagree with it. I wonder how they got elected in this country, but at least I understand. I don't respect, but I understand the purity of their position and the purity of their hatred coming from their position, who they've told me who they are, and they prove who they are, and I believe it. He is this opportunist. That really sickens me.
Yep.
Tom, I actually agree with you on this one. The Gavin Newsom camp is a typical politician. He lies to your face and tells you not to believe your lying eyes. Those people on that
true
side, they're ruining America, and they're saying it out loud. I said this before in the last show. There used to be a time where if you were a communist or you were a socialist, you had to kind of keep that on the down low.
Yeah.
Shout out to R. Kelly. Now they're campaigning on it.
Down low. That does not refer to like what he thinks it refers. It's like. That's another euphemism for like saying if somebody is gay. It's not referring to like hiding a political affiliation.
They're campaigning on the
also,
fact that
who shouts out R. Kelly, dude? What?
They're democratic socialists. They're campaigning on the fact that they are Marxists. So to me, this is not something that America should or would want to stand by. But I do understand that you're saying that's exactly who they are, and at least they're not lying about it. Whereas Gavin Newsom, you don't know what flip.
I know how to work with them. I know how they're going to do.
You said that they don't work with him. Trump says, bring Mamdani to the office, nice guy, communist, nice guy. At least he tells you who he is, and you have to deal with it on its surface. But I understand.
I was going to say, how do they reconcile the fact that like Trump is completely enamored with Mamdani when they have a hate boner for him?
What's this one, Rob?
We played this last week, Rob. We played this
and
last
they keep
week.
saying illegal.
Yeah, we played
the word of the day that the media is using with this is illegal. But you have Fetterman and other people are pointing out that the War Powers Act provides for that, and that Trump has to take steps right
now. If John Fetterman says something's legal, that means it is.
Now we're in the window. He has to take it. But just like what word did they use for January 6th? Because it's in the Constitution. Insurrection. So the word of the day is illegal. Insurrection was not proven. It was never proven. As a matter of fact, it was disproven. And now they're saying illegal. But under the War Powers Act, what happens when he gives notice? What happens when he backs off? And what happens when you find out, well, guess what? I don't like it. I felt like he was getting into a war. I think he was breaking a campaign promise, said many people. Well, but guess what?
He has 60 days. Is that right?
Right. He's got 48 hours, 72 hours, and 60 days.
Yeah, let's go to the next story. So while this is going on, do you know who was on 60 Minutes last night? Reza Pahlavi. Okay. Did you guys watch it? Did you watch the whole thing?
Clips,
okay.
yes.
So Reza Pahlavi was...
Okay. Then they had to talk about Iran's Strait of Hormuz threat. Plus, McDonald's CEO gets roasted. Only in America, of course, we're doing this actual war against Iran at the same time that the literal burger wars are going on between the fucking... Who is it? Like, I saw... the Burger King CEO, McDonald's CEO, Wendy's CEO, and somebody else is in like a fucking stand down or something. Let's see. Ooh. So, projected timeline of the Iran war. Let's hear what they're.
You guys saw what JD said yesterday. He says, look, he can go months. This can be a 6-month war. This can be a 12-month war. This can be. The president has the ability to go as long as they want. And then Hexet was being pushed on. You guys said this is going to be 4 weeks. This is going to be 4 weeks. So, well, listen, can you go to that, Rob? Is this the one about the 4 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Where he jumps in?
Yep.
Okay, go for it.
The question about 4 weeks. It's the typical NBC sort of gotcha type question. President Trump has all the latitude in the world to talk about how long it may or may not take. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. Yeah. It could move up. It could move back. We're going to execute at his command the objectives we've set out to achieve. And what he has shown an ability to do that other presidents can't quite seem to have the aperture to do. Well, I mean, Joe Biden didn't even know what he was doing. Is to look for opportunities and off-ramps and escalations for the United States that creates new opportunities to execute what we need on our own timeline. So you can play games about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. He has all the latitude, and I'm glad he does, because there's no better communicator than our president expressing those things.
To the Daily Mail.
I've been in meetings with the president for the last 2.5 days. We know exactly where his headspace is.
I've been on a bender for the last 2.5 days with the president.
And he will communicate as he should exactly what he would like, and we will follow those orders. And I think everything he said on that is right down the middle.
There you go. So the concern becomes how long it goes. They argue. There's a part of me that says they have to say, we'll go 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. I think they're talking to two people when they say that. They're talking to Iran and they're talking to China.
Yep.
I don't think they're talking to the voters. They know the voters are going to get angry on Twitter, on YouTube, on X, on all. I cannot believe this is going to be another Iraq. They're like, that's noise. We'll handle you. Folks in media that are going to bitch and moan, all this, my mindset on what they're thinking. Yeah. But they're like,
once again, acknowledging that domestically this war is incredibly unpopular, even though if he takes a look at polling, it's broadly unpopular with Americans, but of course MAGA fucking loves it. But he literally says that this is just all signaling to other foreign adversaries.
Let's make Iran and China think we can go a minute. Now watch this story about U.S. sinking 11 Iranian Navy ships. Rob, is this the story?
Yes, sir.
Go for it.
Now stands at 6. U.S. Central Command shared this video as well of an Iranian ship being absolutely obliterated. The U.S. has sunk 11 Iranian ships. Defense officials tell Fox Iran only has small boats left, but still could mine the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says it's closed. The U.S. says it isn't. Meanwhile, 3 American fighter jets got shot down accidentally by Kuwaiti air defense today. All 6 American pilots are okay. The incident is under investigation. Iran also continues firing on American bases all across the region. The smoke you see here, though, Sean, is rising from the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait today. Also tonight, the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia got hit by 2 Iranian Shahed drones. Thankfully, nobody was injured, as Iran not only targets civilian infrastructure, but now also oil and gas infrastructure. Sean,
yeah,
I'll send it back to you.
Tom, if you want to give some thoughts on what happened with the Kuwaiti
thing is really annoying. Let me remind everybody that Iraq invaded Kuwait and basically pillaged it of all resources. Saddam Hussein did, and who came over there was the USA and George Bush Sr. to re-liberate Kuwait. Say what you will about the ancillary activity, but we went over and liberated Kuwait.
Oh my God.
After that.
Yeah, we'll just hand wave that ancillary activity.
And so the Kuwaitis carelessly, remember, if we're flying over Kuwait, we are now flying back toward the Gulf area away from the engaged conflict. So you're coming back, you're empty, you've dropped your payload, which is bombs, you're coming back in, and you're not expecting radar signature to be coming over Kuwait, which is supposed to be a friendly place, while you go back to the carrier or the base. And the clumsy Kuwaitis shoot down 3 of it. Praise God, our 6 pilots are okay, but come on, guys, we saved your ass. You got to be a little more careful.
So how do you do that, though? How do you? You're not training them to say, guys, what are you doing? This was by the way, do you have the clip of one of the pilots being approached? And it's like, no, I'm American. Have you guys seen this clip?
Backed off.
The people did back off, but it was an interesting scene to say, how do you make a mistake like that? You can't. Thank God those guys, nothing happened to them. Rob, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Go for it.
You're fine? Really? You need something to help you?
They love nothing more than Rob pulling up some useless clip. Okay. Rubio's remarks on Israel's influence in Iran war. Let's watch the sweeping from... Oh, damn, Adam's not in this fucking episode. You probably would have gone hard on it. It's only Tom and Patrick, and then they got 2 fucking losers.
I do want to show you, because online social media guys are reacting to it. This was the clip of Rubio that they're saying, look what happened. The messaging changed within 24 hours. One is March 3rd. The other one is March 2nd. Go ahead, Rob. And this is Midas Touch.
Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why
we needed to get
Why are
involved.
they playing Midas touch?
Today, the president said that
No.
Iran was going to get.
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked
Okay.
the question.
And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't happen.
Yesterday.
Jeff, how do you react to this?
So the client stake went rogue.
Yeah, look, there's more going on here than people keep giving credit for. You know, it's tough to make statements like that to begin with, and when you're under pressure. I mean, he's responding to a specific question. Again, I think, as Mark and I were talking about, it's somewhat of a distraction. Mm-hmm. This is not really about Israel. Israel and the U.S. have a strategy that they're developing, and they're a game plan that they're following specifically to deal with the Iranian threat. And the U.S. is using that as leverage in their bigger Cold War strategy to counter China, Russia, and the other side. So, focusing on Israel here and making it seem like we're just following along with Israel is just missing the point. Totally missing the point.
Yeah, and it's interesting you say this because there's an old clip of MBS being interviewed where she asks him about Khamenei. Have you guys ever seen this clip? Here's a clip of MBS being interviewed, and she asks and makes a comment. She says, wait a minute, is this really how you view Khamenei? Look what he says about Khamenei. Go ahead, Rob.
Seen that you called the Ayatollah Khamenei the new
Why do we care about what MBS has to say about the
Hitler of the Middle East?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because he wants to expand. He wants to create his own project in the Middle East, very much like Hitler, who wanted to expand at the time. Many countries around the world and in Europe did not realize how dangerous Hitler was until what happened happened. I don't want to see the same events happening in the Middle East.
Does Saudi Arabia need nuclear weapons to counter Iran?
Saudi Arabia does not want to acquire any nuclear bomb. But without a doubt, if Iran developed a nuclear bomb, we will follow suit as soon as possible.
Seen that you called.
It's crazy when you think about it because Saudi, pre-79, had a decent relationship with Iran under Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. And now, who knows them better? Who knows Khamenei better? Who knows the IRGC better? Social media influencers, mainstream media folks, or MBS?
Right.
Who do you think knows them better? Of course a guy like this does. So why do you think they're sitting there saying they're not allies?
Of course a head of state does that has a tense relationship with this other state.
We're not working with them. We're not going to. And by the way, FYI, just so everybody knows, this is the part that for someone to say, well, you don't even know, it's because of this, he's bought, he's this, it's a business deal, it's that deal. By the way, if Iran is set free and the sanctions are lifted and they can do business with the world, Saudi takes a hit from business because there's a new competitor in town. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Now you have a massive oil supplier that can sell to everybody. You think Saudi wants Iran economically? They're now, and so imagine if Iran opens up, it becomes free, they start building towers, they start doing concerts, they start doing events, people start going there for vacation like they used to in the 70s, way before Dubai. What does that do to Saudi? That's a new competitor. Why would he want the regime to fall? He wouldn't want the regime to fall. Yet he still does. Yet they're still supporting. Why are they still supporting? So there's a lot of questions that comes up when you think about what's going on there. But what are your thoughts when you see what MBS said about Khamenei?
Survival. It's, like you said, I mean, Saudi Arabia doesn't lose everything, but they lose quite a bit with Iran.
He was not talking about survival. He was literally, okay, so MBS was saying that Iran is basically like the Ayatollah is like Hitler. They have these expansionist goals or whatever. He's talking about, again, Iran and not about Israel. But then PBD went on to say, no, it's primarily motivated by money and not wanting to have business competitors. And then this guy is like, it's existential for them.
Being a functioning state and a competitor. However, survival comes first. And he understands the threat more than anybody else does because he's got to live next door to them. He's seen it up close and personal.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about the Saudi royals.
We've seen it before.
And their safety.
So it really is a matter of this is just way too freaking dangerous to just sit here and do nothing. And as Mark showed, that chart was absolutely fantastic, by the way, because it actually does put everything into the right context.
Yeah.
Everybody said, we got to do this and we got to do this now, because if we wait any longer, it gets to the point where action becomes catastrophic.
I think a bigger piece that has to be taken into consideration is that a lot of us, sit here and think about this from a rational mindset.
Yeah.
And so the whole thought
But these Arabs and Muslims are not rational, you see.
Cold War, Jeff referenced Cold War 2.0, but in the Cold War, it was mutually assured destruction. It was rational thought. If you can kill me and I can kill you, then we have a standoff and we have peace. But that only works.
Iran's not acting rationally. Iran was acting more irrationally by coming to the negotiating table with the same fucking admin that tore up the JCPOA. And then once they engaged in another round of diplomatic talks, and the second admin bombed their nuclear facilities and then did it again and fell for it again. And he declared war this time.
with a rational actor. When you have an ideological actor whose actual goal is to die in war, they would rather die in
as
war.
many people with them as they can.
Then it changes the whole thing, and you have to take that into consideration.
No, you're so right, because they do not have a constitution or something they want to stand on. They have a suicide pact with an ideology. And their ultimate outcome is the destruction of anything that is not aligned with that. And then ultimately, they believe in this endgame. And so you look at it, you go, wait a minute, you don't really believe in a happily ever after. Your form of world domination tightens the noose until the Shiite question is eventually...
Okay, so see, they make this delineation between the population of Iran and the Ayatollah and the 12 Muslims that rule over them or whatever, and how they don't like this regime. But then they say they have an ideology that's predicated upon suicide bombings or whatever, even though it's dude, you would love that, wouldn't you? It would be your wet dream if these people just blew themselves up in the name of martyrdom. But that's not happening. So who exactly is it happening with? You're talking about what percentage of the Iranian people, they constantly try to act 99% all hate the fucking Iranian regime.
Solved, because the Sunni Shiite question is the last question, and that is the last war of Islam. When everyone else, but remember, it's first the Christians, then it's the Jews, then it's the neutral, then it's the people that stayed even more neutral. It's like the old poem that talked about Germany. These people did something and I did nothing. Then these people did something. Finally, at the end, they came for me and I did nothing. That is exactly the path they're on. It's a suicide pact with the future. And then at the very end, what most of us don't know, the Sunnis and Shiite fight the final war to see who wins, right? Which, if you want to go back and look at, that was, how many years was that between Iraq and Iran? The 10-year war, wasn't it?
10-year war. 80 to 80.
Yeah. It's why? So this is such a great point about the rational actor. So what do you have to do? You have to defang every part of the rational actor and put them in check. And the way you put it in check is you somehow have to move the clerics out and then move others in. Remember the subway bombings. The young men that died in those subway bombings were radicalized to the point of committing suicide by the radical clerics that were north of London. That is, look at it. That's the way it works.
Get that page. The one of the ones I give you, that's my denim. Yeah.
That's how it works. Fucking not a low probability incident in London. I had no idea what he was even fucking referring to. Trump predicts the future leader of Iran.
Here's what the president was asked about the next president, right? On what's going to happen with Iran. There's two clips I want to play. This is about whoever becomes next is going to get killed. And
again, and they just seated the new leader. This was March 4th.
Go what he said about Reza Pahlavi. Go ahead, Rob.
Right, that could happen. We don't want that to happen. It would probably be the worst.
Fuck, Trump looks so fucking orange here.
You go through this, and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who is no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance, and we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports.
Can you go to the Reza Pahlavi question? He loves saying that. They're dead. The way he says it, it's lots of enthusiasm. Go ahead.
My daddy is dead.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. These were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
All they do is kill people.
I think, look, it goes back to what we're talking about here is that if we're going to do this, let's do this, right? If we're going to do this, let's not do a bunch of missile strikes and take out some capacity, then have to do this 4 or 5 years from now. That was the lesson from the Gulf Wars. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. I have to believe that he has something in mind. This is not just, hey, let's just hope that the Iranian regime collapses on its own, under its own weight, and that somebody just magically shows up, a Cicero or Washington or something just shows up and everything works out. I have to believe, because they are executing a strategy, both a big picture strategy as well as a smaller picture strategy, that they have something in mind for what comes next.
Oh my God, that's what you get from the incoherent ramblings of this fucking admin. Got it.
7, do not miss.
Okay, so this was 3 days ago. Christy Noam out of DHS, plus Iran war laser weapons. This has 444,000 views. So let's see. Gas prices, let's see how they cope with the fucking gas prices and oil prices rising. And again, just the other day, I think yesterday, day before that, oil was over $110 a barrel. That's the first time in like 4, maybe 5 years that's been the price of oil per barrel.
Sales Leadership Summit. With that being said, let's get right into it. Okay, so Iran, with everything that's taking place right now with Iran, Rob, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it is an interview that's taking. Oh, by the way, this is the gas poll that you ran. Okay, let's talk about the poll first. How much have gas prices in your area increased? Can you go back to it, please? None, 20%.
Oh my God, 49%, 25 to 50 cents. None, 20%, 50 to 75 cents, 70%, 75 cents plus 13%.
So that's a fifth. 25 to 50 cents, 49%. 50 cents to 75 cents, 18%. 75 cents plus 13%, which is 1 out of 6. So that, Rob, how much was gas prices for you when you filled it up this morning?
It's around $3.50 in my area, but that's up from last weekend. Last Friday, it was about $2.70.
From $2.70 to $3.50.
Yep.
With gas prices. What is crude oil price right now, Tom? What is it looking like right now?
I think West Texas Intermediate opened this morning at 72. Will you do that? Just WTI price?
87?
Up $6 today.
And Tom, what's the ideal price?
By the way, did you just hear Tom's reaction?
$6.
No. Did you? Tom meant to say 82, not 72. Okay?
Yes.
Right, Tom, is that okay, fair to say? So Tom meant to say 82, and it's 87. Okay? It's 87.
Going up.
$6 today.
So Tom, if this is $6 today, and you're seeing, let's talk purely brass tacks, how the individual is going to be impacted by this, whether you're like Adam, you don't drive and you take Ubers, or if you're somebody that drives and you pay for gas. If it's going to 87, how quickly is the speed of the market feeling the pain of gas prices?
Well, the Straits of Hormuz are there, so every time there's a shortage, and a shortage creates prices to go up. Also, when demand goes up, and right now there's more demand for the U.S. oil because we're pumping and it's available.
Dude, that is
We've increased
not the reason why it's gone up.
Put for Venezuela over the past 4 weeks, 2x from when we took out Maduro.
Yeah.
So 2x oil is coming out of Venezuela. Remember, they would like sneak the oil out. It was like embargo oil. Now it's open oil. The pipes are open from the valley, and that's 2x.
This was what New York Times was reporting. Oil prices spiked to over $110 a barrel, highest since pandemic. Surge on Monday and a sign of growing concern that the war in the Middle East will continue to take a toll on energy supplies, raising gas prices for American consumers and weighing on the stock market. Brent crude, the international oil benchmark, rose above $100 a barrel for the first time in roughly 4 years, before settling just below that level. That left oil up around 37% in the U.S., and Israel began attacking Iran on February 28th. In Asia, where economies are heavily dependent on imported oil from the Middle East, stocks tumbled broadly. North Korea's Kospi index fell almost 6%. Japan's Nikkei 225 benchmark fell 5.2%. Oil rose as high as $119.50 a barrel. The price came down to just below $100 a barrel after reports that governments were considering steps to ease concerns about tightening supplies of oil. President Trump, who campaigned partly on lowering the cost of energy, said in a post on Truth Social on Sunday, described the higher oil prices as quote-unquote short-term and said they were a very small price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. USA and world, comma, safety and peace, and world safety and peace. Okay. The huge jump in oil prices suggests that traders are increasingly worried about being able to access oil and natural gas from the Persian Gulf. The Strait of Hormuz, a waterway on Iran's southern coast, has all but been closed for more than a week, preventing fuel produced in the region from reaching overseas markets. 1/5 of the world's oil and substantial amounts of natural gas normally move through the strait each day. With little sign that shipping will soon be able to return to normal, higher oil prices will continue to drive up prices at the pump at a time when many Americans are worried about the economy. As of Monday, the price of a gallon of regular gasoline had already climbed about 17% since the war started to a national average of $3.48, according to the AAA Motor Club. Diesel prices had risen at a faster clip of around 24%. Natural gas, which is used to heat homes and generate electricity, has also become more expensive, particularly in Europe and in Asia, which depend heavily on imported fuel. Natural gas markets are more regional than oil markets, meaning that the United States, as the world's top natural gas producer, has been comparatively insulated. Earlier on Sunday, Energy Secretary Chris Wright sought to play down the risk that energy prices would remain high for a long time. You're seeing a little bit of fear premium in the marketplace, but the world is not short of oil today or natural gas, Mr. Wright told CNN. He said he expected shipping through the strait to be disrupted for weeks, in the worst-case scenario, not months. Mr. Trump said last week that the U.S. Navy might escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, but Mr. Wright said U.S. forces were focused on limiting Iran's missile and drone capabilities. What? Trump's admin contradicting themselves? No way. The sudden increase in oil and gas prices has raised concerns about inflation. The Federal Reserve typically counters rising prices by keeping interest rates high to slow the economy and the pace of inflation, but weak jobs data on Friday bolstered the case for a rate cut, setting up a tug-of-war over the path forward. A measure of investors' inflation expectations has risen sharply. Investors now expect inflation to rise around 4.5% over the next 12 months, from a forecast of 2.3% at the start of the year. And again, keep in mind, this year is only 3 months old. That has helped push up government bond yields, which underpin borrowing costs for companies and consumers. The 2-year Treasury yield, which is sensitive to changes in interest rate expectations, has risen roughly 0.2 percentage points since the war began to 3.56%. Fear premium.
So we're pumping and we have it available, but there's demand for it.
You know
because
what? I'm getting a horse.
The Straits of Hormuz have closed. Take a look at that. That chart is the Iraq war. Take a look at Pat. See the first jump there? Is the Iran war. So click on, if you would.
Can we go 5 years?
5 days? Just 5 days. All you need to do it. Okay, there you go. The war starts. And Pat, take a look at that. It gently goes up.
Yep.
And now look what happens on March 5th. The war escalates. See there? March 5th, the war escalates.
Yeah.
So it was hanging tough until the war started escalating, and now the Straits of Hormuz have been closed for a couple days, and that's putting pressure, on China. So this is demand related. The U.S. is fine. We have plenty. We're not going to have shortages at the pump, but the demand for what we're pumping is up. So guess what? The price goes up.
And Rob, do you mind going to 5 years or even go to max?
Economy king.
Tom, correct me if I'm wrong. They want to keep the barrel of oil around $70. Is that
65
sort of
plus 65? Above 65.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. 65 in the U.S., you make a profit, and you can afford to extract shale.
Okay, so if you look at this, and Pat, you're the numbers guy, it basically fell below market average in 2020. Nobody was moving, right? It went down to almost $20 a barrel. They couldn't even get it away. But historically, if you want to go back 10 years when Trump took office, oil was around $40. Is that right?
Yep.
Remember
16,
that was also the Saudi market manipulation trying to keep the price low to hurt Alberta oil sands and North Dakota shale, because those are alternative drills that were working.
And then Tom, walk me through this. 2022, it spikes under Biden because we weren't pumping as much oil. How does this affect American oil?
What happened in the middle of 2022? We slowly opened after COVID, but what had Biden done trying to keep the price down? He emptied the SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And so suddenly the demand shoots way up. So that's Biden's, by the way, that's also Biden inflation. And just poor executive management from the Department of Energy. That didn't have to happen after COVID.
Biden inflation. This is Biden inflation. Even though there was recovery from that inflation under Biden that already
So Tom, walk me through this. Even though there's been a major spike in the last 5 days with the Iran war, it pales in comparison to what happened a few years ago,
yeah,
right?
The spike is that little tiny thing.
Even though things suck right now, and it is obviously and directly to be pinned on Donald Trump and Israel, Biden bad though. So let's compare it to Biden for some reason.
Yeah, and you can put you see, since Trump was elected, what's been happening? A gentle slide back to, so he gets to go to November 24. There you go, keep going, see? Yeah.
So the guy we should be asking is Vinny, who's got a massive truck.
Oh, let me explain something to you. People that are like, hey, come to Miami. I'm not coming to Miami. I'm not hanging out with you.
What do you
at
mean
all.
people? You mean me?
By the way, just so you know, here's what you need to know.
This
not
is well
last
managed,
Friday, but when did war start? It's been what now? Today's 6 days. Last Friday, it was around $67, $70 to now being at where it's at. So you're talking, $17 to $20 up, which is direct impact. People are feeling it.
And it's bizarre, but it's still a privilege that this is the fucking issue. Because we're not actually talking about Americans fearing for their lives or their safety. It's obviously going to be painful economically, but safety is not threatened.
How much of that's going to translate here? Trump's going to have to control this. But if Strait of Hormuz, if nothing's leaving there, and China's sitting around knowing 80% of their oil, they're relying there. Tom, how much longer can China sit around without coming out and saying, hey, we kind of need to protect ourselves with Iran because the oil we're relying on? How long can they go?
China's going to need oil in 21 days. I was reading that 21 days, they will start to feel it. It won't be catastrophic, but within 21 days, they're really going to start to feel it. So I'd like to know this. Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz. If we control the skies, which we do,
I was just going to say,
and we have basically impacted a tremendous amount of their navy, what exactly is keeping the Strait of Hormuz? Because that's where China's going to get their oil. Or are we on the backside willing to say, okay, I'm sorry, the strait's closed, and because that's going to put pressure on China?
Yeah, if you look at this chart that Rob just pulled up, Iran and Venezuela's export most of their crude oil to China. Okay,
Right.
Share of Iran and Venezuela's crude oil export that go to China. Look at that, 87% of Iran and 55% of Venezuela.
Bingo.
And if you control both of them now, and China no longer has control of Panama Canal because of what happened with Panama.
C.K. Hutchinson.
Oh yeah,
C.K.
Panama's
Hutchinson.
Supreme Court.
Panama Supreme Court comes out and says, no, we're not doing it. Listen, you don't have any more authority over this. These two ports are ours. if you think these guys, when they say they're playing, chess and they're grandmasters, if you think that, you lock in Panama Canal first, so China can't play that as a weapon. You lock in Venezuela next, then you go after Iran. Now China's sitting around saying, well, how can we create pain for U.S.? How can we create pain for U.S. to do anything?
Oh my God. He literally pulls out just like the subtle Chinese accent.
Strategic weapon. You lock in Venezuela next, then you go after Iran. Now China's sitting around saying, well, how can we create pain for U.S.?
How can we create pain for U.S.? That's what China's doing.
How can we create pain for U.S. to do anything? Strategically, it's actually very interesting when you think about the sequencing of what's been done.
Well, we're coming into summer.
Yeah, it's really interesting how America shot itself in the fucking face and provided the ability for China to step up as in the midst of all of this. Yeah, epic.
Maybe they could embargo the knockoff Callaway drivers.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be catastrophic for guys like you.
Catastrophic.
Yeah.
Can I speculate on
Yeah,
something?
go for it.
So, oil. Trump's been saying he's going to do two things. We talk about the 20-point plan that he was going to do.
Yep.
At the top of the list, he was going to shut down the oil, the border, and he's going to drill, baby, drill. Did he not say those two things?
Yes.
What if this were all a part of?
He did say those two things. Were those his top two things? I wouldn't even say that the drill, baby, drill thing was like a top thing for Trump for a while. Like
Trump's
hasn't
plan.
been for a while.
Shut down the border, drill, baby, drill.
It was like shut down the border, mass deportations, and also grocery prices are going to come down. Everything's going to be cheaper.
We just learned that China, which is our
That was easily the pitch. He was coasting off the fact that there was inflation under Biden.
number one
enemy
combatant. You want to say that?
They're our enemy.
They get what percentage of their oil from Venezuela and Iran? The vast majority of it. Drill, baby, drill. Taking down China. Now let's pan out a little bit. A year ago, when Syria was about to fall, Bashar al-Assad calls his boys. Vladimir, what's up, man? Niet, I can't help you. A buddy of mine did a great breakdown of this. Can't help him because he's embroiled in a war in Ukraine. Bingo. Hey, he calls up Iran. Iran can't do anything because they're fighting with Israel. So now everything leads back to China. So Russia's embroiled in a war with Ukraine. We're funding that. Iran is tied up with Israel. Israel's knocking out all their proxies. Bing, 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 bing. Syria falls. Venezuela, when they fall, they say, hey guys, who's going to come help us out here? Nobody. So now who's helping Iran? Is China showing up? No. Is Russia showing up? No. So could it be
Venezuela didn't fall,
that Trump, when he said drill, baby, drill, this was all part of his plan to take out all these countries and basically say, China, what's up with the tariffs now, buddy? All your oil, all your power, all your energy. You have 1 billion people that you need to keep the lights on, and you're going to be major struggling when I take out all your allies. So could it be?
But yeah, I should have filled up on Friday and didn't, and now prices are up almost 75 cents a gallon. America
that Trump
first.
had this planned all along? Could be.
If it is.
Yeah.
If this is exactly how they thought about this.
Part of the deal,
What a
baby.
That's a gangster move.
What
It's almost like he read your
If
next
they
5
did.
moves.
What did he call
Read
it?
by
He
PBD.
said Marco Rubio will end up being the greatest.
My God, Adam's such a good little fucking foot soldier, constantly gargling PBD's balls by like shilling his book right there. Look at that.
Gangster move.
What
It's
a
almost like he
master
read your
plan.
next
If they
5
did.
moves.
What did he call
Read
it?
by
He
PBD.
said Marco.
It's almost like he read your next 5 moves. A stupid book that fucking PBD probably had a ghostwriter write and put his name on it.
Marco Rubio will end up being the greatest
Secretary of State
of all time.
Oh, yeah.
Is what he said. So Tom, what are we looking at here with the China imports?
Well, thank you, Rob. China imported 5 million barrels a day through the Strait of Hormuz last year.
Damn.
Yeah.
And it tells you from where 1.2 from Iraq, 395 Kuwait, 106 Qatar, 666 UAE. They should have done 667. 703 Oman, 1.5 million Saudi, and 1.4 million Iran.
Yeah, and so never mind the numbers. Iran is only 1.4 that, but the highway's closed.
Exactly. Exactly. So, but do you not think, Tom? It's just so it's one of two things. Either if
Tom, do you not think?
you're U.S., you hear the
I
stories.
often wonder. If I could ask Tom a question, it would be, Tom, do you even think? I think I would ask that same question.
Rob, do you have the clip of the Shahed drone? There's this one video that I saw. I'll send it to you.
I have it.
Which do you have?
The fucking drones. Okay, no. Let's see. All right. Moving on. That's like they're a big part of the fucking analysis. And now to the present. Okay, that was on the 6th. This is from today? Yesterday, 18 hours ago. Iran's new supreme leader plus NYC terror attack. This has 384,000 views. They streamed it 18 hours ago, you guys. All right, new supreme leader.
So, new supreme leader has been announced, and I'm coming to you guys here on this one. Mojtaba Khamenei is officially the new supreme leader of Iran. They just announced it. Celebration. Rob, if you want to play this clip, when the announcement was made, go for it.
Member of the Assembly of Experts, Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei. our dear leader, our guardian jurist, Allah.
Great Akbar.
What happened there?
Somebody.
What is this, Rob? Is this because
It's
it's not
AI translated.
Allahu Akbar. God is the greatest.
Okay. Well, by the way, to give credit, there's a lot of celebration going on in this clip because
Wait, can you translate? I don't need to. They just did. For some actual context, Iran's new leader, Ayatollah Khamenei's son, is a mysterious figure. This was reported 2 days ago. Iran named Khamenei's son, the recently killed supreme leader, as his father's successor, according to a statement from top clerics published on state media early Monday local time, signaling the continuity of a hardline theocratic rule as Israeli and U.S. airstrikes pound the country. Mr. Khamenei himself, though, is something of a mystery even within Iran. He is a son of the recently killed supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and has been an influential figure in the shadows of power, coordinating military and intelligence operations at his father's office. He is known to have very close ties to the powerful Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, and was considered their favored candidate. Unlike his father, Mr. Khamenei, 56, carries the full religious credentials as an Ayatollah at the moment of his ascension. He was known for teaching popular Shiite seminary classes. But his personality or politics outside of his father's tight inner circle are not known. He seldom speaks or appears in public, and now he will take the helm not just as Iran's new religious and political authority, but also as the commander-in-chief of its armed forces. So, an expert from Johns Hopkins said that Mr. Khamenei would be a surprising choice, but a telling one. The choice of Mojtaba is a choice of continuity with his father, and he is also more ready than other candidates to quickly consolidate power and assert control over the system, said Mr. Nasser. He also added that Mr. Khamenei had been considered a successor for a long time, but for the past 2 years he had seemed to drop off the radar. The late Ayatollah Khamenei had indicated to close advisors that he did not want his son to succeed him because he did not want the role to become hereditary. According to 3 senior Iranian officials familiar with Mr. Khamenei and the selection process, they spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive internal issues. After all, the Islamic Revolution in 1979 had toppled a monarchy with the promise to end the hereditary transfer of power and return it to the people. Mr. Khamenei's ascension suggests that those in Iran's circles of power, the senior clerics, the guards, and influential politicians, such as the head of the National Security Council, Ali Larijani, and closed ranks at a time of acute crisis and war. Mr. Larijani, a pragmatic veteran politician who has taken center stage in running the country, and Mr. Khamenei are old allies and friends. Both men are influential within Iran's armed forces. The Revolutionary Guards were founded as an ideological force charged with defending the Islamic Republic and its borders and to provide a buffer layer of security in case of defections and coups in the army. The Guards have since turned into a political, military, and economic powerhouse. They are directing the waves of ballistic missiles and drones against Israel, Arab countries in the Persian Gulf, and U.S. bases and embassies in the region as massive and U.S. and Israeli airstrikes continue. Mr. Khamenei was selected by a group known as the Assembly of Experts, made up of 88 senior Shiite clerics. Even as the assembly was debating its choice on Tuesday, Israel struck a building in Qom, one of Shiite Islam's main seats of power, where the assembly would traditionally meet to vote on a new leader, but the building was empty, according to the FAR news agency, which is affiliated with the Revolutionary Guards, and the clerics were meeting virtually for security. So they pushed for him. Since the U.S. war began, U.S. and Israeli airstrikes have killed not just Mr. Khamenei's father, but also his wife, Zahra Adel, his mother, and a son, the Iranian government said. Let's see. Some analysts hold that Mr. Khamenei might yet lean toward reform despite his father's style. They argue that he is a younger, more pragmatic generation of clerics, and because of his lineage, would face less resistance from the hardline and conservative factions. Politician close to Mr. Khamenei said in a phone interview from Tehran that if Mr. Khamenei did succeed his father, he might emerge as a figure in the style of the Saudi Arabian leader, Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, who has brought some liberalization to the society. If there is anyone who could move towards some sort of de-escalation with the United States, it is him. Any other person would face backlash from the ruling class and conservatives, Mr. Davari said. He intends to bring structural change. How Washington would view him is uncertain. On Tuesday, at a news conference in Washington, President Trump said that many of the people his government had viewed as potential leaders of Iran had been killed since the fighting began. Pretty soon, we're not going to know anybody, he said. Asked about a worst-case scenario in Iran, he said, I guess the worst case would be we do this and somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person. Right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen.
This is pro-IRGC community that's out there announcing that they just got their new supreme leader. But let me announce to you what happened
with this new job. And I said that earlier, but I'm going to put this in the clip.
PBD's analysis about oil in China kind of makes sense if you squint your eyes, but same as the tariffs, that if that was your plan, this is not really how you should go on about it. I mean, I heard this as well. Counterpoints was having a conversation with Pisco earlier, and he gave the same explanation that like there's this 5D chess move going on where they are, trying to like weaken China's sphere of influence over these Middle Eastern countries because of like where they primarily are supplied with oil, and it's the United States attempting to create a power vacuum and then fill it or something like that. But it just presupposes that there's that level of strategy that's going into all of this. Okay. And I'm not saying that they have no strategy, that they're doing everything they can to act like that's the case. I'm sure there is something, but they're not being opaque with it. And there's no reason to me to like fill it in with that.
I want the clip to go out. And Tom, Vinny, Adam, I'm coming to you guys on this. Imagine you just got a job. Hey, we want you to be the leader, the supreme leader of Iran. You're like, oh, okay. But just in the last week, your father was killed. Your mother was killed. Your wife was killed. Your son was killed. Your sister was killed. Your brother-in-law was killed. And other nephews and nieces were killed. And congratulations, now you're the supreme leader. And the moment that is announced, an article comes out saying you've already been wounded. Okay, which you're going to be a target because the president says Iran confirms new supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei is wounded. So one, you're a target. They're going to take you out. They want to take you out. Number two, you want to seek vengeance. What would you do? So, Tom, your thoughts with the new? Were you surprised that this is a new supreme leader, or just kind of something that was coming?
Comments on the new supreme leader of Iran.
Up.
No, they're going to proceed and they're going to name a new leader. They are never going to back down and say, okay, our supreme leader was, killed, removed, assassinated, depending on who's saying the story, right, Vinny? They'll pick the word. Nonetheless, him, his family, people that were there, the bunker busters got all the way downstairs and a lot of people died. Well, they're going to name a new one. It's just like the even at times of war and unrest, there was always a new pope named. There was always a new pope. So they're going to do this. Now, what happens now is it's a new target because the regime collapse is the strategy.
So now we have to get this guy, huh?
And so if this guy and his anger and vengeance, because you told me about that.
Or why does it? Explain to me why his father had to go, but his son can be given a chance.
When Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini came in 79.
Ruhollah Khomeini, yes.
Yep. When he came up, it says everybody knew it was bad news because they knew he had a chip, they knew he had a mission, they knew he was really, violent and ruthless underneath. So they knew what was coming. This guy, never mind that he's going to be thinking of the vengeance of all of these family members. Never mind he's going to be thinking of following in his father. Never mind that the supreme leader is a kind of militaristic leader. Never mind all that. This guy in place is a target because they want to take the regime down. And if this guy gets power, rally people's up, that's just a problem.
Adam.
Look, everything that comes down with Ayatollah comes into three camps, right? So you have the camp that absolutely...
Let's hear Adam's really stupid analogy that just is highly reductive, never maps onto any semblance of reality, and will not make sense to anyone but him.
Loves this guy. They think he's the heaven on earth. There's nothing that he could do wrong. God bless you, PBD.
God bless you.
God bless you, PBD. Didn't sound like a sneeze. Kind of just sounded like he blew his nose while the camera's still rolling, or like the fucking mic is picking it up. But yeah,
these are the religious zealots. They absolutely love this guy. There's no talking these people out of that, and I get it. I respect that. Then there's the people that are just like, whether they're in Iran or whether they're around the world, they're just like, look, I get it. You have your religious beliefs. Just let me do my own thing. Cool. Let me have my beliefs. Stay out of my way. Almost like a libertarian perspective. And then there's the people who are like, no, you've had your chance. You've had 47 years of rule.
Right.
We know what you stand for. Stay the F out of my life. And unfortunately, the people in the middle are going to get run over. And you have to realize this. The loyalists and the people who want this guy out of their life forever are going to clash at some point. And it's going to get ugly and it's going to get messy. And thank God we have America on the right side of history. That's
these are the three camps. Don't doubt the word of Adam.
Defending the people that want this guy out. I don't know how long he's going to be there. Tick, tick, tick. We'll see how long it lasts.
Well, tick, tick, tick is actually it because this is probably the worst promotion in the history of promotions. It's like being promoted to captain of the Titanic.
You don't want this on your resume?
No. After it hit the iceberg, they're like, congratulations. You're the, I don't want to be the captain, Pat. But you have to understand.
You're the new starting quarterback of the Jets.
Yeah, exactly. No.
So they don't even seem to give a fuck that Trump didn't hand select this guy and that it's literally just his son being slotted in.
Which may be a worse job, Tom.
Yeah, no, it's horrible.
By the way, the guy that won it was a previous starting quarterback of the Jets, so that joke doesn't...
joke. They're almost they almost sound happy, if not relieved that there's a new fucking supreme leader.
Work anymore because Sam Darnold won the Super Bowl.
Exactly. So now that's backwards.
Yeah.
But not on the Jets.
Or they all got hurt.
On the Jets.
They all got hurt.
Well, you made it.
Not up in here. You're right.
But you remember in Godfather how Robert De Niro played the character of the Don, and remember, his father was killed. They killed the mother, and then how long did he wait? 40 years, 45 years to come and avenge the death. Imagine this guy and what gripe and how much anger
he doesn't have 40 years.
He doesn't have exactly. He doesn't have that. But by the way, they know where he is. They know. Between Mossad, CIA, UK. I don't know about MI6 if they're involved. They might be, but they know exactly where he is, where he's sleeping, who he's talking to. That's not the question. But the question is, what is somebody like the UK going to do? Mind you, this guy, they know where his houses are. He owns $100 million worth of houses. We talked about it last year on Billionaires Row in North London. I wonder if they're going to get involved. Is he going to be visiting? Where is he at? You know what I mean? But
he's worth $3 billion. By the way, their family, just so you know, is documented. An article was done on the Khamenei family net worth.
Yeah.
At one point, $95 billion. Can you type in, Rob, Khamenei net worth? Yeah, family net worth. Can you imagine? Rob now knows how to Khamenei like jokes.
I never thought a day would come, Rob.
So
Rob speaks Farsi at this point.
Look at that. Their net worth is estimated to be between $95 to $200 billion.
Yeah, but you know why that is, though.
No, they make this money because they're big
entrepreneurs.
AI
they're tech entrepreneurs. They're capitalists. Is that what they are? Or are they siphoning off the money from the Iranians?
So Pat, let me ask you a question.
Let
me ask you a question.
Yes.
This guy's next up. Do you really think he's about?
He said, "Are they siphoning off the money from the Iranian people?" Then he said, "Yeah, probably capitalists, right?" I don't know if that was supposed to be a joke or what, or if he was being honest that yeah, that's how capitalism works. It siphons off of the labor people. Like what?
That life, this playboy, having all this lavish life, he's worth all that money.
What do you mean about that life?
No, I'm saying you think he wants to step up? You don't
think he's about thug life?
By the way, let's be honest. You're the son of Adam. 50 people in your circle, family members, brothers, cousins, they're all dead. You think he's about that Allahu Akbar, I'm going to die and get virgin?
Yes,
no, I don't think. No,
I respect the question.
I don't think he's about that life.
Can I answer
Go
that?
ahead.
Yes, he's about that life.
Okay, we'll see.
Everyone in that inner circle is quote unquote about that life.
Well, he's about to get that missile.
By the way,
he's about to get
I think we talked about him being the Ayatollah.
He's gonna a public execution, or that they're going to do a suicide bombing. What?
On Friday, as if it was breaking news that had happened over the weekend. This guy, he's been groomed for this position.
Capitalists are good producers, so they were being sarcastic. I genuinely struggle to know the difference between what is genuine commentary on here and what is satirical at different points.
It's not like they're like, who's this going to be? Their father was 186 years old fighting Rocky Marciano, and then all of a sudden he's the new leader. They knew this was going to happen. He's been groomed. He's gone through the training camp, so to speak. He has the ideological beliefs, and this is what he stands for.
Can I push back? They killed the entire... He wasn't next up, Adam. This is just his son. They killed everybody.
It's not just his son. It's his son.
Let me finish. I'll wait. Again, because you've been doing this a lot. I'll let you breathe. He wasn't next in line. They had a gang of people in line. We killed all of them. So now he went from Adam. He was the 20th backup quarterback. Now it's up to him.
Okay, Vinny actually is closer to the truth than Adam.
But he has houses
Not
and
for once. This is usually the case. Not a low bar to clear.
Kane, he's traveling. This guy's, I personally don't believe he's about that life. Now he's being forced to be put in that life. And guess what? He's not going to last long.
Okay, so Touche, I'm going to throw one back at you. I heard you out. What's your point?
My point is this. I don't think a guy that's buying luxury houses and has all these cars and everything thought that we were going to kill every single person in the circle, and now he went from the 50th in line to number 1.
Okay, so I'll ask a very calm, collected conversation.
Chaba,
if he didn't want it, which I don't think you're right, why would he take the job?
Well, no, they made him get the job. He didn't sit there and go, I'll take it. He's next. You got to take it, Adam. He's in the line.
Well, listen, I never
This is the highest order of honor you could possibly have as Supreme Leader.
I'm trying to read the underlying debate here. Are you guys saying whether he listens more to like a Wu-Tang Clan or Tupac? Like cash rules everything around?
Has been planning this for decades. They were ready. I mean, they were prepared for something like this to occur one day, but it isn't clear to me that they necessarily wanted his son to ascend to the next Supreme Leader just because of their hesitancy with there being this sort of dynastic or familial rule.
Around me, or
I think he's a Wu-Tang. No, great. He's Wu-Tang.
You think he's Wu-Tang?
He's cream.
Yes, all right. All right.
I think it's Wu-Tang.
He's already hurt. He's already hurt.
All right. Okay. So
Pat, what do you think? This is natural progression. What do you think? You have an eye on this. You have a finger on the pulse.
I think this was the guy to get the job because Khomeini, believe it or not, Khomeini's grandson, who was one of the candidates, they put him in that school that they, whatever the main school is that you go to, where they develop you, the indoctrination school. I had the Prince of Islam that came on board when we were talking to him. He went to school with Khomeini's grandson, and they actually didn't give him anything. They kind of set him aside on the sideline and didn't do anything with him. So I don't think Khomeini's son was going to get the job. If they kill him, he may get the job. But let me tell you what just happened, Rob. Go back to one of the clips that you had. The grandson, the son of, this is Ayatollah Khomeini's grandson. This is what he said. The grandson said this 4 weeks ago, folks. Go ahead.
الإسرائيليون يعرفون بدقة ويعرفون أن الشعب الإسلامي.
Israel's know full well that if a day comes when any Islamic nation is capable of firing missiles at Israel,
قادر على قصف إسرائيل.
What do you bet that this chat is about to be like based?
وعلى ضربة على
and strike at Israel, and if they are capable of erasing Israel,
إذا كانوا قادرين على إزالة إسرائيل سيفعلون.
They will do to Israel what Hamas did to it.
كل الشعوب الإسلامية. كل الشعوب.
All the Islamic nations, all of them.
إذا نرى أن
Today
بعض
we see
الدول
that
المنطقة
some countries in the
لا
region
يعملون
are
بواجبهم
not fulfilling their duty,
لأنهم يقولون
saying they are incapable of doing
لسنا
so.
بقادرين على ذلك. وإسرائيل يعلم.
Israel knows, America knows, and the leaders of the superpowers know.
يعلمون أن الدول
And if a
الإسلامية
day comes when the Islamic countries are capable of bombing Israel, you can pause it right there.
Okay.
Repeat.
Wow.
You see, this is the son of the guy that just became the supreme leader, by the way.
Was this guy one of the ones that was killed in the bombing?
No, I don't think so.
That's a good question. I don't think it's this one that was killed. You know, the one thing about Muslims, they have a lot of kids, but
it says at least one son reported killed.
Okay, Rob, can you check to see if that was the son that was killed?
Yes.
I don't think it was him, though.
Okay, so if it wasn't, if it wasn't him, guess what, Adam? That's the guy that's about that life. This guy's about that life. I haven't seen one video.
Israel's already saying if people post the strikes in Israel, they'll get 5 years in jail. The censorship is wild. They're in trouble. Do you have a link to that?
Of the son of Khamenei talk reckless like that. That guy's living the lavish life. I haven't heard one speech saying if we had nukes, if we had bombs, whatever, let's erase Israel.
Can I ask you a
that
question?
guy's, yes.
So, Vinny, Adam, what do you think? Look at the westernization and the attraction. When I say westernization on the business front, Western hotels, Western businesses that they're trying to attract. It's called Television City, I believe, is in Dubai.
Okay.
It's a little area where it's basically media companies.
Sounds like some tourist shit.
Tucker Carlson buying a place in Qatar, and we'll leave out everything else about Tucker, but the point is there's a lot of people and a lot of things happening over there. Do you think those people are all waiting to get nuclear weapons to erase Israel while they're basically doing deals with the West and expanding, and the PIF is investing in companies in the West and all that? They find it kind of hard to believe that everyone is sitting there below the surface, that they all secretly wish they could nuke Israel.
Oh yeah, no, I agree in the fact that not Dubai and stuff like Dubai is like Vegas now. They're trying to expand and they're trying to be, westernized. But I do believe that there's certain ones.
Dubai is like Vegas, like, plus indentured servitude and like human trafficking. Yeah.
Tom, there's certain ones, absolutely. Tom, anybody that has the attitude of death to us, I have a huge problem with that. And this notion of just leave them alone. Like, we don't need to be involved with anybody, but you do not, Tom, and I'm asking you genuinely, you're an educated man. You're very educated. If I was threatening to kill you constantly and I'm killing people in my family, I'm building something at some point, would you ignore me forever? Would you ignore me and let me get to the point where I can't?
With this fucking neighbor hypothetical where he's saying that, like, could you imagine if you had a neighbor that was like threatening to do shit, and the natural conclusion is supposed to be that you would go like take the matters into your own hands and kill the neighbor yourself instead of contact law enforcement for some reason?
Do it because what do you think I'm talking reckless, or do you think I actually mean what I'm saying?
I would assume that you meant it. Right?
Yeah. So would you do something to stop me, or would you just say, no, guys, we don't get involved, let them go?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Rob ran a poll, 5,000 votes. How long will Khamenei remain as supreme leader of Iran? Days, weeks, months, years? Look what the poll came back as. 53% think it's days.
Bingo.
So you got 81% say...
Oh my God. So half of your audience is delusional.
53% think it's days.
Bingo.
So you got...
Yeah, like how long will they remain the supreme leader? 53%. Says days, 28% weeks, 9% months, 10% years.
81% say he's got weeks to live, days to weeks to live. So we'll see. We'll see what happened with the announcement here. Now, at the same time, Trump demands unconditional surrender to end war in Iran. Will he get that? Here's what he had to say. President Trump wrote in a Friday morning Truth Social post that the U.S. will make no deal with Iran besides an unconditional surrender of the country's leadership. After that section of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful...
They could be ready to give that unconditional surrender, and I feel like it would literally just accelerate yet another fucking decapitation strike.
Very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of
even years are made up of days.
Destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. Thank you for your attention.
Days is not crazy. The reason why I think days is crazy is not because I really put anything past this admin, but because I think that they were trying to... I think like a big part of this for Trump is trying to replicate the success that he had with the Venezuela regime change, where all they did is depose Maduro, his wife, drag him, extradite him to the United States, and then the VP is slotted in. They don't touch that person. VP to Maduro, right? Trump had no idea who was going to be slotted in as the next one they didn't want a ground war. They don't seem to be wanting a draft or a ground invasion or any of that shit. And a new leader had not been named. Trump was saying he wanted to pick it, but he admitted again multiple times that the people that he was thinking of selecting and putting forward had been killed already. So it's a gift to Trump that there is a new person that has ascended, because now they can say that they've done regime change and that it's the U.S. that forced their hands or whatever without us actually having boots on the ground.
Does matter, Rob? You have a clip as well on that?
I do.
Here's the president. Go for it, Rob.
Can you give us an idea of what unconditional surrender looks like to you? What do you want from Iran?
I said unconditional, not conditional. I said unconditional. It's where they cry uncle, or where they can't fight any longer and there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen.
Couldn't Israel handle this themselves, though? Because they literally can't. They're a client state of ours.
Because we've wiped out their leadership numerous times already. So it's if they surrender, or if there is nobody around to surrender, but they're rendered useless in terms of military.
There you go. Tom, thoughts?
Well, I think when you hear that, do you think he's going to get that? Do you think, I don't know, in my wildest dreams, I don't see an unconditional surrender. Unconditional surrender says, okay, we're going to come in, no conditions. So we're going to come in and we're going to destroy any bomb making, any military industrial complex that you may have. We'll do that after this is over. Sign here. We'll be in a minute. We'll send some guys over. We're going to take care of all that. That's an unconditional surrender. I don't think Iran's going to give them an unconditional surrender. I think this is Trump putting the line out there that's saying, hey, hell's fury doesn't stop until we get this. And you see who was standing behind him on that aircraft?
Witkoff.
Yes.
Witkoff and Hegseth.
Hegseth was looking over his shoulder, but it was
Special Envoy Steve Witkoff.
Witkoff who's standing in the background. And I don't think they're going to get an unconditional surrender. I think they're drawing the line way out. And I think that's the message.
Vinny.
I don't see the Iranian IRGC just going, yeah, you know what? We're done. We're going to give up. And now that's my one issue with this whole thing, Pat, was this to... Because what I initially thought was it's for the people in the street that were dying. Were we going in to help them?
So you were initially an idiot. You're an actual common American moron.
And once it all started, and I think the president said it was to take out their launching missile capabilities. So I want to know what's the status of all the people that were fighting in the streets. Like, what are they doing? Are they just now standing by and waiting for everything to get bombed out? Because I don't feel like there is a plan for leadership. If they're going to keep taking out cousins, brothers, everybody's going to keep getting killed, and the next man up is going to come up, and they're going to have days or weeks time.
But that's not on the president, prime minister side. That's on the supreme leader. It's like they're pope.
Yeah, no. I'm saying the objective of this mission, the American-Israel war in Iran, was for what? I thought it was because there was 40,000 people, if the number's correct or not, dying and fighting in the streets, and then once it started...
Not the correct number.
I heard different. I heard it was for getting rid of their missiles and stuff like that, which it seems like they're kicking butt in that sense.
So I'm an idiot that just believes the first line of propaganda that any admin or higher up tells me.
But if you take a step back and look, it's not Reza Pahlavi. He's self-proclaiming, Pat. He's self-proclaiming that he's going to be the leader of the, not the revolution or whatever. He's promoting himself as the guy. But I'm just saying, once this smoke and all this soot, oil smoke bombing
transitional leader.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that there's something, because if you kill everybody, then what? Who's going to take charge? Who's going to be in charge of the country? That's my only thing.
Adam.
So this is civilization versus barbarism. I'll say it again. This is civilization versus barbarism. And I think that the Trump administration has learned from all our past mistakes in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya, in other countries around the world like Syria, that we've been in a debacle. I'll say this also.
Civilization versus barbarism.
The Iranian people are Persians. They're not Arabs. It's a totally different ideology. It's a different history. The mistakes that we've made all over the past, that I will admit that George Bush and the Dick Cheney wing of the Republican Party have completely ruined the reputation of the Republican Party when it comes to war. But Trump ain't those dudes. Trump gets in, gets out. He's precise. The whole debate in Congress these days, is this a war? Well, it's not a war. Have they declared war? Is this a conflict? Is it a battle? Is it an incursion? Is this a military offensive? Everyone wants to basically have these war of words over whether this is a war or not. But you did a great video,
War of words. War of words. Yeah, who cares whether it's an operation? Who cares whether or not it's a war? Who cares? It's just semantics at that point, right?
Yeah, I encourage everybody to watch it about, is this a regime change or regime collapse? Yeah, I don't know what this is going to be yet, but I know this. The world is so much of a better place without the Ayatollah Khomeini in power and the IRGC in power. And whatever happens next remains to be seen. But you control the controllable, and you take those people out when you can, and you deal with the consequences after that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of 8 things that's going to happen, and people have to pick and choose which one that is. One is the Samson option. You know what the Samson option is? You've seen Samson when he's in the temple, and they all come in, and they're like, oh, okay, you're going to take all of us out? Everyone's going down, including me, and then boom, everything collapses. So if they push Iran too much to that level, will Iran decide to do something dumb like that and take everything out? I don't know. That's not. By the way, when you say they don't have anything to come out, but they may do stuff internally with their, like what happened with the 2 kids, the 2 boys in New York.
Like, to be clear, what they're talking about is like, who cares about all of this? This is from March 5th, New York Times. Headline being, Republicans toil to avoid saying war as Iran conflict widens. When President Trump gave reporters a brief update this week on the accelerating bombing campaign against Iran, he said, we're doing very well on the war front. That complicated matters for Republicans on Capitol Hill, who have spent the days since the U.S.-Israeli attacks began engaging in semantic gymnastics to describe the widening conflict as a major combat operation, a mission, hostilities, or really just anything other than war. They declared war on us, Speaker Mike Johnson said of Iran as he repeated the admin's justification for the offensive. Still, he quickly added there was in fact no war. We're not at war right now, he said on Wednesday. We're 4 days into a very specific, clear mission and operation. The verbal gyrations reflect the tricky politics of an unpopular war, especially for a party that has long condemned quote-unquote forever wars on foreign soil. They also underscore the legal and constitutional questions raised by Mr. Trump's decision to begin an offensive against Iran without congressional approval. Under the Constitution, only Congress can declare war, but most Republicans on Capitol Hill have taken the position that it is up to the president alone, not, heaven forbid, the legislative branch, whether to commit the U.S. forces to a military mission whose objectives, scope, and duration remain a big question mark. It's not a war, Representative Randy Fine, Republican of Florida, snapped as he made his way to the House floor on Wednesday, employing some tautological reasoning. The way you are officially at war is Congress declares war, and we haven't declared war. As the Senate prepared to vote on whether Mr. Trump needed to win approval from Congress for the mission, many Republicans employed an exceedingly narrow definition of what would constitute war. They argued that so far, at least, what was happening in the Middle East was not it. Listen, said Senator Josh Hawley, Republican of Missouri, if I'm going to commit ground troops into combat, that constitutes war in the constitutional sense and will require some sort of authorization. He voted to block the war powers measure, ensuring that Congress would have no say for now. Representative Ken Calvert, the California Republican who serves as the chairman of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, said it was not a boots-on-the-ground issue so much as a time frame issue. This has been about 72 hours, he said. I would call it an operation at this point. With quote-unquote war transforming into the Republicans' Lord Voldemort on Capitol Hill, millennial journalist, otherwise known in Harry Potter lore as he who must not be named, those who accidentally used the word quickly contorted themselves to get out of it. This is war and we're taking out the threat, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, Republican of Oklahoma, said on Tuesday, echoing top admin officials' bellicose language in recent days, but he quickly backtracked under questioning from reporters in the basement of the Capitol. Well, we haven't declared war, Mr. Mullen said. They called it war. I was saying they declared war on us, but war is ugly. War is hell. When reminded that he had in fact used the word, Mr. Mullen replied that was a misspoke. Not a misspeak, misspoke. David Axelrod, who is a top advisor to President Barack Obama, said watching congressional Republicans avoid using a word the president was throwing around freely made him feel like he was watching a performance of Cirque du Soleil. You find yourself wondering how many ways can they bend, he said. The ridicule came in from the right as well. It's not in war unless it comes from the war region of France, otherwise it's just sparkling combat. Sean Davis, the co-founder of The Federalist, a conservative online magazine, wrote on social media as he circulated a clip of Mr. Johnson's tortured effort to avoid using the term. Mr. Trump, for his part, has described the military operation as war a number of times. In his first comments after launching an attack on Iran, the president said in a recorded video that the mission could result in American casualties, as often happens in war. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Wednesday promised an escalation that sounded like war to every Democrat listening when he said that the U.S. was quote-unquote just getting started and promised to rain down death and destruction from the sky all day long. Senator Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York, the minority leader, later in the day directed the attention of his Republican colleagues to Mr. Hegseth's remarks. To anyone around here who thinks we're not at war, listen to Mr. Hegseth's press conference, he said on the Senate floor. What he is saying is loud and clear, and is this: we're at war, and this admin is signaling more escalation ahead. But for Republican lawmakers to call it a war, they would have to concede that the president started one without congressional authorization. The conflict has so far resulted in the deaths of at least 6 American service members, and the admin has continued to offer varying and conflicting explanations for striking Iran, raising questions about legality that are easier for lawmakers to deal with if they do not acknowledge that it is a war at all. The military action is deeply unpopular, with about 3/5 of Americans disapproving, according to recent polls. Not to mention the fact that Mr. Trump ran and was elected as America First anti-war political candidate, and many of his supporters, the constituents of his Republican allies in Congress, are unhappy with this turn of events. I think that Democrats should be careful about leaning into, like, he said no new wars, he said this, because he was obviously lying about that, and you could see how he governed in the first admin, that there was no reason to think that he was being anything but, like, a fucking liar. Playing down its scope through language may help blunt some of that blowback. Democrats have sought to capitalize on the friction of the war was causing in the MAGA movement. This war is costing billions of dollars a day. Senator Brian Schatz, Democrat of Hawaii, wrote on social media, "They are literally taking away your food and your health care for this regime change war of choice." Still, as they banded together to vote down measures to rein in Mr. Trump's ability to continue the war without Congress, Republicans batted away the term. Some of them reached to World War II as a reference point for what war would look like. This is an argument about semantics. Mr. Fine said, "Oh my God, what do you want to bet that?" Like, I mean, you can arrive at that point independently, but I wouldn't be surprised if Adam got it from Randy Fine specifically. "I haven't seen the Grand Army of the Republic storm the beaches yet. We'll see what happens." At the White House, Mr. Trump did not bother with such subtleties. Wrapping up an event in the Indian Treaty Room on Wednesday afternoon, he noted, "I have to go back and look at the war."
That with the what do you call it, the bombs that they threw.
Rumba, thank you so much for rating with 3 viewers. Welcome, guys.
We'll talk about that here in a minute as well. That's one. Number two is an even more extreme leader takes over and makes it even worse if they're able to survive it. Number three is certification, which is kind of like it just kind of keeps fractured, keeps going. It's always problems, always issues. Then it's stalemate, nothing happens, stays the same. Fifth one is a military guy takes over, which is even worse. That happened to Brazil, that happened to Argentina, that happened to a lot of different countries. And then you have the Persian Spring. Then you have the Marshall Plan, which everybody around the world is going to want to come and fix it. You know how much it costs to fix Europe? Marshall Plan, you know how much the world put? It would be around $130 to $150 billion of today's money, which, by the way, Vinny, is not a lot of money. You know how many Marshall Plans the world has tried to fix Africa?
What you said.
Can you pull up, if you saw it, can you pull up how many Marshall Plans and how much dollars the world has spent to try to fix Africa? Okay, before you pull it up, can you guess how many Marshall Plans we've tried on Africa? How many Marshall Plans have we tried on Africa?
100?
50-ish. How much money do you think has been spent? Since 60 till today, Tom saw it, so pull it up. Since 1960 till today, look at the number.
Jeez.
Look at the number. From 1960 till 2000, $500 billion to $1 trillion has been used, which is the equivalent of $4 to $8 trillion we've spent to try to fix
in today's money.
In today's money.
Wow. And he like genuinely is trying to frame like colonial ventures as like, oh, we were just trying to fix these countries.
We failed. How is it right now? Has it been fixed?
No.
Not. So and then last but not least, it's what? The beautiful haven. It's incredible. It's we go there. It's great. Tehran. Everything's back up. So it's going to be somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's going to be this. I don't think it's going to be this. I think it's going to be a little bit of a on this side if they succeed. And by the way, anybody and everybody. Recently, there was a guy that went on the Hill, went on the Sagar and Crystal show and did an interview. This Asian guy. I've never seen him before. Humberto's been watching him for a while. Where he said 3 predictions he made. He said Trump's going to win the election. We reacted to it last week. Trump's going to win the election. Number 2, they're going to attack Iran. And number 3, Iran's going to lose. Right? We messaged him to invite him, and we messaged Sagar. And then when they did the podcast,
he speaks like a huckster moron. How dare you insult a man of the Iranian diaspora like that? He's an important voice right now.
He came out. And Rob, did we invite him on the podcast? When did we invite him? A week ago? A day after the interview. Do you know what he said on the podcast yesterday about being on the podcast?
What he said?
He says we were trying.
The fucking Illuminati is to blame for this.
To do a setup to him. He said he was worried because there was so many things going on, and now some of the claims that he made. He says Jared Kushner is the next Epstein. He said they won't use nuclear. There's a bunch of different things. I thought it would have been a great conversation because of the angles that he has.
And he said, I need Professor Zhang on fucking PBD. Make it pump it into my veins.
The third one was that Iran was going to
win the war.
They're going to quick rundown. I miss a Professor Zhang episode. Like, there's nothing to really give. Like, this guy just gives. He films himself in a fucking classroom that he rents out. He has like a English undergrad from Harvard or Yale or something like that. He's not a professor. He doesn't have any sort of knowledge or expertise that you can't pick up as a layman. He's like not a subject matter expert. And his big claim to fame is that he predicted that Trump would win the 2024 election. Wow, flipped a coin and got heads. Awesome. And then that Trump would start a war with Iran. And then he also said America's going to lose the war because he thinks that there's going to be like a ground invasion that the United States can't handle. now he is going around like getting interviewed by Breaking Points, getting boosted by Kyle Kulinski, having interviews with Sneeko. He's cleaned up his channel. If you go to like his older videos, I swear to God, he's deleted a lot of videos because I remember looking into him when he went viral during the because he didn't just go viral like very, very recently. He went viral last year around the time that they struck the nuclear facilities in Iran. And everybody thinks that this guy has like something interesting to say, because I even got some pushback from my own audience. Like, what do you have against him or whatever? It's like, because he's a fucking like hack rube that just makes these like PowerPoints with these pictures and he just fucking spouts nonsense. I have no reason to take him at his word on anything.
Win the war.
And
he got arrested in China for being a potential spy at one point. Yep.
Argument, which by the way, it's actually an interesting argument he makes. He says they're going to have to allow them to win for for it to be like it's not our business anymore. They have to handle it over there. We're going to come over here. Now he makes these arguments. A lot of people push back. What we know at this point is this. You know who knows what's going to happen next?
Nobody.
Anybody? You know who knows what's going to happen next? Nobody. You know who that includes? Who do you think that includes? Trump.
Yep.
Nobody has a clue what's going to happen next.
Wow. So you're literally admitting that this doofus gets us into a fucking war of choice and he has no plan.
Everyone.
Like just a few episodes ago, he was saying Trump has secret information and he knows what he's fucking doing. Now, just 18 hours ago, he's admitting, yeah, he has no fucking clue what he's doing. He doesn't know.
Of us are speculating. Our leaders are speculating. You don't know what the other guy's going to react to. You fight. You hope you're prepared, but you don't go. You remember when Ryan Garcia was fighting not Haney, Tank. It's like, oh man, he's going to hit him with the left. Tank's going to get the left. Tank's going to get the left. And then all of a sudden, how did Tank beat him? With the same punch that typically Ryan wins, he won with the left. You never know what's going to happen in these fights. It's all unpredictable. It's all nasty. And every one of us has opinions on what we think is going to happen. We're all speculating. We're all saying, what about this and what about that and what about this? But one thing we do know, let's state the facts. The IRGC hates America. They hate the way we live. That we know.
Reminder, you hate Iran.
For a fact. We know for a fact they killed their own people. That we know for a fact.
Iran bad.
There was an interview done with BBC reporter. I gave her a message to tell her great job on the interview. There was a BBC reporter that's sitting down with, I believe he's the ambassador, if I'm not mistaken. Is it Iran's ambassador to UK, Saeed Ali Mousavi, about protesters being killed by the Iranian government. Look at the way he answers. This we know, that Iran, unlike any other country, is willing to kill their own people. And not by one or two or three.
Unlike any other country, what?
By the thousands. Now, whether the number is 5,000 or 100,000, they're doing that.
Yeah, there's never been another country in this entire world except for Iran that's engaged in violent repression of its own citizens.
To themselves. Watch this interview with BBC, Rob. Go ahead and play this clip. Go for it.
Your country is under attack, but your people have also been under attack. Since we last spoke...
Okay, I don't care about the diaspora. Let's look at... Trump doesn't rule out troops on the ground. How do they...
Trump doesn't rule out sending American troops to Iran. He doesn't rule out sending American troops to Iran. Vinny, I'm going to come to you first on this one. Okay, Rob, you have that clip? It's... what page is it on? It's page 8, New York Post.
Someone introduced this man to the DPRK. Well, we can't do anything about that because they have nukes.
If you have a clip on that or not, maybe it's just a Truth Social that you have.
I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go. All right, so let me go to it. So, President Trump did not rule out sending U.S. troops to Iran, but pledged to do so only for a good reason against a virtually obliterated opponent. And here's what he had to say about it. Go for it.
What are the circumstances where you send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, that's... I don't think it's an appropriate question. I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for a very good reason. Have to be a very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level. Negotiating leverage, maybe maximum, but we're not looking to settle. They'd like to settle. We're not looking to settle. They're on their third or fourth level of leadership. And they have leaders right now that nobody even knows who they are. They're being decimated. Now, at some point, I don't think there'll be anybody left maybe to say we surrendered. But they're being decimated.
There you go. Vinny, thoughts?
Troops
on the ground.
I'm anti-American boots on the ground.
And before, why should Trump take options off the table?
Already lost about, what is it, Rob, 7 or 8?
7 officially.
7 official because they're stationed in bases over in the Middle East that are getting bombed. I am
100% friendly fire.
100% against any United States military boots on the ground in Iran. I think with our technology, Pat, with lasers, with all this stuff that we have, this could be a war done without it. But if for some reason, because the argument's going to be...
Okay, if you can't do regime change without it. Luckily, they've already let somebody else ascend, right?
The United States does get to the point, because like you said, it's not my call. I'm not involved. I don't know. However many we send, Israel better send the same exact number of ground troops than we do, because this is their war just as much as it's our war. I'm 100% in agreement that this IRGC, this Islamic terrorist mentality.
Okay, sure, but the difference is, Vinny, is that this is a country of like 340 million. Israel is not that big.
They kill their own people. They'll kill us in a heartbeat.
Like,
They
I guess love the energy, but definitely not going to happen.
need to go. I hope the plan is in place for, I know what you said, Adam, it says they just need to go. But if you don't have a plan set up for the people, because at the end of all this, all the bombs, all the smoke, everything, what I care about is the Iranian people. Where my family's from, where his family's from, where my mother's every single day glued to the freaking computer and the TV, figuring out what's happening, if they know people that are there and all that type of stuff, okay? At the end of the day, it's the people. We want the people to have a freaking future, for the kids to have a future. But if we do send ground troops, which I'm against, Israel has to send the same exact number, or else that's what all we're going to keep hearing is, well, Israel's not sending any troops on the ground. So it has to be.
Is that the same guy that turned beet red during the Hassan Piers interview? Yeah, this is Vinny Oshana. He's here doing tomato representation.
Fair. That's my take.
Adam, when do you think the United States should ever, in any conflict, ever, moving forward, ever send ground troops?
I think we fight on our soil. I don't
Maybe
think
after Congress declares war.
Sending
maybe when there's like an imminent threat that's necessary for troops to be mobilized, not during a fucking war of choice that we got dragged into with Israel.
Ground troops to some war, because it's not a threat, a major threat to us at the moment. What do you mean?
So we should never, ever, ever.
Israel can't send troops because there's so few of them. That's the other thing, is that they're struggling with conscription for them to do the fucking Gaza genocide. You think that they have fucking troops immobilized to Iran?
Ever.
They like Mossad. Probably be more useful than IDF troops on the ground, to be honest.
Send
like,
our
the reason why is because honestly, don't think Israelis see Gaza or Hamas as an existential threat, because they're not.
Troops.
I'm not saying ever, but here's my question.
So what are the conditions where we would?
Are they threatening us like right now? Is Iran like an imminent threat right now?
Vinny was Italian. The more you know. I thought that as well. He's like a Syrian or something.
To us, to kill us, or to harm us? No.
I sense I know where Adam's going. Did we send ground troops into Venezuela? Sure we did. Those were paratroopers, Marines. And they were boots on the ground 20 minutes,
for 20 minutes
and got the guy and gave him those cool VR headphones and a gray warm-up and strapped his ass into a helicopter. Okay. Did Carter send over ground troops to those helicopters that crashed in the desert when he was trying to rescue the hostages? Yes. And he specifically gave the order that protected them. He didn't send as much equipment as they recommended to him. When we went and got Osama bin Laden. Yep, there were troops on the ground. Those, and I think I know where you're going, Adam. I agree with those specific mission actions. I do not want to see ground troops going on, creating the camp, and all the stuff that we did on the Iraq War. I don't want to see that. I don't want that. Nope. I didn't vote for that. And I'm not in favor of that.
Okay, so this, like, they actually are coping that this is like really not a war, and so long as you don't put it like boots on the ground.
This to get back to the mission was to dismantle nuclear capabilities.
RGC trained Hezbollah decimated U.S. and Israeli troops. If they can't handle the student, they can't handle the teacher either. It doesn't mean Iran will win, but a ground invasion, albeit pivotal, won't cause that victory. I mean, are you talking about like Lebanon?
Dismantle the ability to manufacture.
Because if you try to bring up like, they wouldn't be able to go up against Hezbollah, like these people will bring up like, but the Patriots though.
Ballistic missiles, and dismantle the stockpiles of those things that were ready to go. That's what I signed up for. With that comes with all of those people getting the regime absolutely, crushed, so that a new democratic Iran can emerge, and to understand that there was a wonderful time in the 60s and 70s before all this broke out, that they were a glorious Persian nation, Middle East. That's what I signed up for, not an extended deal.
You signed up for them to reinstitute the monarchy? Okay, how are they going to do that? You signed up for a CIA-backed coup that's not coming, or what?
Now, if we have to put guys on the ground as a mission to take Kaharg Island and then shut the valves off, okay, but that's a mission. That is out. I do not want camps and troops the way we had in Iraq.
I know. Iran was not a fucking democracy in the 60s.
I hear you, and I'll just ask this. Do you trust Trump? Because if you trust Trump, like many of us do, you'll recognize you need to stop playing so scared.
Oh my God. Do you trust the guru? And then they all nodded yes.
Happened in Iraq. We saw how
Should we sit down and do any of the arithmetic? And they all nodded no.
and happened in Afghanistan.
You shake your head.
What
now,
indications do you have that Trump is going to get us embroiled in a George W. Bush mission accomplished war? I don't have any evidence of that. So at some point we have to say, you know what?
Oh yeah, Iran trained all the forces that America couldn't defeat for the last 23 years. Ansarullah, Afghan militias, Hezbollah. Yeah, like the thing is like we have a difficult time like saving off these proxies. I don't know how much money fucking put into Operation Amazon Prime. What was the actual one? I can't remember what it was called. The thing in the against. Let me look it up. Hold on.
I kind of trust this guy Trump that he knows what he's doing. And not only do I trust Trump, I kind of trust this Marco Rubio guy who's looking more and more like the guy in 2028. And by the way, kind of also trust this guy, Pete Hegseth, kind of knows what he's doing. And also kind of trust our generals at this point. So we have to stop playing so scared and saying, well, I don't want boots on the ground. We have boots on the ground. What you're really saying is no more stupid, foolish, endless wars where we spend trillions of dollars trying to build democracies in a part of the world where they don't want democracy. So we have to compartmentalize what we're really saying. Do you trust Trump?
Prosperity Guardian, that's what it was. Operation Prosperity Guardian.
Check. Do you trust the people in charge? Check. Are we going to stop spending trillions of dollars for stupid wars? Check. If that's the case, put your trust in Trump and let him finish the job.
Yeah, by the way, you could trust somebody, Adam. Trust, the saying trust but verify. Guess what? I trust that he's making right decisions, but he's not Jesus Christ. He can make mistakes. He's gonna make a lot of mistakes. He's not perfect, and that's why a lot of people look at people like us.
I don't like what you said there.
No, I already know. They look at us like,
oh my God, give me a fucking break. Literally, like the second Vinny gets out of line saying like, hey, you're like treating this guy like a fucking deity. You can chill the fuck out. He's still human at the end of the day. I don't like what you're fucking saying, dude.
oh, you guys are just blind loyalists. No, I'm not
We're
stupid.
definitely not
There's
blind
one
loyalists.
perfect, and it's Jesus Christ. Nobody even comes close. Adam, it's not even
in Jersey Shore politics. It's actually Fort Lauderdale politics.
explainable.
You sure about Muhammad? You
Nobody.
sure?
So they're gonna make
Mess up,
mistakes.
bro.
And I agree with Tom. Little, missions here, missions there, a full invasion, boots on the ground. Adam, because here's my point.
Adam.
I hope that there is a clear, objective mission. Because once the missiles
Why do you hope that? There's not been a clear objective or mission this entire time, and you were fucking so gung-ho about it.
are gone,
You
once
didn't need it then. Why do you need it now?
all their capabilities are
Are
destroyed.
they freaking out because the reality is setting in that this, even though, again, I shouldn't even say reality, because I really do think it's a lot of posturing from this admin, because they don't rule anything. They never take anything off the table, so they'll frequently do these sorts of, like, verbal postures of, like, oh, we're not ruling that out, even though there's not really, like, a plan, as far as I can tell, to do a draft. But, like, they're starting to get nervous, and so now he's like, well, I don't know. He's not, like, a messiah. I don't know if I trust him.
And the smoke clears, then what? Then what? Okay, we killed the main guy. Another guy stepping up. Kill him. Wait, another one's coming up. The number 200th guy in place is coming up.
Sure.
What I'm saying is the plan of, I don't like the attitude of, well, we haven't gotten there yet. So that means the objective of the plan is going to be a couple of weeks, is what we said. So let's find out in a couple of weeks, Adam, if it gets to the point where they're like, hey, wait a minute, these people are not giving up. Because I don't know if you know this or not. Iranians, those people that you're talking about, are very proud. And they're going to fight to the death. So my thing is, kill everybody, but then what about the leader? Who's gonna?
Yeah,
they're gonna look around and go
with
like
the
this.
leaders, we're kind of playing whack-a-mole.
Let me say this to Vinny. May I respond real quick to Vinny? So I hear you, Vinny. I put this into 3 camps. By the way, if you poll Republicans right now, almost 90%.
Again with this 3 camps bullshit.
Agree with what Trump is doing overall, his approval ratings. So there's 3 camps. There's the loyalists. Trump could do no wrong. He's basically reincarnation of Jesus Christ.
Guys like this need to be in the vanguard of any military action they so passionately support. I mean, I would support my tax dollars going to fund like a helicopter to go like fucking airlift Vinny Oshana out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and drop him right in the middle of Iran or Israel or any of these fucking countries that are involved.
I hear you. That's a little aggressive to me. Then there's the people who are like, look, I trust you, bro, but I'll verify. I'm still MAGA. But listen, man. And then there's what I would call the blasphemous MAGA, the Tucker Carlson camp, who Trump just basically kicked the hell out of MAGA, who's basically saying, Trump is wrong, Trump is evil, you can't do this. Trump's looking at the marketplace. You don't think Trump looks at the news, the media is going after Bill Maher, he's saying things. You don't think he's looking at people like Tucker Carlson, who are literally talking trash about about President Trump and saying, dude, you're gone. You're no longer.
I mean, like, he watches Fox and Friends all day, and he's on Truth Social, so I actually don't really think that Trump comes across too much Tucker Carlson, except what people want him to see.
MAGA. Beat it, geek. So I think Trump is looking at the marketplace, and I think if you're a full-throated...
So he does worship Trump? I mean, yeah, if that wasn't clear by the fact that he's calling them blasphemous MAGA.
Supporter of Trump, God bless you, I understand.
But, like, Adam is not, like, a Christian psycho or whatever. He's not even a religious Jew. He's just like a secular Jew.
He is flawed. Has flaws.
So I don't know if he's like appropriating this language, thinking it's going to play well to a largely Christian audience, but it's not.
Understanding, listen, Trump's the guy.
I mean, I wouldn't expect him to know like 10 commandments or any of that, but it's not like, even though these people de facto treat Trump like Jesus Christ or God, you can't say that out loud.
Elected, there was a mandate, 7 swing states, he's on board, let's go. But if you're full on talking crap about the president, whether you're on the ridiculous left or the ridiculous right, Trump ain't got no time for you. So it's perfectly okay to question.
Any people from the ridiculous left in chat?
But Trump knows what he's doing.
Ridiculous.
There you have it. So you either support one or the other one, but
ridiculous and Max left.
The reality is, I don't think anybody in America wants the long-term staying of a place like what we did with Afghanistan or Iraq. Even the people that are supportive of what's going on right now with this. By the way, remember how I said everybody has got an opinion, but then trust what people say? Here's what Iranians are saying. This is from the IRGC, Rob. Here's what he had to say. This is facts. This is what they're doing. This is what they're saying. Go ahead, Rob.
Parents. Just 2 minutes. If your son or daughter doesn't listen, it's not our fault. Anyone in Iran today who utters a tune that harmonizes with the enemy, under their feet is Tel Aviv.
PBD really thinks that leaning into the like showing like Iranian propaganda and shit, and like, yay, they're scary or whatever is like the way to go.
Head is Netanyahu. A shooting order has been issued for them. No one has ever spoken to you this frankly.
Don't you just?
We don't want your child to be killed because your child is
so noble
ignorant.
and calm.
Yeah.
We don't want to kill your child because they're ignorant.
Yeah.
But parents, it's your fault if you confuse your kids. Play it one more time just for reassurance if you guys missed it. This is a member of the IRGC giving a warning to Iranians in Iran. Go ahead, Rob.
Parents. Just 2 minutes. If your son or daughter doesn't listen, it's not our fault. Anyone in Iran today who utters a tune that harmonizes with the enemy, under their feet is Tel Aviv, and in their head is Netanyahu. A shooting order has been issued for them. No one has ever spoken to you this frankly. We don't want your child to be killed because your child is ignorant.
Do you understand? Like, we're trying to compartmentalize in America. Where we're living,
Look at this. Compartmentalize.
in the most beautiful, safest country in the world, what it's like over there. Is that state media? What is that right there?
Yeah, I mean,
that is a member of IRGC.
Okay, that's like the military saying, listen, guys, we don't have to come out in Detroit or in Minneapolis or in Tulsa, Oklahoma or Miami and say, if you say bad things about the regime, we don't have to want to kill you. Well, don't make us kill you. God forbid we have to kill you. So parents, do yourself a favor. Tell your kids to be quiet and just take what's going on or we'll have to kill you. The Middle East is not the American Midwest. These are the psychopaths that we have to deal with on the other side of the world. And do you think these people can be reasoned with? They'll kill their own people. What do you think they'll do to us?
I mean, he literally already called them savages, so I'm like not surprised at all that he still has this fucking opinion. Like, this is the extension of that sort of rhetoric and worldview.
That's their capability. That's what they believe in. They don't believe in life the way you look at life. By the way, Tom, you want to talk about what happened with Bahrain with that water desalination camp that they had? Yes, Bahrain says Iran had a desalination plant stoking fear of attacks on civilian sites. Tom, why is this so important?
Well,
we started that.
Desalination is how they take the Gulf water and convert that to fresh water. It takes a lot of power. It takes a lot of system. General Electric is usually the one that builds these around the world. And when you have money pumping out of the ground, you have all the energy you need to run this. But this is how...
It's so amazing how Tom will just like confidently come like pull this shit out of his ass. He like knows shit about fuck, and yet he always has like so much to say on literally anything, anytime that PBD asks him and like puts him on the spot. So like, all right, give us your fucking take. Give us your take, Tom. Come on.
Anybody looks at the pictures, wow, Dubai, look how lush, look how beautiful, look how this they built.
He's like a kid that fell asleep in class that like gets called on, but he can actually like stumble his way through some sort of like, you know, summary of something of like shit that's going on that if you actually pay attention to the brass tacks makes little to no sense or is completely false or ahistorical, and because he sounds confident enough, he gets by.
Golf course over there, LIV Golf, they got all these championships, and look at how lush it is and everything. Where'd that come from? It came from the Gulf because they would desalination, and now they don't need to find deep water wells. They have deep water wells, but this is where they get their water so that they have a lush, you know, civilization and a tremendous opportunity to grow and expand for their people. It also is key. And what I said last week was the minute an enemy combatant touches infrastructure for civilians, and there's two. There's sewage treatment, water treatment, so that the sewers are pumping and flowing and there's water coming in. Those are the big two. Electricity, sometimes power grids have backups. You have solar farms. It's not as serious, but it is serious, but it's not as lethal. This, that they hit this, shows that, over the weekend, I think we had the story over the weekend, Pezekshian said, we're going to
go watch Candace. Dude, I'm about to switch to Candace.
We're going to back off. We're not going to be hitting sites in the small Arab nations. Now, what did he mean by that?
Okay, I guess we'll never find out what he meant by that. If you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed me already, please go ahead and do so. That we can want to go live. Same if you're watching on YouTube, like the stream. It really helps push it out to other people. Subscribe to me. If you want to support me, you can subscribe to me on Twitch or give subs throughout the chat or use your Amazon Prime sub to subs to me. If you want to send me a super chat, I will read it out, or a super sticker if you're watching on YouTube. But the best way to support me is through the Streamlabs tip link that is pinned to my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ everything. And I saw that Candace is kind of done with Trump. And to be fair, like, the reason why this is notable is actually because Candace for a while had not really been commenting on politics. Like, yeah, she's like commenting on like Erica Kirk shit, but that is not really the same as like commenting on like doing her like little conspiracism shit is not the same as commenting on ongoing like political events. And this is like the first time in a minute, at least, that she's, as far as I've noticed, has put something interesting. Let's see. Why are y'all saying goodnight? I'm not going to sleep. We're going to watch this. This was streamed 11 hours ago. 1.4 million views. Donald Trump has betrayed America. This is Candace episode 308. Is Candace preparing for a left-wing grift? No. Candace is like already... She doesn't need a grift beyond what she's already doing with her right-wing bullshit. She's like not even... She's like a targeted individual. She's like a schizophrenic influencer. She's just a female Alex Jones. Iran is on fire. Charlie Kirk was the first casualty of the war. Sure, what the hell? Bill Ackman wants me in prison for suggesting that Americans should not die for Israel, and it is obvious to anyone paying attention that Erica's desire was to be president one day. See, this is what I get for missing episodes of Bride of Kirk.
One day, just going to pause our Bride of Charlie series just for one day because there's just so much going on right now. Iran is literally on fire. Bill Ackman wants me imprisoned, apparently, for suggesting that American sons and daughters should object to being slaughtered for Israel. Why so triggered? Perhaps because this entire war has been engineered by Israel. Maybe it's that. Donald Trump has very clearly betrayed the American people. You need to accept that. I've had to accept that. He is very clearly not the commander of the armed forces. Bibi Netanyahu is. Miriam Adelson is. And I believe that Charlie Kirk was the first casualty of the war in Iran.
Real.
And it's also my belief that he was intentionally sacrificed by those who practice occult worship. I'm going to explain to you guys what I mean by that. Beyond that, it is completely obvious to anyone that is paying attention that Erica's desire was to become the president one day. So let's talk about all of it. Welcome back to Candace.
This being her like opening aesthetic on top of the fucking show that she produces is just like peak insanity as like the cherry on top.
Tucker Carlson, he is trending right now. By the way,
she posted, I saw this when she posted it. This is March 5th, 2026. And yes, it's obviously fucking anti-Semitic. But this phrase, a normal person's brain when confronted with something they disagree with. Hey, that's not true. I can counter that with facts. A Kasparian. How can I make money and gold from the statement that is most likely true? This is in response to... to herself, you will always know a Kasparian because money is their first instinct. They are originally from Anatolia / Phrygia. This stuff really goes back to King Midas and Cybele. Gold is their pagan history. But this phrase, how can I make money and gold? Just like so fucking insane, man.
He's trending always. What he's doing right now is so remarkable and so brave, and he is challenging the conversation, changing our understanding about the way politics works. I mean, he's just been so objectively honest and, again, brave in what he is doing. But he's trending right now for a rather obscure reason. It was actually a simple tweet that has a lot of his routine haters melting down. This is the tweet. I'll show you that. He wrote, "Pray that the spell breaks and the world is saved." That's all he wrote. Of course, we should.
That's all he said.
Pray. But what is triggering them about that? I think I know. I think it's the term, a spell. Yeah, a spell. Because a spell implies some sort of witchcraft or magic is at work. And the timing of this tweet really is something, because I have had it on my heart and on my mind all weekend to find the right words to convey to my audience that what is going on in this world is literally and exactly that. People that practice occult magic are in this moment pushing for World War III. And I think that's hard for a lot of people to process, because we grow up and we learn that there are in effect really three major monotheistic religions in the West. So the idea that actually there are people that are in charge of Western governments that are in essence really pagan and could be making literal blood sacrifices to various demons, that kind of evades us. It evades our understanding of the world, because we look at Hollywood, we look at culture. Hollywood,
does she even try to fight the anti-Semitism allegations at this point? She seems pretty proud of it.
Particular has been ever intentional in assisting sort of the implausibility of such a narrative, right? Movies, books that are published. If they delve into the topic of witchcraft and spell casting, it's reserved really for the category of fantasy, right? It's fantasy if they're discussing it, or it's being mocked. Hocus pocus, Harry Potter, really. What sort of crazy person would believe that ancient pagan practices are still happening in the real world? Okay, maybe in some remote third world village in Africa, but in the developed Western world, at the tippity top of government, you would be mad to even suggest it. Even when it's actually in our faces. Take, for example, this recent Paris fashion show collection from a brand known as Materiel Fécal. Just so you know, that
This is about to be about like an analysis of Trump's decision to take us to war.
Translates to fecal matter. Wow. Must have really been an inspired show. Fecal matter. Wow. No, so in your face, but don't you take it the next step further and think that, these people could be into some dark stuff that would make you, again, a crazy person. What about the much celebrated visual artist to the stars?
It's so funny watching somebody crash out over satanic panic shit.
Serbian one. She's also an artist to the politicians. She does spirit cooking. Literally, that was what was in those emails. Marina Abramovic. She puts on performances in front of the most powerful people in the world. Performances like in 1974 when she sought to, quote, re-evoke the energy of extreme bodily pain using a large petroleum-drenched pentagram, which the artist lit on fire at the start of the performance. Standing outside of the pentagram, Abramovic cut her nails, her toenails, and her hair. When she finished with each, she threw the clippings into the flames, creating a burst of light each time, burning the pentagram, representing a physical and mental purification. Oh, that's just art, guys. That's just art. Don't you think a step further? No, come on, that's just art. And on the matter of science, even when it's in our faces, like when the world's leading nuclear physicists are caught, cloaked before a statue of Shiva, stabbing a woman in an occult ceremony for CERN, well, you got...
Reactionaries never understand performance art. She doesn't even understand, brand deals. This is the same woman who lost her mind over Lil Nas X having, a brand deal with, Nike, and then her adding them and being stop doing deals with the gay devil.
Guys, that's just science. That right there that you are looking at on your screens was science, the best science, the best that science has to offer, the most ingenious people. And indeed, I would agree that it's modern science. In fact, the entire thrust of what was deemed the scientific revolution, a move away from the natural order of things and towards empiricism, rationality, that began because of a long, organized Freemasonic effort to remove humanity from our innate spiritual understanding.
She's literally just doing John Zerka. This is just John Zerka anti-Semitism circa a few years ago.
They wanted you to know that you can now ignore your God-given instincts. You can set aside your subconscious. That subconscious that comes online and lets you know that something is not right. Yeah, you can just set that aside and trust the
blood shoe conspiracy freak. I can't remember what the issue it was with the shoes. It had a cross on it, or she didn't like the fact that Lil Nas X had talked about the devil in his music and the fact that he's gay.
In fact, the experts constantly reinforce to us that our subconscious is wrong, or it's just weird. In some cases, it's immoral. It's devilish even. You want to go see your grandmother while she's dying in the middle of COVID? What are you, Satan? You're being guided by Satan. If you don't listen to Dr. Fauci, that's who you're being guided by. Because there's no greater source of authority.
Fauci's not Jewish.
In their world than the government. which they control. That's the idea. And I promise you on everything, that when Savannah, my manager, came down the stairs.
She probably thinks Fauci is Jewish, though.
And delivered the news that Charlie had been shot. I went into my husband's office and I cried, and I immediately said to him, he was betrayed. Charlie was betrayed. And my husband said back to me, you don't know that. We don't know anything yet. And I said, I know. Now, empirically, that argument fails. I get it. But no one can explain why or how I had this sense of dread in the very week leading up to Charlie's assassination.
Even her husband cannot stop her.
No one can offer why I knew that there was danger coming specifically to a school, and why I felt that it was related to bees, why the feeling was so overwhelming that I hired extra security and took my podcast off air. And
no one can explain to me why I had this dream while I was in the middle of a bender.
Pulled my children out of school. I had never experienced a dread like that in my life, ever. No one also can explain or even offer an explanation as to how exactly it is that Charlie knew he was going to die young, and that his death would specifically be related to Turning Point USA. He said he knew from the moment he signed on the dotted line that he was going to die young. What exactly is the expert's explanation for that deep internal knowing that he had that has now been proven?
How do you explain this Christian man LARPing while he was alive? Truly an enigma. Must be a global international conspiracy.
There isn't one. What Charlie sensed was obviously right. And the moment that Charlie was shot, I knew what happened to him was not random. Okay, he was betrayed. Charlie Kirk was the first casualty of the war in Iran. I'm certain of that. And it's deeper than that. I am now of the opinion that he was likely sacrificed. And I want to tell you why I got there. You guys know, if you're part of my book club, I've been doing a lot of research into Freemasonry. About a month ago, while we took a break to prepare for
I know that my title will always attract people that unironically want to watch Candace Owens. So are any of the Candace Owens book club members in this chat or lurking? Can you tell me what goes on there? If you have read the materials, what insights have you learned? Please tell me.
Bride of Charlie series, someone sent me this. I'm showing you, this is what they sent me in the mail. Something that is known as a Freemason Bible. Now, I knew that these existed because of my studying Sigmund Freud and looking into the fact that he had inherited one from his father. The backstory of this one in particular came with a handwritten letter, is that a 33rd degree Freemason out in Oklahoma died, and all of his belongings were left in a home that was eventually auctioned off. And the person who had this in his possession,
Harry Potter and drank lovely hot chocolate.
His relative was the person.
See, I know you're lying because psycho Christians like her probably don't even think you should be able to read Harry Potter. So,
and who acquired the home. And they went in and they burned everything in it effectively, thinking that it was obviously just carrying bad spirits. But he, for some reason, had the sense that he should keep this one item. For no particular reason, he kept it.
There's no fucking through line with anything that she says. I know it seems that way superficially, but when you just keep in mind that all she wants is clicks and views and money and attention and clout, it all makes sense.
Back of his truck for over a decade. And when he saw me covering the history of Freemasonry.
No, but I like her. I mean, she's hilarious and beautiful. She belongs in a writer's room. She does not need to be. She is the I don't know why this is the only this is the way that she chooses to mood board. You know, this anti-Semitic shit. She's destined for greatness, but this is all she does.
And what they believe, trying to discern what it is that they believe, he felt that this was the reason that he had kept it all those years. So he just sent it to me to provide me further insight into what they believe and what they practice at the top of Freemasonry. This is not your granddad's Freemason lodge, okay? No, my dad was a lodge. It was just no, this is not that. That is not what 33rd degree Freemasonry is. So I flipped through this immediately after we did douse it in holy water. I flipped through it. And within the very first pages, there was a pentagram with various illustrations inside of it, notes around it. I'm going to show you that now. We just took a picture for you to see it. There at the bottom. And in case you can't see what is pointing to the middle, it says place of sacrifice or worship. Okay? Place of sacrifice or worship in the middle there. So I want you to know that in this Freemason Bible, it illustrates that a sacrifice must be made in the center of a pentagon.
This is going to connect to Donald Trump betraying America.
Pentagon. 5 sides. Like a house. And I thought, how curious that Charlie was indeed seated in the center of a pentagon when he was killed. Let me demonstrate that for you. You can see that, right?
Amazing.
There.
Thank you for demonstrating that,
Again,
Candace.
It was my independent study into Sigmund Freud that led me to learning about B'nai B'rith, the Jewish Freemason group, whom I believe have been running our country since at least the Civil War. I've done my best to consume and learn about what it is that they believe, what they practice. This is occult mysticism, okay? The satanic panic that happened was real. Children are being harmed.
Have you heard of or have thoughts about the evangelical ABD, possibly a Jewish belief about building the third temple? It seems to be motivating at least some in our government. Is this related to like Christian eschatology, or is this the like red heifer thing? But no.
They have been harmed.
And if it's not either of those things, then I don't know what you're referring to.
Ceremonies for a very long time. This is an ancient practice. And this is not to be confused with Judaism in any way. In fact, they rely on you confusing it. In no shape or form does this have anything to do with any of the monotheistic religions, okay? Judaism is merely a mask that these pagan occultists wear, just like Christianity is one of the masks that they wear. The Star of David, as they term it,
this is how these people convince themselves that they're not anti-Semites, and it's by like if you say it's the Jews but you don't define them as Jews or actually this other secret thing that they're posing to be, then you're not anti-Semitic by their definition.
In fact, an occult symbol meant to represent King Solomon's ring. There is no way that you can avoid this. There's no way that they can try to rewrite history.
This is what she's talking about. Order of the Eastern Star, Masonic appendant body, open to both men and women. Established in 1850 by a lawyer and educator, Rob Morris, a noted Freemason. Oh, this, like, she thinks, is this not a pentagram, or she thinks this is, or what?
It is quite literally known as the Seal of Solomon. I'm going to show you this. This is on Wikipedia. This is that accessible. We can read parts of this together. It reads, it is often depicted in the shape of either a hexagram or a pentagram.
Oh, wait. See, you thought that she was on the Order of the Eastern Star type shit, but she was actually on the Seal of Solomon type shit.
In mystic Jewish lore, the ring is variously described as having been given to Solomon, having given Solomon, the power to command the supernatural. Due to the
anything is a pentagon if you squint hard enough and you're anti-Semitic enough.
Proverbial wisdom of Solomon, it came to be seen as an amulet or a talisman or a symbol or character in medieval magic, in Renaissance magic, occultism, alchemy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is literal witchcraft. We cannot beat these people and we cannot win if we refuse to even recognize what it is that we are up against. We have to recognize what it is and who it is that we are up against. And again, it has nothing to do with Christianity. It's got nothing to do with Judaism. That is why, as is further stipulated on this Wikipedia page, the Seal of Solomon was once featured on the flag of Nigeria and the flag of Morocco. Those are not known to be Jewish countries. Freemasons worship Solomon as the master architect. They believe that he gave them...
I don't even know if that's true.
...the keys to build and therefore control societies. This is how you build. This is how you
also
build.
Not uncommon for a religious minority to control a society or like be some sort of kind of like have some sort of disproportionate representation.
The matrix.
I mean control in like literally the most neutral sense. As in they had a disproportionate amount of political power, not in any sort of conspiratorial sense.
In effect, right? That is the reason why Aleister Crowley, who was a master, occultist,
she was bringing this up in the Erica Kirk thing, literally like occultism.
Entire religion around this,
and
put together a series of books, a series of pentacles that are meant to summon various spirits. I want you to hear me when I say that. They are intentionally summoning demons. First book he wrote was called The Book of Evil Spirits. Wow, look at that Star of David all over it. What do you mean this is not associated with Judaism? It's associated with Baal worship. I cannot stress this enough.
With Baal worship.
What those in power practice. It is what they believe. It is ancient, it is occult, and it is magic. I believe that the manner of Charlie's death was also intended to cast a spell. That's the only thing I kept asking the question. Why did they broadcast this? Making us watch Charlie die was diabolical. And although this priest that I'm about to show you is disgusting.
Circa was literally 2 years sober away from being the richest influencer on planet Earth. He would have absolutely feasted in this era. I mean, he's still like alive and kicking now. He just like, Candace just doesn't need him.
Saying Satanism more broadly. He's not saying this, to be clear, in the context of Charlie Kirk. I want you to take a listen to what he says. This is Father Ripperger.
But aren't we all kind of like 2 years away from being the richest influencer on the earth?
He's going to describe the nature of this sort of constant...
I also feel like you're falling for like Zerka's like self-promo propaganda.
Symbolism that's being used, this obsession with them almost having to reveal to us what they're doing, like wanting to get close to revealing to us what they're doing, and then gaslighting us? Take a listen.
Actually, the technical term that we tend to use for that is called the revealing of the method. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. I have. Basically, it basically.
I'm saying Zherka loves this stuff and knows this lore pretty well. Yeah. I brought this up earlier that like when she gets into the like Freemasonry and stuff like that, that is like all like Zherka's like Zherka type shit.
It means that it can be connected to a curse. They could curse this so that it has a more so that its distribution becomes more extensive and more people watch the thing. But a lot of times, what that is that the thing about Satanists, and also even though it's occult in the fact that it's hidden, there's a side to diabolic psychology that even when they remain hidden, they still want to show. This is
rage-inducing. It's like it goes back and forth between being hilarious and boring to me. It's insane to me that like 1.4 million people tune in to watch this shit
themselves
live.
In some way. They're still going to reveal themselves in something. They can't help it. And it's the same thing you see. It's the same thing you see with Satanists. It's the same thing you see with Freemasons when they're involved in certain things. It's the same stuff you see across the board in these particular groups. And so they just tend to reveal stuff. But their hope is to, even in the revealing, that you don't know. There's a sadistic delight they get out of basically putting it to you without you even knowing it.
Yes, that is accurate. It is diabolical, and they are clearly sadistic in what they are doing. And of course, there is an element of it they enjoy to gaslight you right after they do these sorts of things. That piece, by the way, about the symbolism, sort of overt and in your face, is also made clear in the very early pages of this quote-unquote Freemason Bible. That symbolism is actually crucial. In fact, it's a science to them. You're not imagining things right here.
Zherka's two prime truths. Freemasons rule the world. Eating box is gay.
At the top, it states this. Again, from this quote-unquote Freemason Bible. It reads, it has been correctly stated that symbolism constitutes the very essence of Freemasonry. Freemasonry is essentially the science of symbolism.
So, like, okay, according to this, that under her framework, then Trump didn't really betray the United States. Wasn't he, like, mind-controlled by Kushner or something?
Further down, it offers us a section entitled The Science of Symbolism Explained. It reads, a symbol or an emblem is an occult representation of something unknown or concealed by a sign or a thing that is known. So something you recognize kind of carrying deeper meaning. And it gives us some examples. Incredibly, you wouldn't believe me if I didn't show it to you. It gives the example of a square. A square is in Freemasonry an emblem or a symbol of morality. A plumb line, the symbol of rectitude, and the beehive as a symbol of industry. Yes, they do communicate to one another using symbols, as I have maintained from the very beginning, by the way. Kash Patel continually stressing 33 hours was not random. It did not feel subtle. It seemed to me and to many others that was some sort of signaling. 33.
Oh my God, please, Candace, do not ascribe any sort of higher order thinking or strategy to Kash Patel.
Everyone was just saying 33 all the time. So to the
like
routine,
literally just an imbecile and through sheer incompetence, like fucked up part of that investigation with Charlie Kirk.
The gaslit public, I would like to validate your every instinct.
Angel most especially numbers is like Candace Owens numerology.
Actually, about the subsequent behavior of Turning Point USA as an organization, behavior that looked to us as though it was diabolical. There was apparently, sadly for them, not enough empiricism, rationality, or spellcasting in the universe to override our sense that something was and is deeply wrong. Deeply wrong. What did they give us? The horrific murder of a man followed by the joyful coronation of his wife, who is now inviting his enemies onto the very ship that he built?
Right.
Spiritual ick is what we felt. Okay? Words have meaning. They sent out their broadcasters effectively to cast something more broadly to the public. What they cast was, she's a grieving widow. That's what
they sent out their broadcasters. Broad as in broadcast as in cast.
Charlie would have wanted 6 feet social distancing. To what end, though?
To what end? To cast it broadly.
I believe it's pretty obvious now. There was an ultimate goal of raising Erica's political profile as a potential presidential candidate down the line. Actually, that was explicitly and almost immediately seeded by her dear friend and part-time homosexual deviant, Tyler Boyer, who she can't remember how she met. Take a listen to what he said a mere 12
part-time homosexual deviant
days after Charlie's assassination.
Do you see? I have one of those. He came on the stream and he was talking about this thing called like Havana syndrome or something like that.
Politics in her future?
It's probably rooted in like Freemasonry.
On the road? Yeah, it's funny. I had conversations with Charlie about that. So he was like, man, Erica could be so much bigger and better than me at almost everything. We laugh all the time about it because people were like, Charlie was going to be president someday. He believed firmly that Erica was going to be president someday.
I remember that guy. He had a weird voice. I mean,
there it is again. Them telling us the private conversations were the exact opposite of everything that Charlie was saying publicly. Women, get married, have children, have lots of children, stay home. That's more important. In the days leading up, Erica said she stayed back because Charlie said home needs you. That's why she didn't go to the September 10th event. They were just on a tour. Charlie was just every day telling people that family's the most important thing. But privately, when he sat down with Tyler Boyer, he was like, Erica's going to be president. That's what I want for my wife. I want her to be president and to be also the CEO and chairman in the event of my death. And, he wasn't the only one. You got to go.
Oh, when she's saying president here, I thought for a second she was starting to expand the conspiracy to be that Erica Kirk is or has aspirations to run for, like, the actual president of the United States. She just means TPUSA. Yes, Charlie Kirk wanted her to run TPUSA.
Go backward to really realize how deranged everything was. Here is Frank Turek on October 7th, just 3 weeks following Charlie's assassination. Take a listen.
I used to say to him, the ticket in 2028 is going to be Vance Kirk. And I said, I don't know if you want to take it because I don't think you're going to have the same effect as the president of Turning Point USA. But you know what? Between you and me and our listeners, I'm not giving up on the Vance Kirk ticket.
Well, get a load of this dude's glasses. He's like wearing sports glasses that I exclusively saw on little boys in my first grade class and like in elementary school. I never see adults wearing these.
It's very exciting right there. But
I think
aren't these like types of goggles that you give to like kids who need glasses so they don't fall off their face and break them?
It would be an amazing president someday.
CBS ran like an hour-long documentary on Havana syndrome right before the Kegs interview. Supposed to react to that.
That, my friends, would be an example of a Father Ripplinger described diabolical psychology. Like, oh, Charlie was going to be the president, but you know what? It was Vance Kirk is what we were hoping for. But now he's gone. I just realized we don't have to let go of that hope because there's still a Kirk and there's still a President Vance. That could be really beautiful and exciting. Could be what Charlie wanted in the end. And of course, here is the very and always excited Mikey McCoy echoing that sentiment. Take a listen.
He left behind these blueprints for her. And
for you.
Yeah, there you go.
And for you,
Is
Mikey.
this a TPUSA guy? He's like such a little twink.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
Yeah. We don't really ever know what the outcome's going to be. I definitely thought maybe there would be a Vance Kirk ticket. Maybe there still will be a Vance Kirk ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Just beautiful, isn't it? Who could deny this sort of a destiny? Erica being the president in her husband's place, and they're smiling and they're laughing about that plausibility. And we're never going to see those blueprints, guys. But they did say to Mikey McCoy, my 21-year-old person who I have no idea how you even got this job as chief of staff, but these blueprints are for you. I didn't responsibly give them to someone that was running my estate, lawyers. No, I wanted to leave these for you and to Erica because I don't know, she just would understand these blueprints. With everything that I have thus far uncovered about Erica, I do believe that was her ultimate goal, the White House. I think Elizabeth Lane read Erica correctly.
So she is saying the White House. She's not just saying president of TPUSA.
When she posited that she may be a psychopath, because in my opinion, only a psychopath could.
I legit want Erica to run with Vance. It'll be hilarious. So that would be boring as fuck and very annoying. Candace Owens running with any presidential candidate would actually be hilarious.
After her husband's public assassination, offer a raise to Dan Flood, the security guard who failed Charlie in every possible manner and way on September 10th. Only a psychopath who does not experience human emotions in the way that humans experience them would be capable of offering and then giving an in-home interview to the New York Times in the immediate days following her husband's assassination. The New York Times, a publication who her husband hated. And would then tell...
See, like, people say that this country is too racist to elect, like, a black woman, and that's why Kamala Harris needs to not run in 2028, and that's actually not the reason why she needs to not run. Kamala Harris being black is, like, actually not even, like, the top 5 things preventing her from becoming the president. She needs to not run for other reasons, mostly because she's a fucking loser and not viewed as charismatic or inspiring to anybody. But, like... Do you honestly think that this country wouldn't elect Candace Owens to be president? You're so wrong. She would fucking sweep 50 states, man. They would easily elect a black woman. Just watch it be a conservative one.
That journalist, that the least traumatizing part was the idea of raising her children without a father. Okay? A psychopath is the best answer that I can come up with for why she felt compelled to go into the office the same week and to bring her kids every day rather than tending to their every emotional need at home.
I love how she thinks it's like she's like pathologizing people just wanting to make money and get clout. But it's just that. She's not a psychopath. She literally is just a fucking ruthless businesswoman who wants to make money.
As they come to the realization that they will...
That's the most depressing thing you've ever said on stream. You'll say it's depressing. We won't say it's wrong. You know that this country would absolutely elect this woman as president. This woman right here.
Ever see their father ever again.
Like when we get a female president for the first time, I'm not convinced it's going to be a white woman necessarily, but if it is, it's going to be a Republican.
A psychopath is my best explanation. My best explanation for why she told Jesse Waters that she had zero fear. None at all. No, she wasn't scared to walk out the door.
She lied. She said in the last episode that she told the New York Times she had no fear about raising her kids, and now she's saying she told Jesse Waters that she had no fear and she's not bringing up the kids at all.
Next day with her kids in tow. I think nearly everyone in the world felt a little less safe in the days following Charles' assassination.
She lied about her, she lied about Erica Kirk, lied about like what she told her daughter anyway. She said like, oh, daddy's like working hard for your Blueberry budget, which is like literally a thing that her kid's going to end up repeating to a fucking therapist in like 20 years. So what did she just say? That she said she wasn't scared? Or?
Not nearly wasn't scared to walk out the door.
Fear. Okay, let's see what she said.
Do you feel safe?
I do. What are they going to threaten me with? Going to heaven sooner to be with my husband? And I don't say that to be reckless. I do not. I do not say that because I'm out in the streets like, here I am, come find me. And that's not at all. It's a fearlessness that's rooted in the understanding that I will have my day and my time.
Oh yeah, Republicans that can't even nominate a woman, dude. You don't need to look exclusively at American politics. What do you think the politics of Margaret Thatcher were?
Whenever that is. When the
and
Lord
yes, the UK makes me think that.
Knows that I've completed my mission. And I'm not afraid. Charlie wasn't afraid either. We never lived in fear. If we did, we wouldn't get anything done. And I can't help run alongside this mission of Turning Point USA and raise my babies with fear. I can't. That's not a life to live for anybody.
What's the hardest part of your day?
We're talking about America. Oh, I guess two countries in the industrialized developing world can't be compared. My mistake.
The nighttime, always. I'll tell him about my day. I talk to him all the time. But the nights are the hardest. Being in a bed by yourself. Rolling over, trying to goodnight kiss that's not there. And anyone who's a widow knows what that means. How painful.
That's BS and you know it. You have no argument. You're just saying, it's different, it's different. You're not explaining how it's different or why they can't be compared, and then you're just saying, it's bullshit, and you know it. Like, I'm not going to make your argument for you.
Excuse me. It's so easy to take the little things for granted, but you know what's so interesting? I was thinking about this the other day. It's so easy to be in a position of feeling regret when you lose someone you love.
Okay, I can't watch any more of this Uncanny Valley motherfucker.
Very next day with her kids in tow. I think nearly everyone in the world felt a little less safe in the days following Charles' assassination, but not his wife, Erica Kirk, no.
That was jarring, realizing Jesse Waters was doing the interview. Well, for once, he wasn't fucking yapping.
Erica lies pathologically, and the media is trying to tell us that it's perfectly understandable, relatable even. It's actually divine. She lies because she's so godly that she forgave the person who allegedly murdered her husband before she even saw evidence of his guilt. And despite an overwhelming amount of evidence mounting to the contrary, Erica is so godly that she even helped to validate the implausible.
But it's not a real sort of forgiveness or whatever. Like she never spoke out against Donald Trump, like firing Jimmy Kimmel for making, or like having the FEC weaponized against Kimmel because of his alleged, like literally factual comments about circumstances surrounding Charlie Kirk's death that were interpreted to be in a malicious way or cynical way to get him off the air. She never said anything about that. She's not going to say, oh, he doesn't deserve the death penalty. Her saying, I forgive him is like this performative bullshit. It's not anything special.
Parts of the narrative regarding Tyler Robinson. The implausible part.
Well, why do I have to make an argument? That's like this. The Green Party in the UK and the US are the same. It's ridiculous saying, why do you have to make an argument because you disagreed with me and you just said they're different. And then you didn't give an example why. And now you're pointing to another example or a comparison that I didn't make and I wouldn't make. And you're saying that these can't be compared either, but that's just a stupid proposition. Why couldn't they be compared?
Arts. Like the neck stopping a 30-06 bullet. She
like,
came
I
up
wouldn't think to compare them, but that doesn't mean they couldn't be compared.
And crafted the Superman steel neck and all. No questions did she have, just faith.
Like what I just said was like not self-refuting, clearly. Otherwise you'd be able to come up with an argument to get to debunk it quickly, but you can't.
Deep faith and lies. A lot of lies. And to be sure, whatever the attempt was with Erica, pay attention to me, media. It has failed.
It's righteousness pandering. Yeah.
Categorically, so stop it. Okay, all of your little media spells are failing as of late because we've recognized they are very easily defeated by truth, loud truth. And
Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits. There's no time for serious debates. There's important mysteries to solve with Candace.
More and more people are daring to speak it. More and more people are feeling inspired by Tucker Carlson to stand up and to recognize what it is we are fighting in this world. True evil.
Yeah, more and more people are standing up for Charlie Kirk. His memory has definitely not been relegated to a fucking meme status at this point.
Old school, ancient evil.
There's no argument they can't be compared because they're different. Oh, so you're just an idiot. I didn't realize that. You're a very frequent chatter of mine.
We even have comedians that are daring to make jokes about the obvious. The obvious. Like Tim Dillon. Take a listen.
You know, you look at the Kirk thing, right? Remember that? You look at that and you try to zoom out and go, all right, tragic death on its face. We see a furry, the furry's boyfriend, the thing. Okay. Then we zoom out. We go, wait, the wife's weird. Something up with the wife. The organization's weird. Something's up with them. You know, 3 weeks after the guy's dead, she's out there with sparklers. You know, they're doing Cirque du Soleil. Something's off. Something's weird. Now we find out, like, the wife it's beyond weird. It's creepy. And there's a very good chance that this woman was his handler. That he was.
Why is this background the island? Because who doesn't want to talk about Erica Kirk while you're imagining that you're on this beautiful beach?
Powerful young guy who raised a lot of money for a lot of people and took a lot of money from a lot of people. And money's never free. So you think about it, you say you have this, how do you direct a guy like that who's incredibly important? He's running the largest young voter, registration organization. He's handling large sums of money. He's out there sculpting narrative as it regards to domestic and foreign policy. So you have a handler who comes in, and she may have loved him. I'm sure she loved him. Why wouldn't a handler love her husband?
You haven't refuted anything, Zivriel. She said the first woman president would be a repub. That's what I'm refuting. Yeah, but you haven't even begun to refute it. You've just disagreed with me.
Because even though she was his Mossad handler and probably had him killed, no marriage is perfect. None. Not one. No marriage is perfect. Truly. No marriage is perfect. There's no marriage that is perfect. She may have been his handler, and they came to her one day and said, he found out you're his handler.
There's nothing to refute. That is the sentence of a person who just is like, you're wrong. They can't substantiate how or explain why, other than just repeating, you're wrong, you're wrong.
Or she might have told them, she might have said, listen, we got problems. This guy, and I'm not the only one saying this, don't kill me. I'm saying, we're not breaking news here. We're not breaking ground. We're reviewing. We're analyzing. We're like behind the eight ball.
I never watched Tim Dillon. Is his show usually like this the whole time?
This woman may have called someone up and said, we got bad news here. This guy found all the laundered money, and now he knows I'm his handler, and he thinks that invalidates the marriage because I'm his handler. And they were like, can we do anything about it? Is there anything we can do here? And she goes, I don't know. And then they go, well, we might have to, And she cried, and she was sad, whatever. And I'm not saying any of that happened. I'm saying that's more reasonable than what kind of we're being told. That's all.
And of course, he is correct. He's absolutely nothing that we're being told is reasonable whatsoever. It doesn't make any
Never seen Tim Dillon say anything wrong.
Any sense. We are very quickly arriving at a moment.
I think he started as a comedian. He became more political. Yeah, but he skirts, the way he skirts it is just by being like, I don't have as much power as this other person. Hold on.
Okay, great. Do you want to talk about your special?
Sure.
Give me the short version.
This person used to work, this journalist used to work for Vice. She's actually good, but she always seems like she's high as fuck. It's so funny to me. Let's see. If I say influence. If I put guy. I think it's around here.
Do the rounds on gut felt.
Comedy specials are very cheap to make and very cheap to produce. I think CNN also did a few, didn't they do? I mean, I don't know. If you can find where the cultural energy in this country is going, I think she'll be okay. Yeah. I think these people will
But her show was canceled.
She just had a show on Hulu called Life in Bath. She just had a movie come out on Netflix. I mean, Amy's doing good.
Okay.
Yeah, they're fine. All these people are fine. I will text a few of them and go, people are worried about you.
Okay.
I think they're okay.
I mean, if they want to talk to me, I would love to talk.
Sure. I'll.
The reason would be skeptical of a person that claims to be cured themselves of being gay. Tim Dillon, that sounds like a meme.
Put you on a
Do you think that represents where the cultural energy is?
Where the culture seems to be so fractured, I don't know if there's a cultural energy that's moving in any direction. I mean, you could go on YouTube and go, the cultural energy is right.
She's interviewed a fair number. Yeah.
College campus, and you go, the cultural energy is left. And then you go to the boomers and own all the real estate, and you go, the cultural energy is paranoid, fear-based, checked out, and is politically amorphous depending on what pills and drinks they've had. I mean, I don't know. If you can find where the cultural energy in this country is going, you're doing a lot better than me.
You are on the internet.
I am on the internet.
I think you're playing dumb.
I don't think I'm playing dumb. I really don't know where the cultural energy. That means, the idea that we have one dominant cultural energy in this country seems crazy to me. The idea that have we stopped canceling people for silly things? Yes. Why? It got exhausting. Does that mean that everyone's right wing now? No.
Fox, I guess it's Fox Nation, but Fox
she's the epitome of this meme who Vice sends to interview the president, who Vice sends to interview cartel members mixing fentanyl analogs in the middle of the jungle. I'm pretty sure that this was literally inspired by her.
Now, and then those comedians do the rounds on gut felt.
Comedy specials are very cheap to make and very cheap to produce. I think CNN also did a few. Didn't they do Colin Quinn's, who's a brilliant comedian? Didn't they put his on?
We have a comedy show.
Yeah, I don't think it's. If your point is,
and would you be yes, I want to work there. I want to be on CNN's comedy show.
Hey, call me and pay me. But I will say that I understand what you mean. If you look at young people that went through COVID, has there been a rightward shift? Absolutely, 110%. When they grow up and they can't afford anything, will there be a leftward shift? Probably.
Okay.
I just think things are more malleable and they're changing a lot. I think a lot of those people are, a lot of them are pretty socially moderate and liberal. Mm-hmm. I think they just got really annoyed during this moral panic we had with cancellations, and then none of them could go to their prom, and there certainly was a rightward shift in that direction. But I don't think there's this crazy shift all over the country.
What about in comedy?
I think the shift in comedy has been away from institutions on all sides. There's incredibly funny left-wing podcasts that...
I can't tell. There's something about him in this interview that's irritating to me, and I don't know if it's what he's saying or how he says it.
You may or may not know, but they have huge audiences.
But it's a little irksome.
They're not attached to a Hollywood...
Even though I generally find him funny.
studio or a big production company or network. You know, again, I can name you very successful left-wing or left-of-center comics who are playing in theaters and arenas and have movies out. And then I can name you some which apparently now there's 5 podcasters that dominate the whole world. This is a crazy thing.
He seems like a real estate agent right now, I'm not gonna lie. There's something like really, really contrived about it that is like throwing me off because he seems so authentic or like in his element in his show. And then when he was doing this, he sounds like he's trying to be more serious. It reminds me a little bit, and I hate Jim Carrey, how Jim Carrey carries himself in any of his interviews. He is just like this smug prick on a fucking high horse.
This is every article that's been written since the election.
I understand.
Is that 5 guys now are the only people in comedy who make money.
He's funny, but he can be kind of right-wing sometimes. It's not even that, in my opinion. He just, like she said, it sounds like he's playing dumb.
Or have audiences. It's the craziest narrative ever, and it came off the heels of running one of the most unpopular candidates with a platform that the American people largely rejected. They largely rejected this platform, and they rejected it in 2016, and then everybody got together and said, it's...
Like, no, they didn't. Maybe I'm about something like the Cope or whatever. Like, this is not about policy. That is not why Kamala Harris lost. Kamala Harris did not, and like Trump did not win because of his policies either. This is about like narratives and emotions and feelings and vibes. This is not why candidates win and lose. It's very little to do with that.
Actually, these 5 guys who had podcasts, they're the most powerful people in the world. They're the new establishment, and they're the reason for this electoral defeat, not our unpopular policies and our candidate who ran on a platform of...
Like, I don't think that they should be allowed to discharge responsibility to podcasters saying like it's that they're the reason why they lost or whatever, because media is influential. But I think that he's trying to like shirk it all back to the candidate and trying to ignore like the information environment that exists. Like there's an entire architecture that exists outside of the voting booth, and he's part of that architecture, and I think it just makes him uncomfortable.
Of joy.
But I think you're arguing against a point I'm not trying to make.
Yeah, but others have.
Of course.
And it's this, where's the Rogan, where's the this, where's the that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But
he's always sort of annoying, but entertaining if you're drunk or something.
No, and I think it's really interesting, and that doesn't mean it's bad. I'm not saying, are you bad?
When you say comedy's different, I understand what you mean, because there's some popular comics that have a right-of-center point of view.
Yes.
And I think that was always the case.
But also, people are moving to Austin. Every comedian has a podcast, and then they all go on each other's podcasts. Really, why?
They're getting priced out, and they can't get the stage time they want, and they're coming back.
They're not leaving Austin. Well, they're not leaving Austin because they're priced out. They're leaving Austin because they're complaining about the fucking homelessness.
From Austin, I mean that's going to be another.
Like I wanted to go to Kill Tony, and I can't buy tickets because they sell out within seconds.
Well, it's a very popular show.
And another comic I talked to who used to live in Austin was saying, like, you go on Kill Tony, you do well, that can really make your career.
It can help for sure, but comedy careers are long things.
Yeah.
You have to work for a very long time. There are things, you have great moments, you have ups and downs, you have ebbs and flows. I don't know that anything makes a career. I think it's just a long, sustained attack.
Where do you feel like you are in yours?
I don't know. I think at a good place.
All right, let's hear more of her analysis on his.
By the way, I noted from my producer that some of you guys on YouTube got cut off for the first 4 minutes of the show.
He's low-key patronizing / condescending / trolling with each response. I think, yeah.
To let you know, we are speaking about people who were having a panic, a meltdown on X because of Tucker Carlson's tweet. Very simple.
Kill Tony is such bull, but they aren't funny. They just live off the small comedians they invite on. I don't even know what Kill Tony is.
Very simple tweet. He said, pray the spell breaks and the world is saved.
I find it boring.
What I am positing is the reason why they are so triggered is because of the word spell, which implies witchcraft, which implies the occult. And that is what this is. That is the moment that we are arriving in, is that
We're
we need
halfway through this and she still has not, she hasn't even begun to talk about Trump.
To wake up to what it is that the people at the top believe. What is their guiding theology that keeps us constantly embedded in wars in foreign territories, constantly murdering children, looking the other way when children are being harmed. This brings me to President Trump, who has actually transformed into the longest running joke. It didn't take for me Charlie Kirk's death to wake up to what he was very fast becoming and what he now is. And I will have a lot to say to him.
Also, the fact that I'm like, when is she going to mention Trump? And then she mentions Trump,
to say about him when we get back from this quick break. All right, you guys,
Quick break. Candace literally trying to make it gold.
Found the correct words to communicate how I feel about President Donald Trump. I sort of ignore the topic of his existence altogether because it kind of sickens me, as it should. It should. If you were 2015, 2016 running around in MAGA hat, catching all of the figurative bullets for supporting him, standing up to the never-Trumpers who are now running his administration. This level of deceit and betrayal should sicken you, right? The human spirit isn't really meant to contend with that sort of deceit. You're not supposed to even fathom a scenario where someone like Charlie Kirk quite literally dedicates his entire professional career, builds up an organization meant to help Trump, to empower Trump, conservative principles, one way or the other.
And in return, not just Trump, like he did the betting of capitalists, like since the day he turned 18, right?
When Charlie Kirk is assassinated in front of the world, Trump dedicates a total of two tweets, 3 tweets at most.
You could play victim wars with Trump. There's been assassination attempts on him.
Demanding, and he never demanded an investigation.
Trump even bragged about not getting killed at Charlie Kirk's memorial when he gave the speech.
And one of those tweets that he dedicates to Charlie Kirk is an AI image of Charlie hugging an Israeli flag. Yeah, it's pretty gross. Trump has shown more.
I think her premise is that Trump is under Netanyahu's power word spell. It's very cute if you think she's restricting it just to Bibi Netanyahu and not like an entire group of people.
More interest in debunking the mainstream media narrative about whether or not he's balding than he showed any interest in investigating who murdered.
His entire professional career, he was only 31. You know who else was 31 when they died? Jesus Christ.
A person who was supposed to be his dear friend. It was, I will employ every reason. Nope. He was good. So how exactly are we supposed to process that? We are to simply understand, I think, that Trump has loyalty to no one but himself. It probably wasn't even
He was 33. No, can't possibly be 33 because so many Republicans said that he was the same age as Jesus Christ when he died at their speech, and I never bothered to fact check them.
Think that deep that they offered him. It was probably just like, hey, we'll give you a piece of real estate in Gaza with your name on it. Also, favorable headlines in the New York Times. We put that on your desk every morning and we tell you this is how everybody thinks. You think they still have power. Honestly, that's probably all it took for Trump to betray not just the legacy and the memory of Charlie Kirk, but also his supporters. The very supporters who followed him into battle. Some who literally spent time in prison after January 6th because they believed in him.
I don't know their religion, Aaron. You know that. I honestly expect them to know these sorts of like little truisms, to be honest.
Trump has betrayed every last single one of us. Okay, make no mistake about that. Trump is now a never-Trumper. The very people that we had to fight to get Trump into office, he is now partnered with and insulting us. And he thinks that we're too stupid.
That's kind of a banger way to look at this.
To notice or something? That he promised low gas prices, that he promised no more forever wars, no more involvement in Middle East conflict. And we're now getting the exact opposite. And that's happening because he's a coward. He is a coward for doing this to the American people. And that's going to be his legacy. His legacy is going to be a person who could not stand up to Bibi Netanyahu. A person who just loves money and loves the idea of
this photo of him getting this fucking chair for him.
His name on anything. This is what the world will remember about Donald Trump. Thus far, in 1 year, to recap, his administration has worked to allow the slow erosion of the First Amendment on college campuses. Special carve-outs for anti-Semitism.
Trump issues executive order to combat campus anti-Semitism, report activities by alien students. The order instructs the head of each executive department or agency to submit a report to the president with an analysis of pending complaints regarding anti-Semitism following October 7, 2023. The thing is, watch her not touch like Mahmoud Khalil or anyone that was attempted to be deported for statements critical of Israel.
So,
because she knows her audience probably likes mass deportations.
In fact, hate speech laws. There's a new IHRA definition for anti-Semitism. A definition that is so broad that it includes, quote, accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities.
The issue is not that it's broad. The issue is that it includes Israel.
Of Jews worldwide than to the interest of their own nations. That's interesting because he doesn't even know what they're writing and what they're putting together, he's not paying attention. He hilariously violates his own law when he discusses his boss, Miriam Adelson. Take a listen to what he says.
Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor.
Thank you, darling.
So Trump is saying that the person that he took $100 million, $200 million from, I think in the end, loves Israel more than she loves America. She served in the IDF. That's what he's saying to you. Trump's administration then delayed the release of and then gaslit us over the Epstein files. He called the files a Democratic hoax. He asked us famously, are we still talking about the Epstein files? Are we still talking about children being harmed? Yeah, make no mistake, that translates into providing cover for Jewish pedophiles, because that's what Jeffrey Epstein was, an occult Jewish pedophile. Trump told us no more forever wars. They definitely marketed themselves as pro-peace.
Where's Michael Tracey to correct her?
And that was the ticket that they ran on until Bibi Netanyahu said, Venezuela's anti-Semitic. Then we took out Maduro. And guess who benefited from that? I loved this headline so much. Venezuela sends first oil shipment to Israel in years in signs of relations improving. I bet relations have improved. Hey, look, Americans, your gas prices are going up. But the important thing to remember is that your tax-paying dollars were sent to support the military operation in Venezuela, which has thus far benefited Israel. And my best guess is that's at least part of the reason, the real reason why Trump is obsessed with acquiring Greenland.
Community Discord. Yeah, you can follow the Discord. It's in the YouTube description box.
Because they do have untapped crude oil, an estimated 31 billion barrels worth. That sure would go a long way for Israel's incessant need to murder, bomb, and destroy. Need a lot of that. Now, maybe you voted for Trump because you were a Maha mom. Have no fear, the traitor is here. Because on February 26th, Trump signed an executive order.
Oh my God, this, holy fuck.
Invoking the Defense Protection Act to boost the production of glyphosate.
Glyphosate is not dangerous.
Which is what's found in Monsanto, right? That is the cancer-causing agent that is in the
Again,
weed.
Of all of the shit you could criticize Monsanto for, they get caught up on this, and there's no evidence that it's like a carcinogen.
We know it causes cancer.
No.
Maha moms fought, so that would not be a thing anymore. Toxic pesticides are apparently back on the table. But don't miss this part, okay? This is from the Washington Post, because people went, why do this? They wrote, but the largely overshadowed part was the order's mention of something contentious in another way. The manufacture of munitions used by the United States military. Bayer, which makes glyphosate, is also the only...
They've been paying out tens or hundreds of billions of dollars in medical damages. If you mean Monsanto, show me one that's related to glyphosate and not something else like Agent Orange or whatever.
A company in the United States that manufactures a form of elemental phosphorus, which is called white phosphorus, which is used to make the weed killer. Ah, okay, phosphorus. That white phosphorus is also used to make munitions deployed as smoke screens and incendiary devices that can violently burn property or people. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that the Washington Post noted that everyone's talking about Monsanto, but nobody's paying attention to the fact that white phosphorus is also being manufactured by executive order. And you're not going to believe me, but guess what is being used right now in Lebanon? Check out this headline. Oh, Israel unlawfully using white phosphorus. I wonder where they're getting that from.
Probably, mind, dude. Like, connecting these things have nothing to do with one another. Like, that is true that like white phosphorus is being used right now, but it's not to do with this.
It was all peace. It's always peace until Israel gets involved.
RFK Jr. won a court case against Monsanto saying glyphosate causes clients cancer. No, if that happened, I'm not familiar with it. I'm going off the fact that like the WHO doesn't classify it as a carcinogen. There's no evidence.
Oh, they don't know peace. They don't want peace. BB.
Like, if you want to show me something where like someone settled or they claimed that it caused it, but they were never able to trace it back, like I wouldn't be surprised if it's cheaper for them to just settle the case.
Instructed Trump to bomb Iran.
There's many but that's all you'll have. You'll have cases, but you won't have evidence. You need like I'm talking about empirics.
Immediately and gratefully, because Charlie Kirk was alive at that time, it was at first limited to just hitting their nuclear sites. And I shouldn't even say gratefully, by the way, because he promised us no involvement in overseas conflicts, but they at least pretended for a little bit like it was only going to be a limited operation. Now, some of us knew better because it's never ending. Baal requires constant blood sacrifice. The obstacle of Charlie Kirk was then subsequently removed.
There are empirical studies around this, yes, but they proved me right, not you.
And now where are we, right? The United States is preemptively...
Like, I'm not saying Monsanto has never done anything wrong. Quite the contrary. Same with like Johnson & Johnson. But this stuff gets like thrown into the mix and it's not really backed by evidence.
Bombing Iran. And the explanation...
How the fuck you mean empirics?
That we are receiving is because Israel was going to bomb Iran. So we went ahead and did it for them just in case Iran responded by hitting American military bases. Wow, that's actually very confusing. That's dizzying. There's no way they actually said that. No, they did. Marco Rubio came right out and said exactly that. Take a listen.
The assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
I'm sorry, but under that scenario, if Israel was going to cause and stop that chain of events, wouldn't it have made sense for them to bomb Israel? Bomb Israel to prevent Israel from bombing Iran? Prevent Iran from retaliating by going after American base?
Guys, I have done the dig on this. It always gets me pushed back to say that the shit does not cause cancer. It got me pushed back from smoke. It always gets me pushed back. I promise you, if there was evidence for it, I would love to have it. That way I don't have to say this and get the shit that I incur by saying it doesn't cause cancer. But I would not just say that to people. There's no evidence that it causes cancer.
This is because of our involvement with Israel and constantly sending them munitions and things of that nature. Just don't understand how the logic is Israel can't stop bombing people, so we have to bomb people for them. That's what he's telling you. And that's what we're doing. We just murdered 150 Iranian schoolgirls between the ages of 7 and 12.
The much easier thing is for me to say, it causes cancer, it's dangerous. Fuck, RFK Jr. outed as a fraud for the millionth time or whatever. And I promise you there'd be little to no pushback and people being what is it? That oh, it's actually safe. It would be people being yes, you're right.
Preemptively. Don't worry, guys. It was preemptively. Because Israel was probably going to bomb them and kill them.
Did any of this have to do with Freemasons and witches? You have to establish how these people do their Jewish mind control or whatever before you can move on to that.
So we went ahead and did that for them. So long as you say preemptively, it makes it okay. Don't even think further. How much peace can we really take? It's just too much peace. You say too much winning. It's too much peace. Let's actually take a look at some live footage of the peace that we are currently spreading in the Middle East. Yeah. Preemptive peace. We had to do, I can explain it. I can explain it for you guys. It looks like peace. I will reiterate my perspective that Trump allowing this to happen, allowing this to go forward, it makes him a traitor and it also makes him a coward. And you would do well to accept that fact. Okay, stop playing left or right. Stop saying it would have been different if Democrat was in office. Stop playing Republican or Democrat. Wake up. These people occupy both sides. And I believe very much that world wars are in effect global resets. That's why they always want them. They use propaganda to convince people to sign up for their own slaughter. Something that lives in my mind rent-free is Norm Finkelstein informing me that Israel had a literal and actual government policy known as mowing the lawn in Gaza, where the IDF would just at random begin shooting and killing Palestinians to ensure that the population didn't grow. Just oh, no, too much population. This is, to me, when I see everything going on right now, and there being no reason, but an insistence.
What fun is it to participate in a chat like this where nobody's reading it and you're just spamming? It's just flying by. I've never understood this.
We all have to just get ready for Armageddon. This feels to me like an opportunity to simply mow the lawn of people that stand against them. Population control has always been the aim, whether it's by vaccines, abortion propaganda, my body, my choice. Wake up. Like I said, left or right, it's the same end. It's the same thing that they are barreling towards. They want you to agree to murder your offspring or yourselves. Sign up for war. Here's some propaganda. You're going into the Middle East. There's no plan. There's going to be no end in sight. But man, could you imagine afterwards? We might even give you a Purple Heart. You won't be here to receive it. But just as was stipulated, by the way, for those of us who are making our way through the Jeffrey Epstein files, effectively having conversations openly about how in the future people won't even be able to reproduce on their own. That's their ultimate desire, to control birth and to control death. They want to be gods on earth. That's what they want to be. They see themselves as all we need to do is control birth and control death. And then we control everything. And make no mistake, Trump will, if they tell him to, at the behest of Bibi or Miriam Adelson, send your sons and daughters to die for Israel. Israel expects that. Okay? They look at the Goyim and they say, that's ours. That those are our cattle. They're already signaling that they're keeping their options open regarding whether they will need boots on the ground. Here is Israel's defense minister, Benny Gantz, discussing that he's not going to exclude that need. Take a listen.
We have 180,000 Revolutionary Guard, almost 1 million Basij, 2 million reservists who are Basij. They are the ones with the guns. Even if this campaign goes on for 4 to 5 weeks, is it fair to expect unarmed civilians to come out and take over their government?
Well, it's a very complicated situation over there, but I suggest we'll take it
one step at a time. Currently, we are neutralizing Iran's command and control system and Iran's capacity to influence the region, and we'll see what comes next. I think we have to be very decisive on this. We must maintain operational offensive continuity to assess where are we all the time, and then to take decisions.
Do you think eventually there will be a need for boots on the ground?
I would not exclude it for those reasons or other, but we'll have to see how it goes forward.
And will that include Israeli boots on the ground, do you think?
I exclude nothing. We've been waiting for 47 years, and we came to a point that every necessary means should be taken in order to achieve our goals.
It's just amazing. I love that the follow-up question was, is that going to include Israeli boots on the ground? Like, it's implied that it's not Israeli boots on the ground. And as a follow-up, it's like, oh, okay, if you do, are you going to also include Israeli boots on the ground? And in that same vein, we have Caroline Levitt.
Like, what boots? He's just trying to posture.
Signaling that a draft is not off the table because Trump is smart. Take a listen.
And the president had an interesting exchange on Air Force One over the weekend. Caroline, I want to get your take about these.
She's like, looks so bad, man, for someone who's like basically the same age as me. All right, you guys. If you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way we can know when I go live. If you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. That way it pushes it out to other people. It really helps with the algorithm. And you should subscribe to me if YouTube is your preferred platform to watch me live. All my VODs are housed there for the most part. They're all time-stamped by me. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. Streamlabs is the best way to support me because they take the least amount of money. Can also send me YouTube super chats or super stickers. I will read them out loud to you if you do so, or subscribe to me on Twitch or gift subs throughout the chat, or use your Amazon Prime sub. That way you can get it for free or something. But yeah, that's going to do it for today, you guys. Oh, Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Okay, I concede it. Looks like the only supporting evidence is this case. Paragraph 7 starting with the jury found Monsanto is now very funny in context. Okay. You know, I will take a look at it, okay? Everyone's headed to Rezi for watching on Twitch or YouTube because he's up and awake. Thank you so much for spending your night with me. I will see you guys later. Bye.